lose him completely. Someone knocked, and a moment later, Maria, the girl my father had married, poked her head in. "You need to come out now." She disappeared without another word. I shuddered when I thought of Father being married to a girl Lily's age. It was wrong. "I can't believe Father is married to her," Gianna said, echoing my thoughts. "I don't like her, but I still feel sorry for her. Father is a bastard." Lily lowered her veil over her face. "We should go now." "Lily," I began, not even sure what I wanted to tell her, how to make this situation better. But before I could utter another word, she straightened her spine, blinked, and headed for the door. Outside, our father was already waiting to lead her down the aisle. I sent him a glower. The days when I'd felt respect or even fear toward him were gone. He was the root of our misery, and for that, I'd never forgive him. Chapter 13. Aria. The wedding celebrations passed in a blur, and when the first shouts rang out that asked for the groom to bed the bride, I felt sick. Lily tried to appear strong, but I could see behind her mask, could see the terror and fear, and it broke me apart. Matteo practically had to hold Gianna in place to stop her from going after our sister, but I was frozen. Helplessness. It wasn't the first time I'd felt it, but today it reached new levels. "Come on," Luca said quietly when Broschi and Lily had disappeared into their shared bedroom. His hand was warm as it closed around mine, and I allowed him to lead me toward our own bedroom in the Broschi mansion. We shouldn't have agreed to my father's suggestion to spend the night there. The door fell shut behind us, and my throat closed up. I turned away from Luca and walked toward the bed. I remembered our first night in a room together, our wedding night. I'd been terrified of Luca, of consummating our marriage, but Luca had showed kindness, had treated me with respect, and had continued to do so since we were married. I had been lucky. Lily wouldn't be that lucky. Broschi was a nasty piece of shit, or that was how Matteo had put it. I had seen it in his eyes. I knew rape was still common in some marriages in our world. It wasn't called by that name because our old-fashioned traditions still viewed the woman's body as the husband's possession, but it was a dark presence in many women's lives. Gianna and I had been lucky. I'd always thought Lily would be too. I had been wrong. I began to cry for Lily and for Romero, for their impossible love. I didn't let my mind wander to what could be happening in the bedroom down the hall. I couldn't bear it. Luca came up behind me and put his hands on my shoulders like he'd done on our wedding night more than 4 years ago. Back then, his touch hadn't brought me comfort, but now it did. "Aria," he murmured. His gentle tone made me cry even harder, and he slid an arm around my waist and pulled me against him. He was warm and strong. His lips brushed my cheek, which was wet with tears. "It's unfair," I whispered through my clogged-up throat. "It's almost like all the good luck was granted to me and Gianna, and now nothing is left for Lily." Luca turned me around to face him and tilted my head up. His face was kind. "Don't blame yourself, Aria. It's got nothing to do with luck or fate. Life's unfair. That's how it is." "No," I said harshly. "That's not how it is for everyone. That's not how it is for men. Were you terrified before our wedding night? No, you were probably excited because you wanted to claim me." Luca sighed and wiped tears off my cheek. "Yes, I was excited, Aria, up until the point when I realized you were terrified, and you know that." "I know," I said, "but Broschi won't care that Lily is terrified. Nothing will stop him from raping her." Luca bent low until our foreheads touched. "Fuck, Aria, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to drag the asshole out of that bedroom and cut his throat? Because right this second I want to fucking do it, because I hate to see you so broken up. The only thing stopping me is the knowledge that I'd risk your life. If I kill Broschi, or if Romero kills him, then we are at war with the outfit." "Perhaps we won't have to kill him," I trailed off. realizing how foolish it was. Broschi wouldn't let Lily leave the bedroom. We'd have to knock him out at the very least, and that would lead to war too. I tipped my head up and brushed my lips across Luca's, his brows pulled together. "What's that for?" I forced a shaky smile. "For wanting to risk everything because of me. I don't deserve you." He shook his head, but the ring of his mobile stopped him from saying anything. He raised the mobile to his ear, and his face transformed into a mask of shock, then fury. "Damn it, Romero," he snarled. I stepped back, my pulse racing. "So let me get this straight. You are in a room with Lily and Benito?" There was an answer on the other end. "Damn it," Luca growled. He hung up and lowered the phone. Then he turned to me. "Did anything happen to Lily?" I whispered. He glared. "She and Romero started war with the outfit."
Luca. Aria stared at me uncomprehendingly. "What do you mean?" She sounded scared, but probably for the wrong reasons. I bet all her worry was for her sister. "Romero killed Broschi. He's with your sister now." Aria didn't say anything, but relief showed on her face. I didn't blame her. She only cared about her sister's safety. She didn't know what that meant. Didn't know that Romero had forced me to make a decision I'd never wanted to make. "We'll have to go to them now," I told her as I gathered my guns and knives and arranged them in the holsters on my chest, back, and calves. Aria watched me with dawning worry. "We'll have to run, right? If Broschi is dead, Dante will declare war on us." I gave a terse nod, then I held out my hand for her to take. That was one option. The other was to show Dante I didn't approve of Romero's actions. "Come on, we need to hurry." She slipped her small hand in mine, and I led her out of our bedroom and down the hallway where Liliana and Broschi were supposed to spend their wedding night. I scanned our surroundings and listened for suspicious noises, but only the sound of music and distant laughter carried over. The party was still going strong. My mouth tightened. 7 years. That's how long we'd managed to keep peace between the outfit and the familia. And tonight the feud would break open again, probably worse than before. Dante was a proud man, and he would have to retaliate. If someone killed one of my men in my territory, I would hunt them down and slice them into tiny pieces. Aria was surprisingly quiet at my side. Perhaps she'd realized the danger of the situation. I knocked at the bedroom door, and Romero opened it a moment later. Aria unfastened her hand and slipped in, hurrying toward her sister, who perched on the edge of the bed. Romero met my gaze, and he didn't try to look like he felt sorry. At least he was being honest. I walked past him into the bedroom. "My God, Lily, what happened? Are you okay?" Aria asked, but I had eyes only for the dead body in the center of the room. Broschi lay on his side, a letter opener sticking out of his stomach. I moved nearer and got down to take a closer look. The letter opener hadn't killed Broschi. A knife had gone in right below his ribs and pierced his heart. That was Romero's doing, as I'd expected. I raised my gaze to Liliana, who froze. What happened here? She looked at Romero as if she wasn't sure which lie to tell. I couldn't believe them. "I want the fucking truth."
"Luca,"
Aria scolded.
"Lily is obviously in shock. Give her a moment."
"We don't have a fucking moment. We have a dead outfit member in a room with us. Things will get ugly very soon." Aria turned back to her sister.
"Lily, are you okay?" "I'm fine. He didn't have time to hurt me."
I didn't give a fuck about any of this. We were in huge trouble. By killing Broschi, Romero had brought down the wrath of the outfit on us at a time when we were already at war with the Bratva. Not to mention a few MCs kept giving us trouble in Atlanta, Charleston, and even New Jersey. "Enough," I growled, losing my fucking patience with all of them. I glared at Romero. "I want answers. Remember your oath." Romero's gaze was steady. He'd always been a good soldier until now, but this wasn't a small fuck-up. For what he did today, there was only one logical consequence, and we both knew it. "I always do." I pointed at Broschi. "That doesn't look like it. Or are you saying that Liliana did this alone?" Romero shook his head. Liliana is innocent. Benito was still alive when I arrived. She'd stabbed him with a letter opener because he attacked her. It was self-defense on her part. Right. Self-defense, I echoed. I doubted Brashchi had done anything that anyone in this house hadn't expected him to do. These were the rules of our world. I narrowed my eyes at Liliana. What did he do? He tried to force himself on her, Romero said. I didn't ask you, I snarled. Aria tried to appease me with a hand on my arm, but I had no intention of calming down. This wasn't a minor transgression. That Liliana had stabbed Brashchi would have caused major problems for her because she denied him something he had a right to as her husband. And if he tried to consummate the marriage, nobody in this fucking house will see it as self-defense. Benito had a fucking right to her body. He was her husband, for God's sake. Romero took a step forward but stopped himself. I eyed him, daring him to attack like he wanted to. It would take this fucking decision out of my hands.
You can't be serious,
Aria said, eyes imploring. She knew what was expected on a wedding night as well as I did. Nobody would care that Liliana didn't want to marry Brashchi, that she had fought him. I didn't make the rules, nor did Dante, but neither of us had the power to change a tradition without the support of the other soldiers and their families. You know the rules, Aria. I'm stating the facts. Aria shook her head.
I don't care. A husband doesn't have the right to rape his wife. Everyone in this house should agree on that.
Aria was too soft for this world, too caring. But even she knew that most women were claimed on their wedding night. In the beginning, I'd sometimes regretted that I'd spared her on our wedding day. But later, I'd realized it had been the best decision of my life. If I'd hurt Aria on our wedding night, she would have never forgiven me. Romero went over to Liliana and wrapped his arm around her. Love. Father had always told Mateo and me that it was a weakness, and I had to admit he had been right. It weakened me. It weakened Mateo. And now it weakened Romero, and in consequence, it weakened the familia. My uncles would attack like vultures once word got out about this. I told you this would end in disaster. So let me guess. Liliana stabbed her husband, called you, and you finished the fucking job to have her for yourself. Yes, Romero said, and to protect her. If he'd survived, he would have blamed Liliana, and she would have been punished harshly by the outfit. I couldn't help but laugh. And now she won't. They will put her on trial, and they will not only punish her harshly, they will also accuse us of having set this up, and then there will be a fucking bloodbath. Dante is a cold fish, but he needs to show strength. He will proclaim war in no time, all because you can't control your dick and your heart. As if you could do it. You'd take down anyone who tried to take Aria away from you, Romero said. My eyes slanted to Aria. Her concerned blue eyes locked on mine. I'd burn down the world to protect Aria. If anyone tried to take her away, I'd kill them and anyone else who got in my way. But Aria is my wife. That's a huge difference. If it was up to me, Lily would have been my wife for months. Did he really think about marrying her? Did he really think we were all getting out of this house alive? Someone is going to pay for this. As capo of the familia, I need to put the blame on Liliana and hope Dante buys it and doesn't start a war. Aria's grip on my arm tightened, her eyes full of unshed tears.
You can't do that.
Romero got down on his knees in front of me, arms spread wide. I'm going to take the full blame for this. Tell them I lost my mind and ran after Liliana because I've wanted her for months. I killed Benito when he tried to defend Lily and himself, but before I could rape her, you noticed I was missing and went in search of me. Then there won't be war between the outfit and New York, and Lily will get the chance at a new life. He meant it, but nobody would believe that story. Yet, that he would put down his life for Liliana showed how serious he was about the girl. What was it with the Scuderi women that made us all go insane? If that's the story we want them to believe, there's something missing, I said. Romero nodded. I will put my life down for this. Shoot me.
No,
Aria screamed, but I shook her hand off and stared into Romero's determined eyes. I'd known him almost all my life. We'd partied together, got drunk together, fought and killed together. Next to Matteo, he was the man I trusted most. That was why he had been allowed to guard Aria. I knew he would have never laid a hand on her. Liliana moved between Romero and me. Fear twisted her face. Fear of me and my decision. I was used to that look from people around me. "Please," she whispered, eyes begging me, hoping to appeal to a side only Aria could reach. "Please don't kill him. I'll do anything. Just please don't. I can't live without him." She started crying, but it didn't affect me like Aria's tears did. Romero got up and pulled Liliana away. "Lily, don't. I'm a soldier of the Familia. I broke my oath to always put the Familia first, and I have to accept the due punishment." "I don't care about any oaths. I don't want to lose you," Liliana said. I reached for my gun, needing to get this over with, but Aria appeared in front of me and rested her palms against my chest, one palm over my heart, appealing to the part of me that had been dead before her. And in moments like these, I wished it would have remained that way. Her eyes held mine. "Please, Luca, don't punish Romero for protecting someone he loved. He and Lily belong together. I beg you." Her hands trembled against me, and her eyes were pleading with me. I knew I should refuse her request, but I hated the thought of losing Romero. He was one of the few people I trusted at all. I knew he'd take a bullet for me, and more importantly for Aria. But I also knew that he'd never be as unconditionally loyal as he'd been, because now his feelings for Lily would always get in the way. I pried Aria's hands off my chest, and her expression fell. I can't base my decisions on feelings. I'm Capo, and I have to make decisions that benefit my familia. Romero stepped up to me, ready to accept my verdict. He wouldn't beg. His eyes held no judgment for the decision he expected of me. A death sentence. I held his gaze for a long time and made my choice. "You are my best soldier. The familia needs you, and I don't trust anyone with Aria as I do you," I said as I rested a hand on his shoulder, surprising myself as much as him. "War has been inevitable for a while. I won't end your life to postpone it for a few fucking months. We'll stand together." Romero relaxed. He didn't say anything, but I could see that he'd tried to make it up to me for the rest of his life. He was a loyal man, a soldier I didn't want to lose. "Of course, we might not get out of this house with our lives. We're surrounded by the enemy now. Most guests are either drunk or asleep. We could try to sneak out. They won't notice Benito's death until morning. By then, we'll be back in New York," Romero said. I doubted we'd be that lucky. Picking up my mobile, I tried to call Matteo. We needed to figure out a way to get out of Chicago, but he ignored my call. He was probably busy fucking his wife. Damn it. Matteo isn't picking up his fucking phone.
"Do you think something happened to them?"
Aria asked. "The only thing happening is that he's probably fucking your sister's brains out right now and ignoring his fucking phone," I said. Romero and I carried Brashchi's body into the bathroom before Liliana went in there to change out of her ripped wedding dress. The moment Romero went in to help her and Aria and I were alone, she came up to me and wrapped her arms around my waist, her cheek pressed against my chest.
"Thank you, Luca. Thank you so much. I won't forget this. I didn't think it was possible, but for what you did today, I love you even more."
She shook against me as she lifted her head, tears running down her cheeks. I brushed them away. Fuck me. This woman held more power over me than anyone ever had, than anyone ever would. Romero returned and Aria stepped back. Public displays of affection were something I had to limit, even around Romero. "Done," Romero said. "Good. Now let's get going. I don't want to risk staying here a moment longer than absolutely necessary." I held out my hand for Aria. She took it with a tense smile, and I pulled my gun. I needed to get her out of this house alive, no matter the cost. I opened the door and peered out into the corridor. It was deserted, but the party was still going strong. I signaled Romero that the coast was clear before I pushed the door open wider and stepped out, pulling Aria along. We didn't cross anyone's path as we made our way to Mateo's room. I knocked, but, of course, the asshole didn't open his door. He probably had his dick buried in Gianna's pussy. I knocked a bit harder. Again, nobody reacted. Aria threw me a worried glance, and I rammed my fist against the wood as loud as I could risk. And finally, Mateo opened his fucking door, only dressed in his boxers and sporting a fucking boner.
Didn't you get the hint that I didn't want to be interrupted when I didn't answer your fucking call?
Mateo's gaze moved behind me and his lips pulled into a grimace. I have a fucking bad feeling. I shoved him hard. For fuck's sake, Mateo, pick up when I call you. You need to get dressed. We have to leave now.
What's wrong?
Gianna asked, coming up behind Mateo in a satin bathrobe. Her lips were swollen, as if she'd been busy giving Mateo head.
Shit. Something bad happened, right? Did the asshole hurt you?
She hugged Lily. Aria's hand tensed in mine.
He's dead,
Liliana said.
Good,
Gianna said. She patted Romero's shoulder.
You did it, didn't you?
Romero smiled tightly. Yeah, which brings us to the reason why we need to hurry. Romero is right. We need to get out of this house before someone realizes that the groom is dead, I said, losing my fucking patience. I always thought that I'd be the one to start a war between the outfit and the familia. Kudos to you, Romero, for proving me wrong for once, Mateo said, grinning. I thought that too, Romero said. Everyone had thought that. Mateo was the crazy one. Romero had always been reliable, but Liliana had obviously changed that. I sighed. I hate to interrupt your chit-chat, but we need to get the fuck going. Mateo and Gianna got dressed, and we left the room and continued our journey through the house. Every muscle in my body was tight with tension as I listened for the slightest sound of people crossing our path. We took the second staircase in the back of the house down to the first floor and headed for the door that led to the underground garage. Most houses in this area had them because outside space was limited. There was the sound of steps from the corridor to the left of the door, and my body went into fight mode as I shielded Aria and raised my gun. Mateo and Romero did the same. Things had gone too smoothly until now, but that was over. Even with our silencers in place, a shooting would create a certain amount of noise, especially if our attackers managed to cry out a warning. A bullet through the head was the only solution. My finger on the trigger tightened when a blond boy turned the corner. Fuck. In the last moment, I stopped myself from shooting. His hair had saved him. It was Fabiano. Aria gasped, her hand jerking in mine. She would have run to him if I hadn't held her in place. Fabiano's eyes widened as he stumbled to a stop and pointed his own gun at us. He hadn't been fully inducted yet, definitely hadn't killed anyone yet, and he wasn't good at hiding his emotions. Fear flashed across his face before suspicion took its place. Aria pressed her palm against my arm, trying to force it down, but I kept my gun pointed at Fabiano. He was only a kid, but a bullet from him was as deadly as from anyone else.
What's going on here?
Fabiano asked firmly, standing even taller than usual and trying to look like a man. With a gun and that serious expression, he almost managed to look like more than nearly a teenage boy. Put that gun down, I ordered. Fabiano laughed, but it sounded nervous and his eyes held fear. He would have to learn to hide it better if he wanted to survive in the outfit. If he survived tonight.
No way! I want to know what's going on!
His eyes moved from Aria to Gianna, then to Liliana.
Why are you even running around with a gun? Shouldn't you be in bed?
Aria asked and was about to take a step forward, but I pulled her back.
I have guard duties,
Fabiano said with a hint of pride.
But you aren't inducted yet,
Lily said, confused.
I started the induction process a few weeks ago. This is my first task,
Fabi said. The hand with his gun began shaking slightly. He would stand no chance against us, even if we didn't have guns pointed at him. I would be at his side to knock him out in a heartbeat, and I preferred that scenario to killing him because of the woman at my side.
Father gave it to you because he thought it would be an easy first job, right? Nothing bad ever happens at weddings,
Liliana said with a broken laugh.
He gave me the job because he knew I was responsible and capable,
Fabiano said, squaring his shoulder. His eyes darted to me again, then to Mateo and Romero. You don't Really think you can kill all three of us, do you? Matteo asked with a twisted grin. Gianna shot him a glower.
Shut up, Matteo. I can try,
Fabiano said. Aria's fingers around my arm tightened, and her gaze was practically burning into me. Fabiano, I said, trying to sound reasonable, even though time was against us, and I just wanted to get the fuck away. They are your sisters. Do you really want to risk them getting hurt?
Why is Lily here? Why isn't she with her husband? I want to know what's going on. Why are you trying to take her with you? She's part of the outfit, not of New York. I can't stay here, Fabi. Do you remember how you told me I shouldn't marry Benito? That it wasn't right?
Liliana said.
That was a long time ago, and you said yes to him today. Where is he anyway?
Liliana looked at Romero with an expression even a 12-year-old boy could understand.
You killed him, didn't you?
Fabiano hissed, and he raised his gun again.
Was this some kind of trick to weaken the outfit? Father always said you'd stab us in the back one day.
Aria tried to move toward him again, but I pushed her back with a glare. She narrowed her eyes.
He's my brother.
He's a soldier of the outfit. Maybe she thought because I put her first, other made men would also forget that their first choice should always be the mafia.
Fabi, the Familia didn't try to weaken the outfit. This isn't about power. It's all my fault. Benito tried to hurt me and I stabbed him. That's why I need to leave. Father would punish me, maybe even kill me,
Liliana said in a soothing voice. Fabiano took a step back.
You killed your husband?
Matteo gave me a look over Gianna's head. He was waiting for me to give him the go to shoot, and if it weren't for Aria's shaking body at my side, I wouldn't have hesitated.
I didn't know what else to do.
Fabiano pointed at Romero.
What about you and him? I'm not stupid. There's something going on between you. We've been together for a while. You know I never wanted to marry Benito, but Father didn't give me a choice. So you want to leave Chicago and the outfit for New York like Gianna and Aria?
Fabiano said. Liliana nodded.
I have to. You could come with us,
Aria suggested. Her eyes found mine, begging. I looked at Fabiano. You could become part of the Familia. My family wouldn't like it, and I probably would have to kill a few to show strength. Fabiano shook his head.
Father needs me. I'm part of the outfit. I made an oath.
If you're not fully inducted yet, it's not as binding, Matteo said. A fucking lie. Matteo and I would kill any initiate who decided to break off the induction, not to mention join the outfit.
I won't betray the outfit.
I'd expected that answer. Fabiano had been brought up in the outfit, brought up with the knowledge that one day he would follow in his father's footsteps. Then you'll have to stop us from leaving, and we won't let you. There will be blood, and you will die. Fabiano met my gaze.
I'm a good shot.
He was also terrified. I believe you. But are you better than all three of us? Do you really want your sister Lily to be punished? If you force her to stay, you sign her death warrant. Conflict showed on his face.
If I let you leave and someone finds out, they will kill me too. I could die an honest death if I tried to stop you.
You could, and they would sing your praise. But you'd be dead all the same. Do you want to die today? He was still young. Death held more terror for him than it did for us. He hadn't faced it often enough yet. Fabiano lowered his gun a couple of inches. I doubted he noticed. Nobody has to find out that you let us leave. You could have tried to stop us, but we were too many, Romero said.
They will think I was scared and ran away, and that's why you escaped.
I gave Romero a sign. I could tell that we had Fabiano. Not if you got wounded. We could shoot you in the arm. This was meant as an easy first job. Nobody expects you to be capable of stopping the best fighters of New York. They won't hold it against you if you got shot. Aria stared.
You want to shoot my brother? What if you injure him seriously?
Lily asked. I could hit the zit on his chin if I wanted to. I think I could have managed to hit an unproblematic spot on his arm, Matteo said. And we're taking a risk by not killing him, so an arm wound is really nothing. I ignored them and focused my attention on the boy. So, what do you say, Fabiano? There was conflict in his eyes, but then he lowered his gun.
Okay, but I will have to call for help. I can't wait more than a few minutes or they get suspicious.
I kept my gun pointed at Fabiano, as did Romero and Matteo. A few minutes should be enough for us to drive away. They will follow us once they figure out what's going on, but 5 minutes will bring enough distance between us and them. Dante isn't someone who likes fighting in the open, so I doubt he'll send his men on a wild car chase. He'll attack us later, once he's figured out the best way to hurt us. After we faked a shooting and Matteo shot Fabiano's arm, we sped off in our rental cars. Romero and Lily made up the front in their car, and the rest of us got into the other car. Matteo was behind the wheel, Gianna beside him, while Aria and I sat in the back seat. I glanced through the window, and after a few minutes, 3 black outfit cars began chasing us. "Down," I ordered, and Aria complied at once, curling up on the seat, worry and fear on her face. I let down the window, preparing to shoot. So far, Dante's men hadn't fired a single shot, probably because we were still in a residential area. Neither he nor I needed additional attention from the press or the police. The moment we passed into an industrial area, I held my gun out and began firing. Our window shattered and Aria let out a scream. I fired again and hit the shooter in the head. My next bullet tore through their tire, and the car spun out of control. The 2 other cars kept up their pursuit, but eventually they slowed. Dante must have given the order for them to pull back. He would attack soon, after he'd made a plan where he could hurt us the most. Fuck. When I was sure we wouldn't be attacked again, I lowered my gaze to where Aria was pressed against the seat. I brushed shards off her hair and shoulder, and she opened her eyes, peering up at me with trust. Trust that I would protect her. But damn it, doing that had become more difficult today. "You can never return to Chicago," I said quietly as she sat up. "You will never see your brother again." Her expression crumbled as she pressed against me and buried her face in my neck. I held her as she cried. Matteo met my gaze through the rearview mirror. We both knew shit would hit the fan soon, and we'd have our hands full controlling our uncles and keeping the outfit out of our territory. Love. The root of weakness. Fuck. Aria raised her head again, those fucking baby blues drawing me in as they always did.
Chapter 14. Aria. Luca was still tense around me, had been since he'd found out I'd known about Lily and Romero and not told him. Since Dante Cavallaro had declared war on us because of it, Luca's mood hadn't improved. He would never raise a hand to me or insult me, but he was colder than usual. He sought me out at night, still made love to me, but there was a barrier between us. I wasn't sure how to tear it down again. After we returned to our penthouse, after Lily and Romero's wedding, I pressed my hand against his chest over his heart, looking up into his guarded gray eyes. "Luca, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Romero and Lily. Please don't be angry. I can't bear it. I need you. I love you. I only meant to protect Lily, not betray you." His eyes softened marginally. "And I need to protect the Familia and you, but that will be more difficult now that we are at war with the outfit. We have the Russians and the outfit against us, and then there's the Camorra in Las Vegas. If they decide to attack us too, or heaven forbid cooperate with the outfit, we'll be in trouble." I shivered. "Is it a real possibility that will happen?" "The Camorra isn't very strong at the moment, but that can change." Since I started working the books for the Familia, I was more involved in the business, but Luca still made sure I only got to experience a very small part of the bad. "But most of your men don't blame you for breaking truce with the outfit, right? They are loyal to you because you are strong and capable." Luca smiled darkly. "They want war, but they don't like why Dante declared war on us. And that I made Romero captain hasn't been received well either. It's mostly still only my uncles stirring up shit, but if my other underbosses decide to side with them, I will have to go on a killing spree I'm really not looking forward to." I shivered. "Be careful." 6 weeks since war had been declared. 6 weeks of nothing but silence from Chicago, from Fabi. I worried about him, couldn't stop myself from worrying. My mind was whirring as I decorated the Christmas tree in the huge living area of our mansion with Lily and Gianna. This year, we'd spend most of the Christmas time in the Hamptons. Luca wanted us out of New York. Things were tense there right now because everyone feared retaliation from Dante and the outfit. It was still only the beginning of December, but I hoped the Christmas decorations would lift our spirits. Gianna slanted a look at me. "You are very quiet." I sighed. "I'm worried about Fabi. Now that I can't talk to Val anymore, we have no way of finding out how he's doing." "Val said they believed his story and won't punish him. He'll be fine," Gianna said firmly. I wondered if she really believed what she said. "We don't know that. That was more than a month ago. I hate that he'll have to celebrate Christmas without us. In the past, we could at least visit him in Chicago, but this year he'll be all alone with Father and his new wife." Father had never been kind to Fabi, and now that he had a new wife, a young wife that could give birth to more heirs, I worried he'd be even less inclined to go gentle on my little brother. "Fabi is on the verge of becoming inducted into the outfit. Celebrating Christmas without us is the least of his problems," Gianna said. She sounded so blasé about the entire thing. Perhaps because Fabi was a boy. She thought men in our world were born with blood on their hands. He's still only a boy, and we couldn't even congratulate him on his birthday. He had turned 13 a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't been allowed to talk to him or send him a present. My heart ached just thinking about it. Lily didn't say anything. She still blamed herself for everything. I knew she was happy as Romero's wife. It became obvious whenever she looked at him, but sometimes she tried to hide her happiness from us, as if that would make our situation better. Gianna shook her head. "Aria, you have to accept what you can't change. You have to stop, and I can't believe I'm actually saying it, you have to stop going against Luca's orders." I blinked at her. "You say that? You ran, and I helped you." "I know, but now I'm here, married to Matteo, part of the Vitiello clan, and unlike you, I know exactly what kind of man my husband is. But you keep forgetting what Luca is." "What is he?" I challenged, turning to face her with narrowed eyes. It had been a while since Gianna and I had had a fight, but we'd all been on edge these last few weeks. "A capo. A monster. A killer. So is Matteo," I interrupted her. "And you keep ignoring his orders. You keep provoking him. It's a game between us, Aria. But Luca doesn't play games. He is the capo of the East. And because of you, his territory is threatened. He will do anything to stay capo. It's in his blood. Ultimately, if he has to choose between you and power, he will choose power." The air left my lungs. Angry tears gathered in my eyes. Lily stepped between us. "Hey, stop it." I sidestepped Lily and moved closer to Gianna, meeting her gaze straight on. I heard the men enter, but I didn't pay them any attention.
Luca. "Dante will take his time before he'll attack. He is a man of plans," Matteo said again, as if I didn't know that. The problem was I didn't know when he'd attack. I could only hope Orazio, as Dante's brother-in-law, would be involved in any plans from the very start and warn us soon enough.
"Oh, for fuck's sake, don't look at me like that!"
Gianna screamed. My eyes found Aria and Gianna facing each other as if they were about to attack any moment.
"We can't all be as selfish as you, Gianna,"
Aria hissed. Matteo shot me a look as if I knew what was going on. Usually they were inseparable, and I had never heard Aria talk to her sister like that. Gianna laughed.
"At least I'm not being stupid or suicidal." "No, suicidal. That's not you. You always make sure to have your back covered even if it means others get hurt."
Gianna paled. I wasn't sure if Aria was referring to Matteo's car crash or something else, but whatever it was, she hit home.
At least I fought against this lifestyle while you were happy being sold off to Luca like a fucking whore.
Silence. Aria stormed off and I followed after her. Matteo would take care of his own wife. I found Aria in our bedroom, looking out of the window, body shaking. I put my hands down on her shoulders. "What's the matter with you and Gianna?"
"She's being a bitch,"
Aria said in a trembling voice. That's her natural disposition. Aria let out a choked laugh and turned around to me. I ran my hands through her hair and she leaned in to the touch. "If anyone's a whore, it's her." Aria pursed her lips.
"She didn't mean it."
I chuckled. Already back to defending her. Aria's eyes flickered with need and her hand slid down my chest to my belt. Her gaze locked on mine. She began unbuckling my belt.
"I need you,"
she whispered. I didn't have to be told twice. I pulled her dress over her head as Aria fumbled with my pants. When my cock finally sprang free, I wrapped one arm around her back and gripped her thigh with the other, then hoisted her up. She gasped as I lowered her on my dick, her muscles tight around me. Propping her back up against the wall, I kissed her hard until she loosened around me before I began slamming into her. I tried to stay angry at her for keeping Romero's affair with Lily from me, but I couldn't. The moment I saw her eyes so full of fucking love, my own heart softened. Fuck, my dark, cruel heart always softened for that woman. I lowered my mouth to her throat and bit down lightly, sucking the skin into my mouth, marking her. Mine. Always fucking mine. Aria cried out as I hit her G-spot and my balls tightened at the sound. "Yes," I growled before I sucked one of her nipples into my mouth. Aria arched up and I slammed even harder into her. Her fingers dug into my shoulders as I fucked her against the wall. "Luca," she cried as her walls clamped down hard, her elegant neck bared to me again. I marked another spot, and her spasm intensified, fingernails scratching my skin, and I came with a violent shudder. I pressed my forehead against the cool wall as Aria buried her face in the crook of my neck. Without pulling out of her, I carried her over to our bed and lowered us to the bed, me on top of her. She wrapped her arms tightly around me as if she was worried I'd disappear. I kissed her, brows furrowing at the melancholy on her face. But then she opened her eyes and gave me a small smile.
"Are we okay?"
I nodded, wondering why she was asking again. "I'm not angry at you, Aria. You can't help who you are like I can't help who I am." She needed to help others, mostly her siblings. I got it. If she could accept my darkness, I could try to accept that occasionally she acted out of worry for her siblings. I didn't like it, though. Aria pressed her face into my chest and sucked in a deep breath. She was being emotional, even by her standards. Maybe she'd picked up on my own worries. And things would only get worse. In 3 days, I had a meeting with my captains and underbosses, and I had a feeling Uncle Gottardo would fire against me again. I wasn't sure how much to share with Aria, and decided to keep information at a minimum for now, until she was back to her old self.
Aria. Regret weighed heavily on my shoulders. Regret over having broken down in front of Luca at such a crucial time. He needed me to be strong for him. And regret over my fight with Gianna this morning. We hadn't spoken since then, not even during dinner, and it was starting to bother me, but I was too proud to make the first move. Maybe I would try tomorrow after a night of sleep had calmed us down. Luca was in the shower. He would have to leave for New York early the next morning and probably wouldn't be back for several days. He had a meeting with the Familia. That was all he'd share, because he worried about my emotionality. Sighing, I reached for my anti-baby pill in the drawer, cringing when I realized I'd forgotten to take my pill yesterday, again. Over the last months, I'd missed a few pills as well. I stilled with the packet in my hands, counting the days since my last period, but I couldn't remember. I'd gone without my period before, in the months before my wedding to Luca, because my body didn't tolerate stress and fear very well. Maybe it was the same this time. My cell vibrated on my nightstand, and I lunged for it when I recognized the number. Bringing the phone to my ear, I quietly moved out of the bedroom and down the corridor to one of the empty guest bedrooms, where I locked myself in. "Fabi?"
"Aria,"
Fabi said in a raspy voice. He sounded as if he was having trouble breathing, and my heart clenched with fear. "What's wrong?" Pause.
"Nothing,"
he got out.
"Wanted to hear your voice."
"Are you okay? You don't sound good."
"Father was mad today. He's always mad since you all left,"
Fabi said simply, and I could imagine what that meant. I swallowed. "I can talk to Luca again and ask him to take you in."
"No," Fabi gasped. "That's betrayal. I'm part of the outfit. I shouldn't be talking to you. We are enemies."
I sucked in a breath. "We're not."
"I need to go."
"Fabi?" There was silence on the other end. I stared down at the screen. Fabi had ended the call. I started trembling, opened the door, and made my way back to our bedroom in a trance. Luca was still in the bathroom when I stretched out on the bed. What could I do? Talking to Luca wouldn't change anything. Luca had enough to deal with, especially with the upcoming meeting of the Familia. But could I keep this from him? When Luca stepped out of the bathroom, looking exhausted and tense, I made my decision. I'd handle this on my own. Luca gave me a lingering kiss before he left in the morning. The moment he was gone, I sat up and grabbed my laptop, checking flights to Chicago. I considered my options. I couldn't be gone for long before someone noticed my disappearance. I would have to take the earliest available flight and return on a late plane the same day. Biting my lip, I hesitated. I couldn't use Luca's and my bank account. If he checked it, he would notice something was wrong. My fingers shook as I made my decision. I had been the Familia's accountant for close to a year now, and I handled several of the bank accounts. Betrayal. I only borrowed the money and would put it back as soon as possible. I quickly booked my flights with the account we used for the Sphere, then logged out. In 2 days, I'd leave for Chicago and hopefully return with Fabi. Now I only needed to figure out a way to get out of the premises of our mansion without anyone noticing. I went over to my walk-in closet and rummaged in the upper drawers until I found my brown wig. I'd need that to stay undetected in Chicago. My pulse raced in my veins at what I was about to do. I'd found a way to bring Lily and Gianna to New York with me. Now I needed to save Fabi from our father before he managed to break my little brother. I went downstairs and found Gianna and Lily sitting at the dining table. I didn't see Sandro anywhere, nor the new guards Luca had put in place on the premises in the last few weeks. Romero was thankfully in New York with Luca and Matteo, since this was his first official meeting as captain. I sat down, and Gianna and I said at the same time, "I'm sorry for what I said." We looked at each other for a moment, then laughed. Lily let out a sigh of relief. Slowly, the smile slipped from my face. Gianna grimaced. "Oh no, I don't like that look on your face." "What's wrong?" Lily asked, putting down her cup of coffee. I reached for an almond biscotto and poured myself some coffee, trying to gather my thoughts. As I was about to take a bite of the pastry, my stomach churned, and I set it back down on my plate. I was too nervous to eat. I had a feeling I'd throw up if I tried to force down anything. "Aria, spill it," Gianna muttered. "You are up to something." "Fabi called me yesterday," I whispered. Lily jerked in her chair, eyes widening. "He did?" Gianna asked in disbelief. "Father is giving him a hard time. I think he's beating Fabi, worse than before." "That bastard! I thought being married to his child bride would improve his mood." "It didn't. It's our fault that Fabi is left alone with our father. I have to try and bring him to New York with me." Gianna shook her head. "Don't tell me you want to go to Chicago." "Aria," Lily said imploringly. "It's too dangerous. You are the Capo's wife." "I know," I said firmly, "but I also know that I will never forgive myself if I don't check on Fabi and try to help him. He doesn't deserve being left alone. I will fly to Chicago, and nothing you say will stop me." I paused. Will you help me? Lily and Gianna exchanged a look. I helped you escape, Gianna, and I kept a secret for you, Lily. I think it's not too much to ask for your help. It's not that we don't want to help you, but we are worried, Lily said quietly. And we should go to Chicago together. I don't think you should go alone. Fabi isn't only your responsibility, he is our brother too. You know we can't all disappear, I said. That will draw too much attention. It will be difficult enough to hide my disappearance, and you know that. Gianna narrowed her eyes. You already have a plan, don't you? I nodded and told them what I had in mind. When I was done, Gianna shook her head. That is either genius or insane. I can't decide. It'll work. That's all that matters. Lily worried her lower lip. If you get caught, Luca will be furious. And even if your plan works, how are you going to explain Fabi's sudden appearance in New York? Gianna asked. I will tell him Fabi ran away from Chicago and came here. Luca will take him in. Gianna got up and sank down in the chair beside me, taking my hands. Aria, this isn't a small thing you're trying to do. The Familia is at war with the outfit. Luca will lose his shit if he finds out you went to Chicago behind his back. It's not our war. Why are we supposed to stay away from our own brother only because made men decide they hate each other? Gianna snorted. You realize that those are my words? Gianna is right, though. Luca will be furious. He won't find out. He could never find out. He'd be worried sick if he found out I went to enemy territory. Chapter 15. Aria. Luca was bound to the Familia in a way that I would never be. I was loyal to Luca, but he had to understand that loyalty wasn't the same as unquestioning obedience. Luca, Romero, and Matteo were still busy in New York, and in the afternoon the meeting of the Familia would go down. That would keep everyone busy. I had 4 guards to avoid. 3 of them were in different spots in the garden, only one of them in the mansion with us. I got up at 3 a.m, got dressed, packed my bag, and slipped out of my room. Gianna and Lily were waiting for me in the dark corridor. Ready? I whispered. Gianna made a non-committal noise. Yes, Lily whispered. I will pretend to have a nightmare and scream as loud as I can, and when the guards come running, Gianna will barge in and act like a bitch and tell them to be silent because you aren't feeling well. I knew we'd only get rid of 2 guards that way. 1 guard would remain near the water because that was the most vulnerable spot on the premises, since there were no gates to overcome. I could only hope that the others would be distracted enough for me to slip out. I had all the necessary safety codes because Luca trusted me. I hugged my sisters before I moved through the house. 1 guard always sat in the open living area. I crouched down and waited for Lily's scream. When it came, the first guard came running out of the living room and up the stairs as expected, and I used the moment to rush downstairs and slip into the east wing. Lily's screams died away when I entered the code into the lock at our back door and slipped out. I put on my wool cap and ran down the lawn, near the bushes, toward the gates. The guard was gone from his spot. The gates were high, topped with barbed wire and humming with electricity. It was the least likely spot for intruders to attack, so the guards abandoned it first. Smiling, I keyed the second code into the system. The gate blinked once, and I slipped out, then reactivated the lock. These gates were supposed to keep people out, not lock us in. Yet I'd have to ask Luca to up the protection around the perimeter once I was back in New York. Not wasting any time, I ran down the winding road until I reached the corner where I'd ordered the Uber driver to pick me up. When I spotted the car's spotlights, I could have laughed with relief. Gianna and Lily would handle the rest. The guards wouldn't check on me in my room unless prompted, and Luca had no reason to suspect anything, nor had anyone else. They trusted me. I pushed my guilt aside. The airplane was barely up in the air when nausea gripped me. I'd never reacted to flying that way. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and rushed toward the bathroom. Throwing up in a narrow airplane toilet ranked high on my never-to-do list, but I couldn't keep my food inside. The moment I bent over the grayish-blue toilet, my stomach ejected my breakfast. I quickly flushed and washed my hands and face. I still felt wrong, and slowly, a horrible realization crept up on me. I was still overdue for my period. Fabi's call had distracted me, but now it all came back. The missed pills, my nausea. I was almost 2 weeks overdue. I sagged against the wall, trying to remember when that had happened last. In the first few years of me getting my period, they had been very erratic, but since I'd started taking the pill shortly before my marriage to Luca, that had changed. 2 to 3 days. That still happened sometimes, but almost 2 weeks? Things had been so stressful in the last few months because of Lily and Romero. How often had I forgotten to take the pill? I wasn't sure. I hadn't counted. I should have counted after my call with Fabi. A few times, definitely, but I had been too busy worrying about my sister, about Luca, my marriage, and everything else to pay it much attention. Perhaps I was drawing the wrong conclusions. It could be that I was coming down with the flu, or that my stomach was reacting to the stress. Yes, that was it. With a shaking hand, I slid open the door and returned to my seat. The stewardess sent me a concerned look, but I gave her a quick smile to show I was all right. I didn't want them to make an emergency landing because they thought I was seriously sick. Back in my seat, I was overcome with worry. I couldn't stop wondering. What if I was pregnant? The last time Luca and I had discussed the matter, he had been very adamant about not wanting children in the near future. Things were too dangerous to bring a baby into this world. But when would that ever change, especially now that Dante had declared war on us? This war was ridiculous. It didn't make sense to work myself up over nothing. Nausea didn't mean I was pregnant. Once I returned to New York, I could take a pregnancy test, and then I'd know more. Until then, I needed to focus on the task at hand. I had to get in contact with Val, talk her into arranging a meeting with Fabiano, and try to convince him to come with me to New York. The last thing I wouldn't mention to Val, though. It was strange to be back in Chicago. The city I'd grown up in felt no longer like my home, and not because there was war between the familia and the outfit. I wasn't the same person I'd been more than 4 years ago when I'd left for New York. Yet, despite the war, the city didn't feel any different than it had during any other visit. Everything was peaceful. People were looking forward to the Christmas holidays. My hair was hidden beneath my wig, and a scarf was wrapped around the lower half of my face. Luckily, the Chicago winter warranted that kind of outfit, so I wouldn't catch attention. Even my thick wool coat didn't keep the cold from biting at my skin. I walked the streets freely, as I hadn't in a long time. It was exhilarating to be this free. I'd gotten used to the golden cage that was my life. I loved Luca. I couldn't live without him. But sometimes I wished I had more freedoms. I knew there were limits to what he could allow me. He had helped me go to college for a while, something very few men in his position had done, but ultimately he and I would always be limited by the rules of mob life. This was the first time in forever that I didn't have a bodyguard trailing after me. I watched the passers-by, wondering how they spent their days. How it felt to be free of the confines of the mafia I'd never been truly free of, nor had my sisters, not even Gianna when she was on the run, because it had always been that, running. I'd never resented mob life as much as Gianna did, but sometimes I longed for moments of freedom. College had given me a taste, but it would always only be that, a short taste. I would never leave my world. Not because Luca wouldn't allow it, though that was true as well, but because it was the only place I truly belonged. It was the world I knew. I hoped Val hadn't changed her routine since the last time we talked on the phone. I had timed my entire plan around it. I waited across from the restaurant where she met with Bibiana for brunch every Wednesday, cradling a coffee-to-go cup in my gloved hands in an attempt to stay warm despite the freezing temperatures. Relief washed over me when a black Mercedes limousine with tinted windows finally pulled up in front of the restaurant, and Val got out, as tall and regal as always, her baby bump straining against her coat. She must have been in her 9th month. Would I look like that in 8 months? I pushed the thought aside. This wasn't the time for daydreaming. Val wasn't alone. She held the hand of a little girl, her 3-year-old daughter, Anna. I couldn't help but smile, but it died when I realized that I wouldn't see her grow up, despite being her godmother. 2 bodyguards followed them into the restaurant. I knew their faces, but not their names. Checking the street for traffic, I quickly crossed over to the other side and headed inside the bistro-like restaurant. I didn't have a reservation, but I hoped they'd be able to squeeze me in. I approached the waiter, taking my wool cap off and hoping my wig would hide my identity, but I had to lower my scarf. I kept my back to the seating area. I knew Val's bodyguards would be watching me because I had entered after them. "For 2?" the waiter asked, a good-looking man in his late 20s. "Just me," I said, then took off my coat, revealing a pair of dark denim jeans and a white blouse, so Val's bodyguards would see I was a small female nobody without weapons and mark me down as unimportant. The waiter smiled. "Don't tell me you don't have someone who would take you out for brunch. A pretty lady like you shouldn't have to eat alone." I blinked, taking a moment to realize he was flirting with me. In New York, nobody ever did. Most people knew my face, and even though officially Luca was just a businessman with a dubious background, everyone knew what he really was, not to mention that I was never anywhere without bodyguards. "There's no one," I said, realizing how long it had been since Luca and I had gone out for dinner. My heart tightened with regret. When I returned, I'd ask him to make a reservation at the Korean restaurant he'd taken me to for our very first date. "Follow me. I have a table for you." I risked a peek over my shoulder, but as I'd expected, the bodyguards weren't paying me any attention anymore. They kept their eyes on Val and her daughter, only occasionally glancing toward a table with men in suits to their right. Made men always regarded only men as a danger. I took the seat the waiter offered me and smoothed down my wig, worried it might have shifted because of the wool hat I'd worn outside, but everything seemed to be in place. After I ordered a peppermint tea to soothe my stomach and an omelet with avocado and toast, I pretended to be busy checking my mobile while I risked the occasional glance toward Val. Bibiana joined her about 5 minutes after I'd sat down with her own daughter. I still marveled at how healthy she looked since her husband had been killed. The waiter brought me my tea and my food, but kept returning to ask how I was and flirt more. It was a bit annoying since I had to focus on Val. I needed to gauge the perfect moment. I barely touched my food. I'd always loved avocado, but a small bite had increased my nausea, and only a large gulp of tea had stopped me from making a run for the restrooms. Val and Bibiana were laughing about something, not paying attention to Anna for a moment, and then it came. Anna spilled a drink all over herself and began crying. I got up quickly and moved into the ladies' room. Once there, I hid in a stall, waiting. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened to the sound of the door being opened, and a moment later, steps. Heels. "It's okay, sweetheart," Val crooned. I smiled at the love in her voice. Soon, the crying of her daughter quieted. I flushed the toilet, and Val fell silent. When I stepped out of the stall, she looked up from dabbing at her daughter's dress with a napkin. It took a second glance at my face to recognize me. Her eyes widened and darted briefly to the stalls behind me, expecting that I wasn't alone. Did she think this was a trap? Good God, I was her cousin. "Hi, Val," I said with a smile. Slowly, she relaxed and smiled in return, but then her brows drew together. "What are you doing here?" Anna's forehead puckered in confusion. She was all Val. Brown hair, same facial features, except for Dante's pale blue eyes. How would Luca's and my child look? I touched my stomach, wondering, and realizing I would be happy if I found out I was pregnant. Val followed my hand, and I quickly snatched it away. She let go of her daughter and came toward me and pulled me into a hug, but her belly made it difficult. When she pulled back, her eyes were warm. "It's good to see you again, but you shouldn't be here. It's too dangerous." "Aunt Aria?" Anna said in her high voice, finally recognizing me despite my wig. Val turned quickly and put a finger against her lips. "Shh, Anna. Nobody can know Aria is here, okay? She's playing hide-and-seek, and we don't want her to get caught, right?" "Right," Anna said with a quick nod as she came toward me. I got down to her eye level and hugged her. "You are getting bigger every day." "I'll be a big sister soon," she said proudly. "I know. I'm sure you'll be a great big sister." She nodded with even more enthusiasm. A knock sounded, and a deep male voice followed.
"Mrs. Cavallaro, everything okay in there?"
"Yes, give me another moment, Enzo. I needed to take off my sweater to clean it. Anna got it dirty as well." I grinned, knowing what she'd done. Her bodyguard wouldn't enter if there was the risk of seeing Dante's wife half naked. When Val turned back to face me, I sobered. "I came to see Fabiano, Val. That's the only reason why I'm here." She gave me an apologetic look. "We don't have much time until Enzo will get suspicious." "I know. How about we meet this evening?" "It will be difficult to shake off my bodyguards. Since I'm pregnant again and since war's been declared, Dante is more cautious." After a moment, she gave me a resolute look. "But I'm sure I can come up with something." I nodded. "Can you arrange for Fabi to be there as well?" Enzo knocked again.
"Mrs. Cavallaro?"
Val rolled her eyes. "Yes, I'll be out in a moment." She paused. "Aria, I'm not sure I can bring him, but I will see what I can do. Let's say 5 p.m. in the Santa Fe." Val splashed water on her blouse. "I will be there." I gave her and Anna another hug before I slipped back into the stall, and a moment later I heard Val and Anna leave the room. I waited a few minutes until another customer came in before I left the restrooms and returned to my table. Val was talking to Bibiana as if nothing had happened. She had become a good actress in her marriage, but so had I. I paid and left the restaurant before Val's bodyguards recognized me after all. Chicago's cold gripped me as I walked the streets. I knew where I wanted to go, to my old home, to see if Fabiano was there, but that was a risk I couldn't take. If Father recognized me, he'd hand me over without a second thought. I'd have to find a cafe where I could wait until my meeting with Val later. But first, I'd buy a knife just to be safe. Chapter 16. Aria. I arrived at the Santa Fe 30 minutes early and chose a booth at the window so I could keep an eye on the street. I trusted Val, but I wasn't stupid. She was my friend, but more than that, she was Dante's wife. I didn't think she'd tell him about our meeting, but I preferred to be extra cautious. The waiter brought me a tea. I could tell he thought it strange that I was drinking peppermint tea for dinner, but it was the only thing I could stomach at the moment. I'd been half tempted to head into a pharmacy and buy a pregnancy test as I'd waited for the meeting, but had decided against it. A pregnant woman in a long black coat caught my attention as she got out of a taxi. She hurried toward the restaurant, and a moment later Val appeared inside without Fabiano, but I had feared that would be the case. She spotted me and gestured to the waiter that she would join me. Val slid into the booth across from me. "Aria," she said with a soft smile, but I could tell that she was tense. She hadn't brought her daughter. Of course not. This wasn't our war, but we were part of it. The waiter came over and took her order before he left again. "Anna is so beautiful, Val. I will miss her terribly," I told her. "When will your son be due?" "In about 3 weeks, if he decides to be on time," she said with a smile. "What about you and Luca? Do you want children?" I looked away, and without thinking about it, my hand went to my stomach. "I do, but Luca won't bring children into a war." She nodded, but there was a knowing look in her eyes. That's why Dante didn't want a second child, but there is never a good time to bring children into our world. Our men are sometimes so wrapped up in drug wars and power plays that they forget what really matters. Family, I finished, and she nodded. We looked at each other. This was already more information than our husbands probably wanted us to share. Val was supposed to be my enemy. As if she remembered that too, her expression tightened. "Why are you here, Aria?" "I told you, because of Fabi. I'm worried about him. It's Christmas, and he's alone." Val didn't contradict me because she knew my father. "How is he doing?" I asked worriedly, remembering my last call with him, which still tore at my heart. Val gave a small shrug. "He's still in the induction process. He seems fine, physically, from what I can tell. Clothes could cover a lot of things. We both knew that. Do you think there's any way I can see him?" Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. "He's part of the outfit. I'm not sure it's a good idea." Her loyalties lay with Dante, and yet she was here, but her friendship to me had limits. "But he's also my brother, my blood, Val. I practically raised him until I had to leave for New York. I want to protect him like a mother would her child." I wasn't sure if that was true since I didn't have children yet, but I knew Val would understand. She touched her round belly, her dark brows pulled together. "This war is so unnecessary," she murmured. "Our husbands would disagree. Or is there any way you could convince Dante to return to the truce?" Val sighed. "Pride and honor. They will stop both Luca and Dante from forging another truce. We both know they never liked each other much." "I wish that weren't true," I said quietly. My eyes were drawn to the entrance because the door opened. I froze when I registered the tall man who entered the restaurant. Blonde hair, cold eyes, dressed in a gray three-piece suit. Val followed my gaze, and she paled. "I didn't tell him anything, Aria. I would never—" He stopped beside our booth. "Dante Cavallaro." "She didn't," he confirmed in a dangerous voice that sent a shiver down my spine. He leveled his cold blue eyes on Val. "But in a time like this, I won't let you go anywhere without my knowledge." "You tracked me," she said, staring down at her mobile lying flat on the table. "That, yes. And Enzo recognized a familiar face this morning during your brunch with Bibiana, but he wasn't sure. And when he sent me a photo of Aria and I told him to grab her, she had already disappeared." Enzo had managed to take a photo of me? God, I was an idiot. Dante startled me when he slid into my booth, not Val's. I was forced to scoot to the side to give him room to sit down. That way, he was barring my escape route. My heart rate doubled. Val's eyes widened and worry filled her face, worry for me. "Dante," she said in a placating voice, "go outside. 2 of my men are waiting for you. They will take you home." "Dante," she tried again. "Valentina," he said sharply, and the look he sent her made me shiver. I rested my shaking hands in my lap. She rose slowly, eyes apologetic as they settled on me. "Thank you, Val, for coming here," I said, trying to keep my voice calm but failing miserably. She nodded, then turned and left. Dante angled his body toward me. I met his gaze, trying to hide that he scared me, but despite how good of an actress I had become, I knew he could see right through me. His own face gave nothing away. Could I hope for mercy, for compassion? But I knew the answer to that question. Dante ruled over the outfit. He was like Luca in so many regards. "I will call the waiter over now and pay for dinner. We will get up together. You will stay at my side, and we will go to my car, and you will get in," he said in an emotionless voice, his eyes holding a clear warning. I swallowed and nodded, because it was all I could do. It wasn't as if I really had a choice. I forced a smile when the waiter came over. Dante paid and got up. He picked up my coat that I had thrown over the backrest and held it out for me, his face a mask of politeness. His eyes told a different story. I stood and let him help me into my coat. I trembled when his hands touched my shoulders, and he leaned closer, his mouth next to my ear.
Don't try to run or do anything stupid, Aria. I'd hate having to hurt you.
I gave another jerky nod, and he let go of my shoulders. Then he grabbed my hand. I tensed even more, but followed him outside and toward his Mercedes. He opened the passenger door for me, his gaze searching our surroundings as I slipped in. When he shut the door, I drew in a shaky breath. My heart was beating frantically in my chest. We were at war, and I was the wife of the Capo and had let myself get captured by the outfit. Don't panic. Chicago was my home once. Dante's known me all my life. Dante wasn't known for hurting women, but what if he used me as leverage? A strong wave of nausea washed over me, and it took all of my willpower to force it down. Dante got behind the steering wheel and pulled the car onto the street.
I assume you are alone.
He was focused on traffic, but I knew he was aware of my every move. I am, I said.
You shouldn't have come to Chicago,
he said as he checked the rearview mirror, as if he expected someone to follow us. I feared he was right. Luca had been right. I acted without thinking when my siblings were concerned. Eventually, Dante swerved the car to the side, startling me, and hit the brakes. We were in a deserted area near tracks. He didn't say anything. I closed my eyes. This was a place where nobody would hear me scream, a place where bodies could be disposed of. My fingers on my knees tightened as I remembered the knife which I'd bought this afternoon in my bag, a bag that was between my feet in the legroom. But for me to get to it, I would have to lean down and unzip the purse. And for me to get out of this car alive after pulling a knife on Dante, I'd need a miracle. I opened my eyes, glancing down at my bag. Luca and I had practiced self-defense over the years, and against an inexperienced man, I could have defended myself, but Dante was the boss. He could kill without breaking a sweat. And then Dante was leaning over me, tall and terrifying, and his arm brushed my thigh, and I flinched away from him, my head colliding with the window. "No," I gasped. Dante's blue eyes met mine, understanding reflecting on his face, but he didn't immediately pull away, still too close, as if he was waiting for something. Then he straightened, holding my purse in his hand. He'd reached for it between my legs. I released a breath and quickly wiped a traitorous tear from my face, hoping my emotional reaction wasn't because I was pregnant. What if I was risking this baby? God, what had I done? Dante opened my bag, took out the knife, and put it into the side compartment, then put the bag back down into the legroom. I was still pressed against the window, my pulse racing.
Aria,
Dante said firmly, drawing my gaze up to his eyes. They weren't exactly soft, but at least they had lost some of the menace.
you are Luca's wife. A war won't change that. And even if you weren't his wife, you wouldn't have to fear that from me or from anyone else in Chicago. I swear it.
Thank you, Dante, I whispered. I straightened in my seat, embarrassed by my actions.
There's no need to thank me for respecting your body, he said.
What will you do with me, then? He regarded me without a flicker of emotion.
That is the question, I suppose. I should use you to punish Luca and the Familia.
I shivered.
Or at the very least, use you as leverage to blackmail him.
That was what I feared. Luca is Capo. He won't risk the Familia. Dante smiled coldly.
But you are his wife. And I saw the way he looks at you. There's only one thing Luca would risk his position as Capo over, and that's you.
Oh, God. If Luca lost his territory or the trust of his men because of me, he'd never forgive me. I think you are overestimating my worth. Luca's first choice will always be the Familia. Dante tilted his head, regarding me like an asset.
And I think you are underestimating your worth for good reason.
I'm not. Luca won't risk his territory. You don't know him as well as I do.
And that's the problem, he said. If Luca didn't comply with our requests, I'd have to try to convince him.
By hurting me, I said. He nodded.
By hurting you. I'm not very fond of inflicting pain on women.
But he would have to.
Yet the outfit is where my concern lies.
He said it like he had made his choice. There's still Matteo and the rest of the familia. Luca has to consider their wishes.
Luca knows how to make people see things how he wants them to see them. Luca is the strongest capo New York has seen in a long time. His men look up to him, but they don't know his weakness.
I was his weakness. Tears burned my eyes. I had never meant to turn Luca weak, and I had to make sure he didn't appear that way in front of his enemies, because that's what Dante was. I took a deep breath. Luca will do anything to stay capo. It's in his blood. Ultimately, if he has to choose between me and power, he will choose power. Believe me. I met Dante's cold gaze and hoped he couldn't see that my words were a lie. Dante didn't say anything for a while, only stared at me.
Perhaps. But perhaps you are only trying to save yourself and Luca. Perhaps you realize that you being here could mean the end of the familia.
No matter what you do to me, Luca won't give up his territory. Luca won't bow down to anyone.
But he won't stand back and have you tortured.
I jerked in my seat, shock widening my eyes before I could mask it, and Dante's lips curled into a knowing smile. Damn the mafia. Damn Dante and his manipulation. I forced down my panic and said firmly, He won't. He will attack Chicago and kill every man. He will show strength, not weakness. Luca is the most ruthless man I know, Dante, and I've grown up knowing you. Don't mistake his possessiveness for anything else. I'm his possession, and he will tear down your city and your home to get it back. I had to force out every word past the lump in my throat through my fear. I had to be strong for Luca, couldn't allow Dante to use me against him. I would do anything for Luca. Dante leaned forward, his eyes hard.
And I will do the same with New York. You grew up seeing my civilized mask, Aria. Don't mistake it for my true nature. Luca carries his monster on the outside. I keep mine buried until I need it.
I didn't doubt it. Luca would attack, and Dante would retaliate. People would die. Maybe my sisters, maybe Fabi, maybe Luca. And I could not allow it. I went through my options. I could try to kill myself, but then Luca would definitely burn down Chicago. I could try to beg Dante to spare me because I was a woman, but his unrelenting expression gave me little hope. Trying to seduce him was completely out of the question, not that he struck me as a man who would let his base instincts overrule logic. And there was Val, not that I would ever kiss anyone but Luca. God, I was starting to lose my mind. My stomach twisted and my nausea crashed down on me so hard I reached for the door to get out, but it was locked, of course.
Aria,
Dante said in warning. I'm going to be sick, I gasped out, and one look at my face and he unlocked the car. I stumbled out and ran to the back of the car, then bent over and threw up my tea and the muffin I'd had in the afternoon. I supported myself on the trunk of the Mercedes, trying to catch my breath. Dante's gray trouser legs appeared in my peripheral vision, but I wasn't even embarrassed. I was past that point. Tears slid down my cheeks as I clung to the car. Here, Dante said quietly, holding out a tissue. I took it with a mumbled, thanks, then wiped my mouth. Bracing myself, I raised my head and met Dante's gaze. He was frowning.
Is this fear or something else?
He asked. I stared into his blue eyes. Dante was a father, and Val was pregnant again. I had to trust that it would save me. I decided to go for the unflinching truth. Both. I've never been more scared of you than I am today. Dante's expression didn't change, but that didn't mean my words didn't have a tiny effect on him. I needed to hope they did. But that's not it, I said, then hesitated. Either admitting to a pregnancy would save Luca and me or condemn him and the familia. I am pregnant. Dante's eyes flew down to my stomach.
You are pregnant with Luca's child.
I wasn't sure, but everything pointed toward it. I straightened despite my nausea and dizziness. Yes.
I hope you understand that I can't take your word on the matter,
Dante said in a hard voice. I blinked. What do you mean?
I want proof.
Proof, I echoed. And what if my words are proven true?
That's for me to decide then.
Dante's face was an impenetrable mask.
Get back into the car, Aria.
Dante took me to a pharmacy, but I had to stay in the locked car as he bought a pregnancy test. I was starting to think that I'd made a huge mistake by telling Dante I was pregnant. If the test proved I was pregnant, he'd have even more leverage against Luca, and if the test proved I'd lied, he'd be less inclined to spare me in any way. Sometimes I thought I could play these power games because I'd seen Luca and Matteo play them, but our men had years of experience on us. I closed my eyes and pressed my palm against my still flat stomach, not sure what I should hope for. I opened my eyes when the door opened and Dante got in. His eyes went down to my hand on my stomach and I pulled it away. He held out the packet and closed the door. Where am I supposed to take the test?
I can't take you anywhere public. I'd loathe encountering someone who recognizes you.
Because it would force his hand. He pulled away from the curb and drove us back to an abandoned parking lot near the water. Here? I asked.
Here. I can't take your modesty into consideration.
He left the car and I followed. I looked around, shivering.
Hide behind the trunk. I will wait here. If you do anything to raise my suspicions, I will watch you, understood?
Dante narrowed his eyes at me, and I gave a terse nod. Then I walked around to the back and unzipped my jeans. Dante turned his back to me, and I pulled down my jeans and panties before I crouched down and awkwardly held the test stick between my legs. It took a while before I could relax enough to let go, but Dante didn't say anything. I straightened and set the test down on the trunk, then got dressed. Done, I said. Dante turned, reached into his car, then walked toward me and held out wipes. You are prepared, I said with a bitter laugh.
Usually it's blood I'm cleaning off with them.
I searched his face. Was he trying to intimidate me or only being honest? I couldn't tell, didn't know him well enough for that. We waited the remaining time in silence until Dante nodded. I reached for the test with trembling fingers and opened the cap. I stared down at the test and began crying. Pregnant. Dante watched me silently. I showed the test to him, but he knew. More silence followed.
Luca doesn't know,
Dante said. I nodded in confirmation. I gripped the edge of the car. I was pregnant with Luca's child, a baby. I stared down at myself, and terror unlike anything I'd ever known took hold of me. I had come to Chicago, to enemy territory, with Luca's baby in me. I was so stupid, so very stupid.
Aria.
Dante's voice was softer than it had been all evening, and I looked back up at him, and for several moments neither of us moved. I wasn't sure what to do. I know you must think of the outfit, I whispered, but he silenced me with his raised palm.
I will let you go. Luca is my enemy. I don't think that will change any time soon, but you are an innocent woman and you carry his child. I hope he'd do the same if Valentina ever fell into his hands, which she won't.
Fierceness flashed in his eyes, protective like Luca. Valentina was Dante's weakness, like I was Luca's. I wasn't sure what Luca would have done if he were in Dante's position. I wanted to believe that he would have made the same choice.
But Aria, make no mistake. If I ever run across Luca, I will kill him, and it won't be quick.
I shuddered because I believed him.
"You won't tell Luca about this,"
he said, an order. I won't. Believe me. If Luca found out about this, he'd lose his mind. He gave a terse nod. I took a small step toward him. Thank you, Dante. Thank you so much. Another sharp nod.
"Do you have a plane ticket?"
Yeah, my plane leaves in 3 hours.
"I'll take you to the airport."
We got back into the car, and again my hand found my stomach, still not able to believe that there was a small human growing inside of me, the result of Luca's and my love. Dante was tense beside me as he drove me toward the airport. He stopped in front of the departure terminal, then turned to me, and a predatory expression took over his face.
"Don't ever return to Chicago, Aria. This once I'm doing this, but next time I will do what's necessary to ensure the outfit wins this war."
Can't there be peace again? For your children and ours, for Fabi and all the others who will suffer in this war. Dante smiled coldly.
"If Luca hands over Romero and Liliana, and if Luca apologizes, then perhaps there can be peace."
Luca would do neither, and we both knew it. 2 men who hated each other, and more men eager to tear into each other, pulled us all into darkness, children and women alike, and my child would be born into this dark world, born in blood, sworn in blood. I enter alive and leave dead.
"Leave,"
Dante said, and I did. I never looked back as I headed into the airport. I would never see Chicago again, never see Fabi again. I pressed my palm against my stomach, seeking consolation. I had to trust that Fabi was strong enough to survive in the outfit. I could not risk anything again, not with a baby growing inside of me, not if I wanted to protect Luca and our family. As I boarded the plane, I wondered again if Luca would have done the same. Would he have let Val walk away?
Luca. My control was hanging on a thread as I listened to my men. Matteo, too, looked like he had every intention of relieving our uncles of the burden of life. Uncle Gottardo and Uncle Hermano seemed to be in a silent argument, but I bet they were making plans to overthrow me behind closed doors. Hermano was a coward, and Gottardo was only marginally better, but eventually they would act. Perhaps Gottardo would send his remaining legitimate son to kill me. War was inevitable, I growled. You know that as well as I do. Don't pretend you haven't all been waiting for a chance to spill outfit blood again. My underbosses nodded, and so did most of my captains. Not Gottardo and Hermano, though. My eyes went up to the high ceiling of the power station. I'd chosen it for every meeting of my captains and underbosses in the last 3 years to remind them of my bloody statement. I had a feeling their memory needed refreshing. Gottardo rammed his fist down on the table, bringing my gaze back down to him, and shoved Hermano's pacifying hand away. Enough, he muttered. You risk too much, bringing the young Scuderi girl here and making him captain. Gottardo nodded toward Romero with a condescending snort. Romero tensed in his chair, but Gottardo turned back to me. All because you let the blonde Scuderi whore lead you around by your dick. I shoved the massive table away and grabbed my uncle by the throat, lifting him from his chair and throwing it over. I thrust him against the wall and clamped both my hands down on his neck and squeezed as hard as I could. His head turned red, eyes bulging. He clawed at me, beat and scratched, but I didn't loosen my grip. Nobody dared coming to his aid as he fought for his life. I stared into his eyes as I had done many years ago when I'd killed his son. His bones gave in, pierced his carotid and esophagus. He choked, blood spurting out of his lips. He coughed, choked on his own fucking blood. Blood hit my face and shirt as he wheezed. I didn't ease up until the light left his fucking eyes. Then I unfastened my grip and let his corpse drop to the ground at my feet. It had become dead quiet around me. I faced my men. My hands, face, and shirt were covered in blood, and from the look on Matteo's face, shock and sick fascination. I knew I was a sight straight out of hell. I am your Capo. I rule over the East Coast. I rule over you. If someone's got a problem with me, then step up and tell me to my fucking face, and I'll grant you a fucking quick death. But I swear by heaven and hell that crushing my uncle's throat will look like a merciful end to the next fucker who dares to insult my wife. I won't stand any kind of disrespect. Many men nodded in agreement. Others looked like they had shit their pants. I didn't give a fuck. This meeting is over. I waved toward my uncle's men, then pointed at his remaining son, who didn't look particularly sad about his father's demise. Take his corpse back home with you. I hope you won't share your brother's and father's fate one day. I turned, fucking done with this meeting. Mateo was close behind me as I stalked out of the power plant and toward my Aston Martin. Mateo stepped in front of me before I could get behind the wheel. I think I should drive. You aren't quite sane right now. I shoved the keys at him. You think? I muttered. He headed back to the trunk, returned a moment later, and held out a clean white shirt. Perhaps you should change. I don't want to have to explain this to the police if they catch us. Not all of them are on our payroll, remember? I pulled off my shirt and wiped my face and hands clean with it, but the pink tinge remained. Romero came out after us, and I handed him the shirt. Can you burn this? He nodded, eyes worried as he took my shirt. I didn't need their fucking worry. I was fine. I got into the car and Mateo got behind the wheel. We drove in silence, but he kept looking my way. You okay? I scowled. I've killed so many people. You think I still care? The last time you crushed a throat, you were a bit unhinged afterwards. You've been on edge anyway, considering everything that's been going on. On edge was a strange way to put it. Ever since war had broken out, the voices in the familia that wanted me gone had grown louder. They were still a small minority, but it made my life difficult. Perhaps tonight had silenced a few enemies, or perhaps I'd earned myself new ones. It was difficult to say yet. I'd have to replace my uncles with more trustworthy, younger underbosses. I had tolerated them for long enough. It was time for them to retire before I had to kill another one. Back to our wives, or do you need additional time to cool off? Mateo asked. I don't need time to cool off. I'm fine. All I want is to have Aria's naked body beneath me. Mateo slanted me another look. I hardly ever mentioned sex with Aria. I hated to share even that tiny bit of Aria with anyone. We spent the rest of the drive in silence. Usually my pulse slowed quickly after the kill, but this time it didn't. When we pulled up in the driveway of the mansion, I was still wired. Romero arrived shortly after, and together we entered our home. It was quiet as we moved into the living room. The women had put up the remaining Christmas decorations. The Christmas tree glowed in red and silver. I needed a peaceful Christmas. Couldn't wait for a few days of quiet with my true family. My mobile beeped, announcing an email. I took it out of my back pocket. It was from a journalist contact, and the subject line read, "Urgent," followed by about a dozen exclamation marks. I paused and clicked on the email. I got this from a colleague in Chicago and stopped it from making the rounds or worse. Headline. I clicked on the 3 attached photos.
Chapter 17. Mateo. I had always suspected there was a point for both Luca and me, when the darkness in us would rise too high. So high it would spill over and drown out all the light, all the good that remained. I feared this was the moment for Luca. I stopped Romero from moving closer to Luca with a hand against his chest. Romero frowned, but then he looked at Luca and tensed. I too was frozen with apprehension. Luca and I had spent all our lives together, had gone through the bad and the worse, had killed and suffered, had laughed and fought. I had never been truly wary of my brother. Not when he crushed our cousin's throat, not when he threatened me for talking shit about Aria. But until now, I'd never seen that look on his face. I wasn't sure what had him looking that way. But I knew only one thing that had the power to bring him to his knees. Only one thing that could destroy Luca, that could make him snap once and for all. It was the one person I'd thought would stop him from snapping in the first place. "Luca?" I asked carefully. He stared down at a photo on his screen. I moved closer, and what I saw made the blood drain from my face. It was a photo of Aria, holding hands with Dante. It took me a moment to comprehend what I was seeing. It didn't even make sense. Romero, too, threw a glance at the photo, then frowned. Gianna, of course, chose that moment to saunter into the living room in nothing but a nightgown, but stopped when she saw us. Her eyes darted from me to Luca, and the smile slipped off her face. "Where's Aria?" I asked her sharply. "Don't take that tone with me," she muttered, her eyes darting to Luca once more, who still hadn't moved a muscle, and who was still staring down at his phone, but I knew he was listening. "Gianna, where the fuck is Aria? This is serious," I snarled. Lily appeared behind her, but Romero shook his head and gestured at her not to come closer. "Where?" he asked her. "I don't know," she said quietly, but it was a lie. Romero knew it. I knew it. Luca knew it. "Is she in Chicago?" I asked. Gianna and Lily exchanged a glance but remained silent. "What's going on here?" Gianna asked, and Luca raised his eyes from the phone. "Fuck," I muttered, because that look in his eyes, it scared me shitless. "Lily," Romero began, but he didn't get to finish whatever warning he'd wanted to voice. "Did you know about this?" Luca asked in a voice I'd never heard from him. Low, dark, on the verge of breaking. He turned his phone so Gianna and Lily saw the photo of Aria holding hands with Dante. Then he clicked to the next photo, showing Dante with his hands on Aria's shoulder, his mouth at her ear in an intimate gesture. And the next, the worst. Aria in a car with Dante, and he was leaning over her, his back to the camera, hiding most of her body from view. You couldn't see their faces, but they were close, and his arm reached between her legs. Lily sucked in a breath, and somehow it was the last straw. Luca roared and flung the phone away. It shattered against the wall. Next, he gripped the Christmas tree and threw it to the ground. I grabbed Gianna's arm and shoved her toward the entrance door. "Leave. Go to the car and wait for me." Gianna refused to leave, unlike Lily, who had allowed Romero to lead her outside.
"Luca, stop being an idiot! Aria would never cheat on you, you stupid asshole!"
Gianna shouted. Luca had pulled a knife and was staring down at the blade, his chest and shoulders heaving, his face a mask of acute agony. Never had I seen him like that. Not even when our father had tortured us with knives, lighters, and needles. I gripped Gianna's arm and pulled her out of the house and toward my Porsche, not caring that she was barefoot. She tried to shake me off.
"Stop it, Matteo, he's getting it wrong!"
she shrieked. I didn't listen. I needed to get her to safety, and then return to Luca and try to keep him from falling apart in a scary serial killer kind of way. I pushed her into the car, then locked the doors. Gianna hammered against the windows. Romero had locked Lily in his Jeep and gave me a worried look. "Aria wouldn't cheat," he said. "You sure about that?" I muttered. "You have to calm him down before he does something that can't be undone," Romero said. I nodded. "Leave. I'll take a room in a hotel close by. Call me if you need me." Gianna started honking, driving me insane, but I wouldn't let her out of the car. I didn't want her anywhere near Luca when he was in that kind of mood. With a deep breath, I returned to the mansion. Luca still held the knife in his right hand, but in his left hand he held his iPad, that agonized look lingering on his face. "Luca," I ventured. He didn't react. I moved closer. He had opened the photos on the iPad as if seeing them in a bigger format would make them less real. You had a lot of shit thrown your way today. Perhaps you should try to calm down before you act on your anger. Luca put down the iPad on the living room table and went to the liquor cabinet. If he didn't drop that fucking knife soon, I might consider getting my own out. He grabbed a bottle of whiskey, opened it with his teeth, spit out the screw cap, and took a deep swig. Alcohol wouldn't make him any less dangerous. "Leave," he rasped. "Luca, you love Aria." Luca staggered toward me, and I had to fight the urge to draw a weapon. "Love?" he glared. "You might be okay with Gianna fucking around behind your back, but I can't. I can't fucking bear the thought of Aria." His voice broke and fury contorted his face. Gianna hadn't fucked around, but it was futile to argue with Luca, and I definitely wouldn't let him ignite my own anger. "Leave," he roared. "Go to your wife and let me handle my own." I nodded and took a step back. "Luca, some things can't be undone." I repeated what Romero had told me. Luca turned his back to me, shoulders shaking with anger and, worse, heartbreak. The former he could handle, but the latter he'd never had to deal with before. But I couldn't interfere, not without risking a fight with Luca. And today, one of us would die. I might be willing to die for Gianna and even for Luca, but not for Aria. Not when she might have cheated on my brother. I backed away, my chest fucking tight. I wasn't sure if I'd see Luca again. Not the Luca I knew. Because if he hurt Aria, he wouldn't recover. I wasn't sure he would recover either way. Gianna clutched my shirt when I slipped behind the wheel.
"Matteo, you bastard, let me go to Luca."
"No," I hissed. Luca hardly tolerated Gianna on the best of days, and today was the worst I'd ever seen him. And I had been with him at every bad and worse moment in his life.
"Then let me call Aria. I need to warn her. Luca has lost his mind. He will kill her if he thinks she cheated on him. He's a possessive asshole."
Luca wouldn't kill Aria because he was a possessive asshole. He'd kill her because she'd made him love and trust her, and had fucking betrayed him, had broken his fucking heart. I started the car, but Gianna shoved my arm.
"Matteo, damn it!"
"They will have to settle this."
"Settle this? The only way Luca will settle this is with his fucking knife. Matteo, I swear, if you let your brother hurt Aria, we're done."
Tears shone in her eyes, but I wouldn't interfere. For me to stop Luca, I'd have to disable him. And for me to succeed, I'd have to kill him. And that's not something you can ask of me, Gianna. Not when your sister brought this on herself. She knows Luca better than anyone.
"She didn't cheat on him, Matteo,"
Gianna whispered desperately.
"She would never do it. She loves Luca, and he's going to destroy everything."
"No," I growled. "Aria destroyed everything. She broke Luca's trust. She should have known better. Luca isn't someone who ever loved or trusted anyone like he does Aria. She shouldn't have gone behind his back." Gianna shook her head.
"She didn't cheat. She didn't. He must realize that."
She closed her eyes and let out a sob that tore at my heart. Gianna wasn't a crier, and I'd never heard a sound like that from her. "Luca loves Aria more than his own life," I told her. "He will put his own life down before he kills her." With anyone else, those words would have been a lie. But Aria might be the only one who could break my brother's heart and come out unscathed in the end.
Aria. Would Luca be happy when I told him about the baby? He didn't want kids yet, but I hoped he'd come to terms with my pregnancy. The most difficult part would be to keep it a secret from Lily and Gianna until I could tell Luca. I wasn't sure when he would be done with business in New York and when he'd return to the Hamptons. There weren't any guards around the perimeter when the taxi driver dropped me off at the gates. I entered the code in the keypad at the gates, then slipped in, confused. I'd thought I would have to sneak in, but there wasn't anyone around. The mansion, too, was oddly quiet when I stepped inside, and the curtains in the living area were closed, stopping the early morning light from spilling in. Everyone must have left, but why? Worry settled in the pit of my stomach. "Lily?" I called. "Gianna?"
"They aren't here,"
came a low growl from the back. Luca. He was sitting in the dark on the couch. I felt for the light switch and bathed us in the soft glow. "Luca?" My eyes took in the Christmas tree on the floor, its baubles smashed to pieces, and next to it, Luca's broken mobile. What happened here? Had there been another Bratva attack? My eyes found Luca hunched over on the couch, dressed in a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His elbows were propped up on his strong thighs, and he was staring down at something. He didn't look up at me. I approached him slowly, worried about his strange behavior. His shoulders were heaving with his breaths as if he'd run several miles. I stopped beside him and followed his gaze down to the black screen of his iPad.
"An associate from the press contacted me with photos that were supposed to make headline,"
he said in a cold voice. That voice wasn't one he usually used for me. Photos? Luca touched his iPad and it flickered to life. I sucked in a deep breath. The screen showed a photo taken through the windows of the restaurant I'd chosen for my meeting with Val, but Val wasn't in it. It showed me with Dante's hands on my shoulders. He was close behind me, his face tilted toward me, mouth close to my ear as if he was whispering secrets into it, when all he'd done was warn me not to run. The next photo was of Dante and me leaving the restaurant together, hand in hand. My face was lowered, so Luca didn't see how tense I'd been in that moment. Luca clicked the next photo. A photo of me in a car with Dante, and it looked as if he had his hand between my legs, and not because he'd reached for the purse. Bile traveled up my throat. These looked bad, really bad. They would have looked bad to someone who had average trust in people, but Luca was distrustful, suspicious, and cautious. For him, these photos could only lead to one conclusion, but he couldn't possibly believe I had an affair with Dante. God, he should know better. He knew me. "Luca," I whispered, reaching out to touch his shoulder, but I froze when he raised his eyes to mine. I had never seen that look in his eyes. They were wild with anger. I wanted to run as far away as I could. My eyes flickered to the empty bottle of whiskey at his feet. Luca had drunk most of it. Some of the amber liquid had spilled and stained the beige carpet, but there were also darker stains. Slowly, my gaze moved on to his hands, which were clutching a knife. One of his palms was curled around the blade so tightly that blood was dripping down his hand and onto the carpet. I knew I needed to run, but that would have been admittance to a crime I hadn't committed. I hadn't cheated on Luca, would never do it. And the words Luca had said to me on our wedding night flashed through my mind.
"Did your father never teach you to hide your fear from monsters? They give chase if you run."
"You're bleeding. You've hurt yourself," I said in a soothing voice, trying to get through to him. I needed to get past the demons the alcohol and the compromising photos had summoned. His face twisted with so much rage, I recoiled from it. He released the blade, and more blood dripped down his hand as he straightened from the sofa. I took a step back, couldn't stop myself. The arm with the knife hung limply at his side. I forced myself to meet his gaze again. Luca was in there somewhere. Behind the anger and the hurt, my Luca was in there. "Luca, please listen to me. It's not how it looks."
"So you didn't let Cavallaro have what's mine?"
he roared, and he was upon me, his bleeding hand clamped down on my forearm. He was still holding the knife. "I would never do that. You will always be the only man I want to be with." I went to Chicago to meet with Val and talk to Fabi, but Dante followed Val and wanted to talk to me. That's all, I swear."
"And what's your swear worth? You've betrayed me before."
"I never lied to you. I never cheated. I helped my sisters and didn't always tell you everything, but I never lied to you." He was the one who'd cheated, and it wasn't like he'd never kept a secret from me, like Matteo asking for Gianna's hand. His eyes seemed to bore through me. There wasn't only anger in them, and the other emotion worried me more because it was agony. "Luca, can you please put down the knife? It's making me nervous." His eyes trailed down to the blood-covered blade as if he had forgotten all about it, and he released it, not even hesitating, despite what he thought I'd done. The steel clanged to the floor, splattering it even more with blood. Then his eyes moved back up. He pulled me sharply against him and kissed me fiercely, brutally. There was only anger and despair in his kiss. I knew what he wanted, what he needed, and I would have gladly given it to him if the test hadn't changed everything. Luca didn't want to hurt me, but the last time he'd been this angry when we'd had sex, he'd been rougher than I could risk so early in this pregnancy. I had to protect our child and Luca. He would never forgive himself if he hurt our baby. His hands roamed over my body hungrily, and a small part of me felt exhilarated at the sensation, but I ripped away from him. "No!" He tried to pull me against him again. "Luca, stop! I don't want this!" His lips were an inch from mine, and he was breathing harshly, his eyes like molten steel.
"You deny me?"
I bit back a snappy comment. I'd denied him before when I hadn't felt well or wasn't in the mood, and he had always honored my wish. I knew he was drunk and hurt and on the verge of losing control, that he hadn't yet showed how much he loved me. He had killed his first man at 11, had killed and tortured countless more, had called himself a merciless monster on many occasions, and I knew what he was, with others.
"Funny that you say you haven't been with Dante, and yet you can't bear my touch."
God, he thought my refusal was admittance to me cheating? "Don't do anything you will regret tomorrow," I said quietly, begging him with my eyes. His lips curled in a cruel smile. So wrong.
"What makes you think I would regret anything?"
I knew he would, because I knew him better than anyone else, better than he knew himself. Our love is too important.
"Love," he spat the word. "That I ever loved you was my biggest mistake. I won't make it again."
Loved? I could feel my heart shatter as I looked into his menacing face. "Luca, please." I reached for him, but he shook me off. There was only cold anger in his eyes.
"Because you are my wife, you'll live. Don't expect more. We are done."
I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. I stared at him, my throat clogging, my heart drumming in my chest. For a moment he hesitated, but then he turned and stalked off, leaving me standing there alone. I sank down on the sofa where Luca had sat before. The leather was still warm. I touched my stomach, and I cried. Cried because I might have destroyed our love. That Luca had let himself love me in the first place had been a miracle. What if I'd lost him forever? I was still sitting in the same spot when Matteo entered the room cautiously a couple of hours later. He pushed the button that opened the curtains, and light flooded the room. I blinked twice, but my lids felt like they were made from lead. Slowly, I lowered my palm from my stomach.
"He didn't kill you,"
Matteo said. His voice didn't reveal his emotions. His facial features were similar to Luca's, but Matteo was poster boy pretty, where Luca was all hard lines and raw attractiveness. But he looked enough like Luca to set my heart aflame with heartbreak. He walked toward me, his eyes taking in my bloody clothes and the blood on the couch and the ground.
"Do you need a doctor?"
"It's not my blood," I whispered in a raw voice. Matteo didn't say anything for a while, only regarded me.
"Making him bleed. You are quite good at it for a woman."
I raised my gaze to meet his straight on. My eyes burnt with unshed tears, but I couldn't cry anymore. I'd cried for hours. I stood, legs shaky. I grabbed Mateo's arm. He let me, only regarded me emotionlessly. Mateo, I didn't do anything. I swear on my life. I swear on my... I trailed off. I'd almost said child. Please help me. Help me make Luca see the truth.
The photos.
The photos show me with Dante in a restaurant and a car. We talked. He considered using me against the Familia as leverage. That's all.
Then why did he let you go, Aria? Why?
I stared up at Mateo. I couldn't tell him about the child when I hadn't even told Luca. Because he has an ounce of decency in his body. A dark smile curled his lips.
Is that so?
Call Dante. Call Valentina. They will tell you what I told you.
As if their word means anything. They are the enemy. You remember that, don't you?
Then look for the person who took the photos. They probably shot more photos that prove my innocence. Isn't it strange that Luca gets only the photos that make it look like I cheated? Perhaps someone wants to weaken Luca by destroying our marriage. Perhaps it's the outfit's doing, or someone within the Familia. I could tell that Mateo was really considering it.
And you really think Luca needs you to be strong? You think they could weaken the Familia if they destroyed your marriage to my brother?
I wanted to say yes, but I wasn't sure about anything anymore. I was so broken up and confused. I would gladly die for Luca, I said instead. I love him more than anything else. Except for the child growing in me. Our child.
Then perhaps you should take that knife and put your life down.
I was stunned. Do you think he's better off without me? Luca loves me. Or loved? My heart clenched with a pain so acute I almost crumpled.
He would return to being what he was before you. He'd be worse than that. He would be the monster he needs to be to reign over New York. Whatever small part of him was capable of love, maybe you killed it.
I nodded mechanically, my insides churning violently as I fought for composure. I turned away from Mateo's anger, unable to bear it because I knew he was right to be angry. Luca wasn't a normal man. He was Capo. He was raised to be Capo, and for me he'd risked so much, and now he thought I'd cheated on him. If I ever managed to gain his trust back, I'd never do anything without him ever again. Not for Gianna, not for Lily, not for Fabi, not for anything in this world.
You know, I've watched our father shove a needle under Luca's fingernails, have seen him cut Luca with a knife, have seen him beat Luca so hard he lost consciousness, but through all that, I never saw Luca show the agony he had on his face when he saw you with Dante.
I cupped my mouth with my palm and sobbed. I couldn't bear the thought of having hurt Luca like that. I didn't cheat, I choked out. If you don't believe me, torture me. You said it yourself once. If you use your knife on me, I won't be able to keep a secret. Mateo walked around to face me and shook his head.
It doesn't matter what I believe as long as Luca thinks you cheated.
I touched his forearm. Please, Mateo, help me prove my innocence. Please, not just for me.
Even if you didn't cheat on him, you went behind his back. You visited enemy territory and risked not only your life but also Luca's. He would have put down his life in front of Dante to save you. Had you thought about that when you strutted around Chicago?
I only wanted to see Fabi. It's Christmas time, I said voicelessly.
Yeah, well, now we'll all have a fucking marvelous Christmas thanks to you.
The corners of my vision turned black. I felt faint. I wasn't sure if it was because of the pregnancy, because I hadn't eaten anything in close to a day, or because my heart was breaking. I swayed, and my legs folded in on themselves.
Fuck, Mateo growled and grabbed my arms, stopping my fall.
He helped me down on the sofa before he squatted in front of me. He grasped my chin and tilted my face up so I met his hard, relentless eyes.
You swear you didn't cheat on Luca?
I swear it, Matteo. I would never cheat on Luca. I love him. There's no other man, and there won't ever be. He sighed and released my chin.
I'll try to get my hands on the photographer who took the photos, and then I'll have a long talk with him. It won't be easy. I can't go to Chicago, and there are very few men I can send there in my stead. But there may be another way. But even if I get my hands on the guy and he proves your innocence, I can't promise that Luca will come around. The only reason he believed you cheated in the first place is because you went behind his back.
He shook his head again.
Fuck.
He straightened.
Are you sure you don't want to see the doc? You look a mess.
I'm sure, I said quickly. I didn't want the doc to find out I was pregnant. He would tell Luca. He wasn't bound by medical confidentiality like other doctors.
I will release Gianna now,
Matteo said with a sigh.
Release her,
I whispered.
Locked her in the car.
As he walked out, he raised his mobile to his head.
Romero? Yeah. I need you to come over.
I stared down at the carpet with the blood stains. Luca's blood. Aria! Gianna's scream made me jump, and then she stormed my way, hair wild and nightgown half torn as if she'd struggled, and flung herself at me, hugging me so tightly I couldn't breathe. She shook against me, and something wet hit my throat. I touched the back of her head. Shh, I'm okay. No, you're not, Gianna whispered as she pulled back, her eyes raking over me before they moved on to the mess on the carpet. Did he hurt you? I shook my head, even as my heart clenched tightly. I thought he'd kill you. I wanted to warn you, but Matteo, the asshole, didn't let me. It felt like part of me had died, but Luca would never kill me.
Matteo tried to save your pretty ass, Matteo said to Gianna. While something stops Luca from snapping Aria's neck, it won't stop him with you, trust me.
I'm not talking to you, Gianna said sharply, and this time it wasn't a game. I touched her leg. He wanted to protect you. Don't be mad at him, please. It's bad enough that I destroyed my own marriage. I don't want to be responsible for another one. Luca will come around, she said, but her words lacked conviction. The sound of the front door opening and closing filled me with hope, but when Lily and Romero walked in, not Luca, I deflated. Lily also came over to me and hugged me tightly, her arms trembling. Her eyes were red from crying. Guilt crashed over me. We were so worried about you, she said. I raised my eyes to Romero, who stood beside Matteo and listened to him, but Romero's eyes were on me. Pity showed in his, not anger as I'd expected, and for some reason, that made things worse.
Chapter 18. Matteo. I tried calling Luca on his second mobile again, but he didn't pick up. Where the fuck was he? My eyes slanted over to Aria, Gianna, and Lily. When I'd entered the mansion 15 minutes ago and seen the bloody handprints on the door and bloodstains on the marble floor, I was sure I'd find Aria dead, and ultimately also Luca, because killing her would have been his end. But she was miraculously unharmed. Fuck Luca. Where are you? He was out for blood, no doubt. What if he was on his way to Chicago? What if he was trying to kill Dante on his own? Fuck. I took out my second mobile and called Orazio, then hung up, waiting for him to call me back in case he couldn't talk freely at the moment. It took 5 minutes before he called me back, and I was in my car by that time and heading for New York. I needed to find Luca before he got himself killed, or caught by the police while killing others. Matteo, what can I do for you? Orazio said. I'd never been more relieved that Orazio was our spy in the outfit. He had been working with us for 2 years now and had never let us down. In case Luca shows up in Chicago, make sure you knock him out before he gets near Dante. What? Orazio muttered. What do you mean? Never mind. Orazio was silent. He wasn't a very communicative man anyway. I need you to find someone for me. It's a photographer. I sent you an email with the details. Get him as fast as possible and ask him who paid him to take the photos of Dante and Aria. Wait, what? What photos? Read my fucking email. And when you're done asking him, you will take him to New York. Silence. You want me to come to New York? Not for long. You will return to Chicago once you've handed over the photographer. Will do, Orazio said, but I could hear a hint of hesitation in his tone. You've been working for us for 2 years, I reminded him. If Dante found out, even Orazio's status as Valentina's brother wouldn't grant him a quick death. Orazio got the unvoiced threat and hung up. He would bring me that photographer, and then I'd have a very long, intense conversation with the fucker. It was evening when Demetrio called me over my headset. He was Luca's and my cousin, Gottardo's bastard son. What is it? I still hadn't found any trace of Luca, and I couldn't involve anyone in the search except for Romero. If word got out what had happened, things would get uncomfortable in the Familia. Someone slaughtered every member of the Jersey MC. My foot on the gas eased up. Where? Their clubhouse. I'm there. Orfeo and I were supposed to meet their president to give them a warning, but someone got to them before us. Fuck. I'll be there in 30 minutes. I floored the gas and bent low over my Kawasaki, weaving through traffic at blinding speed. The moment I saw Orfeo's and Demetrio's faces, I knew it was bad. They had been made men for 5 years now and had seen a lot of shit. They were good soldiers, efficient and loyal. I walked into the clubhouse and my nose clogged up from the stench. Blood, sweat, piss, shit, fear. My eyes took in the bloody mess. Limbs, skin, and blood everywhere. How do you know these are all the members? We counted the bodies, Orfeo said with a grimace. I don't see any bodies, I muttered. Someone had pretty much torn every single body to shreds. I spotted a bloody axe on the ground covered in blood and pieces of flesh. We counted the heads, Demetrio added with a wry smile, exchanging a look with Orfeo. The heads were in bad shape too, but they were still recognizable as heads. Burn down everything. Don't leave any traces behind, I ordered. Don't you want to find out who did this? Orfeo asked. No, I snarled. Burn everything down. I knew who had done this, and I had to make sure I stopped him before he did worse. Fuck, Demetrio exclaimed, eyes filling with realization. He and Orfeo exchanged another look. Best friends since birth. It was Luca, right? I considered my options. Luca needed to appear strong. If I tried to hide his involvement, people would get suspicious. I shrugged. He thought it would send the other MCs a nice message. Take photos before you burn everything down, and send it to every fucking MC in our territory who wants to piss in our pond. Orfeo let out a disbelieving laugh, a mixture of disgust and respect on his face. He did this alone? Fuck, he's a beast. I turned around and left them to their task. Where the hell was my brother?
Luca. I watched the girl thrust her naked ass up before she swung herself around the pole, her dark eyes locking on mine, red painted lips pulling wide into a flirty smile. She fell to the floor and crawled toward me, her drooping top revealing big fake tits. I see you're checking out our new stripper, Matteo said as he sank into the armchair beside me. I ignored him as the girl rolled onto her back and pulled back her top, revealing fat, pierced nipples, which she began twisting as she fucked me with her eyes. I could take her into one of the rooms in the back of the pergola and fuck her brains out. I've been searching for you since yesterday, Matteo said, his voice on edge. He leaned forward, barring my view of the girl. I narrowed my eyes at him. His brown eyes searched my face as if he was looking for a fucking treasure hidden somewhere. You look calm. I am calm, I said. Demetrio told me he got word someone massacred every member of the MC in New Jersey. Remember the fuckers who thought they could take over the gun trade in Jersey? I watched the girl over Mateo's head. She returned to the pole and whirled around it, topless, tits jiggling up and down. I went there. Complete bloodbath. Limbs and skin everywhere. 10 dead. Mateo raised his eyebrows. They were chopped into pieces. Most of the work was done with an axe, but a few got a bit of love with a skinning knife. He leaned forward and tapped the knife strapped to my chest. The dancer lifted herself up on the pole and spread her legs in a wide V. Mateo whirled around to her. Why don't you fuck off? Her eyes grew wide and she released the pole before she ran toward the changing rooms. My eyes followed her ass. I hadn't fucked anyone's ass since Grace 4 years ago. Do I have to get naked so you will listen to me? I leaned back in my chair. I'm listening. I assume you did that. Their screams and their blood felt like fucking paradise, I murmured. Mateo shook his head. Fuck, Luca. You won't go ballistic on me, right? The last time I saw you... Fuck. And now you're all calm. That's strange, even for you. I am calm. Mateo sat back in his chair, bringing distance between us, and I knew I'd hate what he had to say next. I saw Aria in the mansion yesterday morning. My heart clenched fucking tight, but I kept a calm face. She will stay there. She won't return to New York. Have Sandra watch her. Mateo rubbed his temple. Luca, listen. I know you don't want to hear it, but I don't think Aria cheated on you. I stood, my eyes drawn to the changing room door where the stripper had disappeared. Mateo shoved my chest, eyes blazing with fury. For fuck's sake, will you stop this shit? You're freaking even me out, and I've seen you at your worst. He paused. Though, I have to admit, what you did in that clubhouse may be the most twisted shit I have ever seen. You saw the photos of Dante and Aria. I pressed out through a fucking tight throat. I clenched my fists, hating that my body betrayed me. They show nothing. I talked to Orazio. He got his hands on the photographer and will bring him to us tomorrow. I can't take in Orazio now. We need him as a spy. Mateo rolled his eyes. I know, and he will return to Chicago. He'd been rising in rank since Valentina married Dante. As her brother, he was our perfect asset. Did you hear what I said? We can talk to the photographer tomorrow. Orazio already questioned him, and it's like Aria said. She met with Val, then Dante joined them and forced Aria to leave the restaurant with him. But tomorrow you can make him tell you the same thing again if you don't believe me. I nodded, but apart from that, didn't react. My outsides were stone, but I couldn't control my fucking insides. I felt fucking relieved, but it didn't matter anymore. Yesterday had showed me one thing. I had grown weak because of Aria. She was a weakness. A weakness I couldn't allow myself as Capo. So, will you help me interrogate that asshole? I smirked. Sure. Mateo frowned. I'm not sure you really get what I'm telling you. Oh, I do, I said quietly. Aria went to Chicago behind my back. That is fact. She didn't cheat. Who gives a fuck? The words seemed to scorch my throat. A fucking lie. Even thinking of Aria being with someone other than me felt like a stab in the heart. A weakness. I'd never been weak in my life. Aria was a weakness I couldn't allow myself. Mateo shook his head. Whatever. Tomorrow we'll talk to that photographer. Maybe you'll be more tolerable afterwards. Orazio nodded at me as I shook his hand. He was only a couple of inches shorter than me. It was unmistakable that he was related to Valentina. Same eyes, same hair color. At least he wasn't fawning over Dante. Dante. My blood boiled only thinking of him. Of his hands on Aria's shoulders. Of his mouth close to her ear. And his fucking arm between her legs. Mateo shoved me. Would you snap out of it for fuck's sake? I can't have you go on another killing spree. Why not? I'm sure it will silence many of our enemies. Matteo shook his head before he turned to Orazio, who was listening with mild interest. Where is the asshole? Matteo asked. Trunk. Pissed his pants. That's why I didn't want him on my back seat, Orazio said. He led us to the back of his BMW and opened the trunk. A short, fat guy in his 30s was curled up inside. He stank of piss, shit, and sweat. He blinked up at us through teary eyes, his mouth covered with tape. I grabbed him by the throat and lifted him out, then thrust him to the ground. Behind us, the building of the old Yonkers power plant rose into the sky. Gateway to hell. I smiled down at the sniffling man on the ground as he watched me like I was the devil. So you took those pictures? I asked in a low growl as I knelt down beside the man, unsheathing my knife from my chest holster. I removed the tape so he could talk, but more than that, so I could hear his screams. He eyed the blade with open horror.
Please, I only did what I was paid to do. I didn't mean any harm.
My smile widened. This was who I was destined to be. Brutal, cruel, merciless. Not the fucking emotional mess Aria turned me into. Most of the time I let Matteo handle the torture because he was a master at it. He loved to play with his victims. I preferred the kill. Not today. Orazio and Matteo stood back as I dealt with the photographer. He'd long revealed his last secret when I plunged my knife into his fucking heart and granted him death. For a long time there was silence after that as I tried to get a handle on my fury. Dante had let the photographer take those photos and had sent them to me because he knew Aria was my fucking weakness. He'd hoped I'd lose my shit. Had hoped I'd go on a rampage, maybe even attack Chicago. I wasn't sure. Orazio cleared his throat. I also found out yesterday that Gottardo and Hermano contacted Dante a few weeks ago to help him throw you over. Dante was wary of them, thought it was a trap. But at our meeting yesterday, Scuderi encouraged him to trust in them. Gottardo and fucking Hermano. Those fucking bastards, I hissed, focusing on them instead of the fact that Dante fucking Cavallaro had tried to make me believe Aria had an affair with him. Fuck him. Love, a fucking weakness. Matteo watched me cautiously as if he thought I'd snap Orazio's or his neck just to kill something. At least it's only them and a couple of low soldiers. Nothing we can't handle. Oh, we will handle them, I said. I wish I hadn't given Gottardo a quick death. You crushed his throat, Luca. There are nicer ways to die, Matteo said. Orazio's eyebrows rose in mild curiosity. Nicer than what Hermano will get. For sure, Matteo said. If you don't mind, I'll return to Chicago before someone notices I'm gone, Orazio said. I gave him a quick nod. He exchanged a few more words with Matteo before he drove off. Matteo stepped up to my side. So, Aria didn't cheat. We should attack tonight. I want to weed out the root of our problem as soon as possible. The family is full of traitors. I always knew Gottardo was one. And now, Hermano too. Those two were always thick. Matteo scowled. Luca, did you hear what I said? I got into his face. Stay out of my marriage, Matteo, and you'd better make sure your own wife doesn't turn you into a fucking fool. Matteo didn't say anything, and it was for the best because I was out for blood again. That night, Romero, Matteo, and I attacked Hermano's holiday house in the Hamptons. Hermano was supposed to return to Atlanta in the morning. They would never return. Orfeo and Demetrio were on their way to capture Gottardo's other legitimate son. I knew Demetrio would have no trouble handling his half-brother. No love was wasted between those two. I killed Hermano's first soldier with a twist of his neck before he could call out a warning. Matteo took down the second with his knife. Not waiting to see if Romero had disabled the third, I raced up the stairs, taking them two at a time. A door to my right opened, and I slashed my knife toward the person and arched up in the last second, impaling the blade a couple of inches above the head of a young girl. Her mouth opened for a cry, and I clamped my hand down on her lips. She struggled as my arm wrapped around her waist. She fought hard as I leaned down to her ear. Not a sound. Nothing will happen to you, Chiara. Her eyes flickered with recognition. Where is your father? My cousin pointed toward the door at the end of the corridor, her upper arms littered with bruises. I released her, and she looked at me with huge eyes, wrapping her arms around herself. My eyes took in the bruises on her collarbones and her swollen cheek. Hermano was my father's brother through and through. Matteo ran toward me, and I pushed Chiara toward him, then crept toward the door she had indicated. She hadn't lied. She had no reason to. Before I could open the door, someone else did. His wife stood before me. Hermano must have sent her to investigate the noise. Fucking coward. I shoved her to the side and barely managed to avoid a bullet. Hermano was hiding behind the massive bed and firing at me. A heavy thud sounded a second before I flung myself to the ground and pulled my own gun. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw his wife on the ground, bleeding from a wound in her head. Hermano had shot his own wife by accident. Or perhaps on purpose. Who knew what went on in the crazy fucker's head? I wouldn't shoot him. That would be too quick. Matteo crouched in the corridor and motioned for me to stay down. I crawled closer to the bed. "What do you want?" Hermano screamed. "Come out, then you'll get a quick death," Matteo shouted, as if that was going to happen. I'd tear him apart piece by piece, muscle, bone, and skin. I crawled even closer to the bed. I could see Hermano's knees through the gap under the bed. I aimed toward his right kneecap and fired. His piercing scream was music to my ears. I pushed off the ground and was beside my uncle in 2 large steps, gripping him by the throat and lifting him until we were eye level. "You can kiss that quick death goodbye, Uncle," I snarled. 2 hours later, Matteo and I left the mansion. Romero would deal with the cleaning brigade. When we approached Matteo's Porsche Cayenne, a disheveled brown head poked up from the back seat. "Fuck," Matteo muttered. "I forgot about Chiara." I rubbed a hand over my head. "How old is she?" "I have no clue. We have too many cousins. 12? Sighing, I opened the back door and leaned in. Chiara flinched away from me and pulled her legs up against her chest. "How old are you?" I asked her in as civil a tone as I could manage after chopping her father into pieces. She watched me like I was going to kill her. I scanned Chiara's face closely, trying to remember. 12? She swallowed. I closed the door and Matteo locked it before I slipped into the passenger seat. "Where?" Matteo asked. She was our cousin, and I needed to make sure she was safe, but my options were limited. She was too young to be married off, and honor dictated that I chose family. But whom could I trust? Aunt Egidia and her husband Felix in Baltimore were the most decent of the bunch. "Egidia, until then we'll take her to Mariana and her husband."
"What will happen to me?"
she whispered eventually. She was still clutching her legs against her chest. "You will be safe." Matteo rolled his eyes at me. "Nobody will hurt you, Chiara, least of all Luca or me." I was glad when we dropped our cousin at Mariana's home. Her husband was a loyal soldier and would make sure Chiara was safe until she could move in with Aunt Egidia. Afterwards, Matteo drove to the meeting point we'd agreed on with Demetrio and Orfeo, the Yonker power plant. Angelo, Gottardo's last legitimate son, was bound to a chair. He glared when I approached, then he spat at Demetrio's feet. "You bring shame to our name, son of a whore. My father should have never welcomed you into our home." "Welcomed," Demetrio hissed. "He's mine," I warned before Demetrio could shove a knife into his half-brother. I pulled out my own knife. "Let's see what kind of secrets you've got for us, Angelo." After tonight, the Familia would be free of traitors and ready to brave the war with the outfit, and I would lead them with brutal focus, without the shackles of love holding me back. No matter how long it took, no matter how many lives it would cost, I would bring Dante Cavallaro down, even if it killed me.
Chapter 19. Aria. Romero stayed with us in the mansion almost constantly in the days after Luca left me heartbroken. I knew he and my sisters were worried about me because I barely ate, Not for lack of trying, but the smell of most food made me feel sick. Luca stayed in New York. He hadn't as much as messaged me in 3 days, and I could hardly stand it. Since our wedding, I'd been with him practically every day, and I missed him horribly, not just at night. I woke up before sunrise, feeling cold, despite the 2 blankets I used at night. I slid out of bed, grabbed my bathrobe, and threw it over my nightgown before I moved out of my room and downstairs, then out onto the terrace. Shivering, I searched the premises until my eyes found Romero doing sprints and burpees like every morning. Gianna and Lily were still asleep and would stay asleep for several more hours. After a few minutes, he noticed me and jogged toward me, his shirt plastered to his sweaty chest.
Aria, what's wrong?
I let out a choked laugh, peering up at him, and he nodded.
He will come around, he said. He knows you didn't cheat. Matteo found the photographer, and he confirmed your story.
I knew what that meant. Knew a man had gone through hell on earth so I could prove my innocence. But there was no guilt. I felt empty. When?
Yesterday.
Luca hadn't contacted me, so either he still believed I'd cheated or he really didn't love me anymore. I touched my stomach and looked out toward the ocean.
He needs time to calm down. You going to Chicago behind his back, that left scars, and came at the worst possible time. Luca is dealing with a lot of shit from his family at the moment.
I sighed, hoping Romero was right, hoping Luca would give us another chance. I couldn't imagine a life without him at my side. I need to ask a favor of you, I said eventually, and Romero tensed.
Aria, now isn't the time to do anything that could anger Luca anymore.
I know. Don't you think I know that? I whispered harshly. But he isn't talking to me. He said he's done with me, and I don't have time to wait for him to forgive me. Romero frowned.
Why? What is it you need me to do?
I need you to take me to New York, to a doctor. I touched my stomach again, and Romero followed the movement. He took a step closer, surprised.
You are pregnant?
That's what the pregnancy test said. That's the reason why Dante let me go. Romero's face tightened with hatred.
Dante knows you are pregnant?
Damn, he said, lips twisting.
You should tell Luca.
No, I said firmly. Not when he's angry. Not when he doesn't want anything to do with me. I don't want him to feel obligated to return to me because of the child. I want him to return to me because he wants to. And he isn't in the best state of mind at the moment.
That's true,
Romero said slowly. I could tell he was hiding something.
Eventually, you won't be able to hide it.
My stomach tightened. You think he will stay angry with me for months? His face gave me the answer I had feared. Maybe I'd really lost him. A man who had never slept in a bed with someone else, who was never around people without a gun, not even his brother, because he had learned from an early age that trust got you killed. He had trusted me, and I had messed it up.
If you let me take a quick shower, we can head out right away,
Romero said eventually. It took me a couple of heartbeats to process his words. Yes, please. I will get ready. 40 minutes later, Romero and I were on our way to New York. Gianna and Lily had still been asleep when we left, and Sandro and 2 other guards would keep watch. I had put on my wig again so people wouldn't recognize me. Nobody could find out about my pregnancy.
Will you tell your sisters?
Romero asked. I hesitated. I'd prefer if this could stay between us for a while. Romero slanted me a conflicted look, but then he nodded. I knew he didn't like keeping things from Lily, but too much had happened in the last few days, and I needed time to figure out things for myself before I involved more people. Romero waited in the waiting room as I followed Dr. Brightly into the treatment room. She confirmed my pregnancy and told me I was 6 weeks along. When I emerged afterward and Romero led me into the elevator, I missed Luca so much I couldn't hold back tears. He should have been there with me, should have shared this joyful moment with me. Romero touched my shoulder, but I leaned against him, seeking comfort, and after a moment of hesitation, he wrapped his arms around me.
Aria, Luca will come back to you.
I wanted to believe him, wanted nothing more. Nodding, I pulled back and wiped my eyes, embarrassed about my outburst. Even if Luca's absence broke my heart, I needed to be strong for our baby. I was nervous. This was the first time I'd see Luca in 3 weeks. We hadn't talked or messaged. I had sent him a couple of messages in the beginning, but then given up when he ignored them. If he needed space, I'd give it to him, even if it killed me. We should celebrate without the men, Gianna muttered. They're only going to ruin everything. She meant Luca, and I worried she was right. How could this Christmas be anything but a huge mess with the way things were? I stepped out of the shower and had to grip the marble counter as a wave of dizziness hit me. I was 9 weeks along and didn't have a bump yet, but the pregnancy ruled my life anyway. I'd lost over 10 pounds in the last 3 weeks because I couldn't keep any food down. Dr. Brightly wasn't concerned yet, since the baby was developing as it should. I put on my underwear and stepped into the bedroom. Would Luca share a bed with me tonight? "Fuck, Aria," Gianna said, pursing her lips as she watched me. "You have lost so much weight." "You're exaggerating," I said lightly. I grabbed the cream-colored wool dress and pulled it on. It used to hug my curves, but now it was loose. Gianna raised her eyebrows. "That doesn't look like exaggerating to me." "It's nothing," I said firmly. Gianna stepped close. "You are so fucking pale, and those shadows under your eyes." She shook her head. "You know what? We'll only put on a bare minimum of makeup. Let him see what he does to you." I was too tired to protest and let her apply a hint of foundation and mascara. "I'm going to kill him if he treats you like shit, I swear. I'm going to stick one of Mateo's knives into his fucking cruel heart." "Gianna," I said in warning, "I am the one who went behind his back. You went to visit our little brother. Luca cheated on you with Grace only because you didn't want to put out, and he didn't tell you when Mateo asked our father for permission to marry me. And I bet he's lied to you about more things we don't know about, but only because you don't obey him like a well-behaved dog, he feels betrayed. Stupid pride of made men." I wished it were only pride holding Luca back, but I knew it was more. It was darker and more powerful. Lily knocked and poked her head in. "Dinner is done. Mariana says we can sit down." "Is he here?" I asked, hating how my voice broke. Lily's expression softened. "Yes, he and Mateo arrived 15 minutes ago. They are downstairs with Romero." Gianna checked her reflection in my mirror. She, too, had barely seen Mateo because she preferred to stay with me, still mad at him, while he was with Luca in New York. I straightened, hoping I could hold it together. My pregnancy was turning me into an emotional mess. Gianna squeezed my hand and didn't let go. "Come on, Aria, you have us. Nothing will ever change that. They have their familia and their blood oath, but we are sisters. We are blood, and we will be at your side till the end of all days." Lily took my other hand with a resolute smile. "If you can't stand his presence, then we'll leave. We can have dinner in the kitchen, just the 3 of us." I fought tears. "Don't cry," Gianna ordered. "He'll think it's because of him. Don't give him that power." But he had that power over my heart, and there was nothing I could do about it. I resisted the urge to touch my belly, proof of a love lost. I swallowed and nodded. "Let's go." We stepped out of the room, into the corridor, and toward the staircase. Then I heard his deep voice, and only my sister's hold kept me moving. Gianna's grip on my hand became crushing as we descended the staircase, closer to his voice. As one, we stepped into the dining room, and my eyes zeroed in on Luca, standing tall next to Matteo and Romero, looking calm, no sign that the last 3 weeks had affected him. Could he move on like that? Could he switch off his love as easily as that? Lily squeezed my hand, and Gianna stiffened at my side. "Fuck him, Aria. Fuck them all," she whispered. And I was determined to follow her advice, but then Luca turned his head and looked straight at me, and my world crumpled. There had been brief moments of hope in these weeks of despair, either because I'd tried to talk myself into believing I could live without Luca, or because I managed to convince myself he would come around. Now, as his hard gray eyes regarded me as they did anyone else, with cold scrutiny and not a hint of warmth, both hopes turned to dust.
Luca. "You won't ruin this Christmas for all of us, will you?" Matteo asked, as if his relationship with Gianna had been going well these last few weeks. He'd been my shadow in New York, and Gianna had refused to come with him. They were barely civil around each other. I rolled my eyes. "Don't worry. Aria is my wife on paper, but that's all. I had closed off my fucking emotions in the last 3 weeks, and I had absolutely no intention of changing that. I had more important things to worry about, like bringing down Dante and the outfit with him. It wasn't something I could manage in a few weeks or months, and certainly not as long as my actions were still fueled by fury. I needed to make a plan that would guarantee our success once and for all. Movement near the door attracted my attention, and I turned my head toward it, and a sledgehammer of emotions smashed into me. Aria, all slender grace and long blonde hair, stood between her sisters. My eyes lingered on the dark shadows under her eyes, on the way her cheekbones had sharpened, on the way her dress hung from her body. Guilt crashed down on me, but I squashed it. I had no reason to be guilty. She was the one who had betrayed me. "Only on paper, that's all my ass," Matteo muttered. I tore my gaze away from Aria, steeling myself. I went over to the dining room table and took my usual seat. Matteo took his seat across from me, regarding me like I was about to lose my shit. If he didn't stop the constant hovering soon, I would lose my shit on him. After a moment of hesitation, Aria sank down beside me, and her sweet flowery scent fluttered my nose. She didn't touch me, and I didn't reach for her either. Gianna sat across from me with a look of complete hatred. I stared back at her, giving her the full force of my Capo scowl, and eventually she looked away. I was done being tolerant. I was Capo, and I'd fucking act like one. When Romero and Lily had taken their seats as well, Mariana came in with our food. She pursed her lips at me but didn't say anything. We ate in silence for a while. Aria had barely touched her food, nor drunk any of her wine. Her hands shook as she held her fork. I wouldn't let her manipulate me into feeling guilty.
Aria. Shortly after dinner, I had to excuse myself and stumbled into one of the guest bathrooms to throw up. Romero joined me a few minutes later. I was kneeling on the floor, arms propped up on the closed toilet lid and cheek resting on them. Romero crouched beside me, voice soft.
"Tell him, Aria."
"He will think I want to use the pregnancy as a way to guilt him back to me. I won't do that. I want him to return to me out of love, Romero." My voice broke and tears sprang into my eyes. Romero regarded me silently. This time he didn't tell me Luca would come around. He straightened and held out his hand. I let him pull me to my feet and washed my hands and rinsed my mouth. Holding my head high, I returned to the living and dining area, but only found Lily and Gianna huddling close together on the sofa. "They went into the lounge to drink scotch," Gianna muttered. "Oh," I said quietly. Despite my tiredness, I stayed in the living room for as long as possible, hoping Luca would join us. But he didn't, and eventually I walked up to our bedroom and lay down. I wasn't sure how much later it was when I heard the creak of the door. Turning around, my eyes found Luca's tall form, and hope swelled in my chest. "Luca?" I whispered. He didn't say anything, and I turned on the light. He was rummaging in the drawers and pulled out sweatpants before he turned to leave. "Aren't you going to stay?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. His shoulders tensed under his shirt. He didn't turn around as he spoke in a hard voice.
"No, but I can fuck you if that's what you want."
I sucked in a shaky breath. "Don't do this." Without another word, he left, and after a moment I turned off the lights with trembling fingers. The next time he spoke to me was during breakfast the next morning, to inform me that we would be required to attend Senator Parker's Sylvester party together. He returned to New York after that. Chapter 20. Aria. "Do me a favor and don't go," Gianna pleaded. We'd been looking for new dresses for the party for close to 2 hours, and my nausea was becoming increasingly worse. I knew Gianna and Lily worried, but I couldn't tell them. Luca was supposed to find out first, but how was that ever going to happen? I browsed through the display of dresses. It would raise questions if Luca went alone. "Aria, please." I glanced over my shoulder at my sister. Something in her voice worried me. "What aren't you telling me?" Gianna moved closer to me. "Matteo mentioned that Grace will be there." My fingers on the dress tightened. I thought she was in England. She was. "She's married to some rich English businessman, but she will attend the party." I swallowed. "I can handle her." Gianna gripped my arm. "Aria, this will get ugly. Don't go, please." I forced a smile. "Don't worry about me." I pulled out an elegant cream-colored floor-length dress, moved into the changing room, and put it on. It was form-fitting with a low back. I scanned my stomach. Was it obvious that I was pregnant? Gianna poked her head in, and I stiffened, but she only whistled. "Take that. You look breathtaking. Let Luca see what he is losing." No revealing dress would convince Luca to love me again. It didn't work like that. Sandro picked Gianna and me up in the mansion and took us to New York, where we met with Luca and Matteo in the garage of our apartment. Luca was dressed in a sleek black suit, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. He didn't bat an eye when he saw me in my dress. His face was stone, and his eyes froze my insides with their coldness. Without a word, I got into the passenger seat of his car. We drove in silence toward the Parker townhouse. Before we got out, Luca turned to me, but his eyes held no warmth.
"We don't want to draw attention to ourselves, so we will act civil."
He raised his eyebrows in silent question, and I gave a nod. Luca got out and opened my door. I braced myself for what would happen, but the moment Luca's palm touched my naked back, every muscle in my body sprang to life with need and longing. Luca's fingers tensed against my skin, and I looked up but found his face completely blank. He led me toward the house without a word or glance. Gianna and Matteo were already there, drinking champagne and talking. They seemed to be getting along better again, or perhaps they were being civil in public, like Luca and me. Luca led me toward them and dropped his hand the moment we arrived.
"I will get us something to drink."
He didn't wait for my reply and left. Gianna scowled at his back before she gave me an encouraging smile. I tried to give her a smile in return, but her brows drew together. She stepped closer and gripped my arm. "Aria, don't let him win. Don't give him that power over you," she whispered harshly. I nodded and put on my public mask, head held high. Luca didn't return, and when I scanned the room, I found him in conversation with Senator Parker. That's when I saw her, Grace Parker. Tall, gorgeous and dressed in a tight jumpsuit that left little to the imagination. She was alone, no English husband in sight. I remembered when I'd caught him with her, remembered the feeling of disappointment and sorrow, and I hadn't even loved him back then. Luca spotted her about the same time as I did, and his eyes didn't move on from her. Was that how he wanted to punish me? He wouldn't dare, Gianna hissed. Matteo's reply came through the fog in my ears. He won't. Grace stepped up to Luca with a sexy smile, and Luca smirked. I remembered that look from the photos I'd seen of him in his bachelor days, like a man who knew what he had to offer and who took what women offered him. My stomach constricted so hard, sickness washed over me. I turned on my heel and hurried into the bathroom at the end of the corridor. I barely managed to close the door and reach the toilet before I threw up, retching violently until nothing was left in my stomach. Beads of sweat coated my forehead. I reached for the flush with trembling fingers. Gianna's soft knock sounded a few moments later. "Aria, let me in." I faced the mirror and touched my stomach. "Aria, please let me help you." She couldn't help me. This was a battle I had to fight alone, because it was a fight against my heart. Luca's words from weeks ago flashed in my mind. "We are done." Yes, we were.
Luca. Grace circled me like a vulture. She'd married some old fucker with millions in his bank account, but now she eye-fucked me like she'd done in the past.
Have you gotten bored with your wife already? I told you she couldn't satisfy you.
Don't talk about her, I said in warning. She seemed to have forgotten my warning from last time. Matteo raised his eyebrows at me from across the room. I didn't see Aria or Gianna anywhere, and I was fucking glad. Aria, in that almost white dress, like a fucking apparition. A fucking angel. A weakness.
I'm not here to talk. Don't worry,
she purred. My eyes were drawn to her cleavage. What are you here for then? I asked with a curl of my lip.
To fuck.
She smiled.
Come on, Luca.
I followed a few steps behind her, my eyes on her ass in that joke of a jumpsuit. She led me into her old bedroom, a room I had good memories of. Grace closed the door and turned to me, licking her red lips.
Oh, I missed having your cock in me, Luca,
she crooned as she stepped up to me and leaned in to kiss me. No kissing, I growled, glaring down at her. She pouted, but didn't try again. I'd never liked kissing her, now less than ever. Her long nails raked down my chest, then lower. I had to fight the urge to shove her hand away. I wasn't hard yet, not even close. Her touch actually fucking disgusted me. Confusion flickered on her face, then a daring smile.
Playing hard to get.
One of us has to, I muttered, hating her and hating myself. She flushed but didn't let my harshness deter her. She got on her knees, making an innocent face. It looked fucking fake, and it had the opposite effect on me than she intended. I remembered Aria's innocent smiles, her innocent touches as I'd made her mine. Aria. Fuck. Always Aria. Then I remembered the last time she'd taken me into her mouth, her perfect lips, her teasing. I loved how she'd grown more confident when it came to sex over the years. I loved her scent, her taste, her silky skin. Fuck it. I fucking loved everything about her, loved her still. Loved every fucking inch of her, but most of all her laughter and smiles, and the way she looked at me with love and trust. I staggered back from Grace's fingers on my zipper. She dropped her hand, eyes narrowing.
What now? Don't tell me you can't cheat on your goody two-shoes Aria.
I grasped her arm in a death grip. Don't you dare insult her. Don't even speak her name. I pushed her away from me, so fucking furious I could hardly control myself. Furious at myself for my weakness, for my useless feelings. Then I turned around and went back to the party. Matteo was at my side in a heartbeat, That was a quickie if I ever saw one. His voice was strange, but I had no patience to analyze his mood. I couldn't do it. Couldn't even let her suck my cock. Fuck it. What the fuck had I become? Because of Aria. I curled my hands into fists, wanting to destroy something, wanting to kill and maim. I'm fucking weak, I said quietly. Weak? Matteo laughed. Luca, you killed a clubhouse full of bikers, tore them to shreds. You tortured our uncle for hours without batting an eye. And you wouldn't feel a flicker of remorse if you killed every fucker in this room. You aren't weak because of your feelings for Aria. Our father was a sadistic asshole and insane. I'm like a castrated dog, Matteo groaned, glaring. You know Aria never cheated on you. That woman has always and will always belong only to you, Luca. I know, I growled. And fuck me. I knew she had been faithful. Not only because the photographer had confirmed her story, but also because Aria wasn't like that. She wouldn't cheat. I'd realized it quickly, but I was still fucking mad at her for going behind my back, that I was too fucking proud to apologize. And apparently, I can't cheat on her either. She's got you pussy whipped. If it were only that. She had my cold heart in an unrelenting grip, and I couldn't shake it off. My eyes scanned the crowd again, and finally I found Aria. Gianna was at her side, practically holding her up. Aria looked pale, and then her eyes settled on me, and I knew she'd seen me leave with grace. She straightened and held my gaze. This was it. My way to get rid of the weakness that made me an easy target for Dante. Apologize, Matteo muttered. For fuck's sake, Luca, apologize to her. No, I said firmly. We are done.
Chapter 21. Aria. I put on my thickest coat, a scarf, and gloves before I walked out onto the terrace, then down the slope toward the water. I watched the sun rise over the ocean, breathing in the cold air. I stood like that for a long time when steps sounded behind me. I turned around, expecting Gianna, but instead Matteo headed my way, dressed in only sweatpants and a shirt, despite the freezing temperatures. He and I hadn't exchanged more than a few words in the last 4 weeks. I turned back to the water, not sure if I wanted him to disturb this moment of almost peace. I rarely slept more than a few hours at night anymore, but I owed him thanks. Matteo stopped beside me. Thank you, I said quietly, for finding the photographer, even if it was in vain. 4 weeks, and slowly I was starting to realize that this was it, that the love I'd taken for granted I'd never experience again. 3 years ago, you kept a secret from Luca for me, Matteo said in a voice gravelly with sleep. If you hadn't, I wouldn't be standing here today. I turned toward him and tilted my face up. We'd never talked about that day in the years that followed. I did it for Luca, I said, because it was the truth and we both knew it. Merely speaking his name burned me up inside. Matteo nodded, brown eyes searching mine. And I found that photographer for him too, because he needs you. I smiled sadly. The last 4 weeks proved you wrong. Luca lives his life like he used to. He's free again, free to party and to take women into his bed. God, those words tore a hole into my chest, and my throat tightened until I was sure I'd suffocate. Until Sylvester, I'd harbored a flicker of hope, but I was done with hoping for something that was never going to happen, done with constant hurting. Matteo shook his head with a smirk. He didn't sleep with the bitch. He didn't touch her. Didn't do anything. I raised my eyebrows. 4 weeks, and Luca hasn't fucked anyone, hasn't touched a single woman, hasn't had his cock sucked. If he was done with you, he would have fucked his way through half of New York by now, trust me. The cold-hearted bastard seems to have a heart after all, and it beats only for you. He's just too much of a stupid fucker to show you. Relief filled me, but part of me wasn't sure if it even mattered that Luca was still faithful to me. Was there hope for us, for our love? Perhaps it was too broken.
"Go to him," Matteo said imploringly. "He is too fucking proud."
I turned back to the ocean and didn't say anything. I wouldn't go to Luca. I had tried in the beginning, but he kept pushing me back, even though he knew I hadn't cheated. He needed to make a small step toward me, show me that there was still hope for us. I had to protect not only myself, but also our baby.
"Luca wants you to let the doc take a look at you because of your weight loss."
I didn't think he'd noticed. After all, he never even looks at me anymore. Matteo frowned.
"He looks, trust me."
He waited, then sighed.
"Aria, can't you just fucking apologize to him, even if you don't mean it? One of you has to make the first step."
"I'm going to get myself a tea," I said, leaving him standing there. If Luca was worried, he could tell me himself, and yet part of me couldn't stop the stupid relief that he still cared for my well-being. I stepped inside, glad for the warmth. The cold had helped with the nausea, but now that I was inside, it was back. After getting out of my coat, scarf, and gloves, I headed toward our kitchen and turned on the electric kettle to make myself tea. One of the maids had put the tea bags up on the top shelf again, even though I took them down every time. It drove me crazy. I grabbed a chair, but hesitated. With my dizziness, the risk of falling was too big. I released the chair, opened the door to the shelf, and took a spatula. I stood on my tiptoes and tried to shove the packet with tea bags down from the shelf with the spatula, but I only managed to push it further back. A shadow fell over me, and I shied back in surprise, then froze. Luca reached into the shelf and grabbed the packet, then set it down on the counter. His face was stone, but there was a hint of something in his eyes. I averted my gaze. "Thanks," I said quietly. He didn't say anything, only nodded before he went over to the coffee maker. I allowed myself a moment to watch him. Like Matteo, he wore black sweatpants, but he hadn't bothered with a shirt. I'd never wanted to touch someone more than I did Luca now. I missed his closeness, his warmth. God, I missed his love. My eyes lingered on the tattoo on his shoulder. "I'll go where you go, no matter how dark the path." I turned away quickly, swallowing hard, and prepared my tea, wanting to get out of the kitchen as fast as possible. With my mug in one hand, I headed for the door when a new wave of nausea mixed with dizziness crashed down on me. The mug left my hand, smashing on the floor, spilling hot tea over my bare feet, but I barely registered the pain because my vision turned black, and I tried to reach the table to steady myself. The floor was approaching fast when strong arms wrapped around me, hoisting me up, and my palms pressed up against a hot chest. I sucked in a breath, my forehead dropping forward against muscles. I breathed in deeply, a familiar scent, a scent of comfort and love. My vision cleared slowly. "Aria." The gentle tone I missed so much. My heart seemed to mend and break at the same time. I raised my head and looked up into Luca's face. Worry. Was there worry? His brows drew together. God, I loved this man. As we stared at each other, I could practically see Luca's mask falling back in place, a mask as impenetrable as steel. Cold and hard. I must have imagined the worry. I dropped my hands from his chest and stepped back, wincing when I realized my feet had been burnt slightly.
"That should be treated with burn salve," Luca said firmly. "I will call the doc so he can take a look at you."
I forced myself to take a resolute step back, even as my body screamed to move closer, even as my heart screamed louder for his closeness. I don't need him. I'm okay. I need only you. Before I could voice these words, I knelt down and began picking up the shards. When I risked a glance up, Luca was watching me with a look I couldn't decipher. He appeared almost angry, but not quite. Suddenly, he reached for me, grabbed my arm, and pulled me up.
Go.
I stared. I need to clean this up. The maids won't return until tomorrow. Luca's eyes burnt into me.
Leave.
And his voice shook with rage.
Just leave.
I whirled around and left. A few days later, I was curled up on the sofa, reading a book, when Gianna joined me. She nodded toward my book. Is it any good? I shrugged. I had trouble focusing on anything for long. I'd read the same page twice and still didn't know what had happened. She held out a plate with cookies. I tried my hand at baking. You can't bake. Gianna wasn't any more talented than me in the kitchen. Lily was the only one who could cook anything remotely edible, but she was spending a few days with Romero's family. Gianna, on the other hand, was always around, a constant shadow. Try them, Gianna urged. I reached for one and took a hesitant bite, but the smell of warm dough and chocolate turned my stomach over. To think that I'd loved chocolate before my pregnancy. I quickly swallowed the bite, then put the cookie back down. Aria, can you please stop starving yourself now? Gianna hissed suddenly. My eyes widened with surprise. I'm not starving myself, I said. You see me eat. I do, and it's not much, and I also see you going to the toilet afterward. Come on, Luca isn't worth getting bulimia over. He was worth anything. Do I look that bad? I looked down at myself. I had lost weight. My body was drawing on my reserves to make sure the baby could grow, and thankfully it did. The doctor was satisfied with its growth after all. Gianna rolled her eyes. You'd make catwalk models jealous. Sure, except for the 10 inches I'm too small. And then there are your clothes, she said, gesturing at my loose-fitting blouse. It's like you can't bear to show your body anymore. I closed my eyes. Has Luca said anything? I'm not really on speaking terms with him, as you know. I knew. My family was falling apart, and there was nothing I could do. Apologize to Luca, but I had already apologized, had begged him not to destroy our love, and he had pushed me away. Gianna's voice tore me out of my thoughts. From what Matteo let slip, Luca is fucking worried. We all are, Aria. Why do you think Luca is suddenly spending half the week in the Hamptons? It's because he wants to keep an eye on you. I don't understand the asshole, but he obviously still cares for you in his own twisted way. I clenched my fingers. I'd noticed his increased presence, but hadn't dared hope it was because of me. I peered down at myself, at the almost unnoticeable swelling of my belly. How much longer would I be able to keep the pregnancy a secret? I didn't want us to make up only because of the pregnancy. I wanted us to find our way back together on our own because our love was strong enough to overcome anything. But eventually I wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. I was in the 12th week after all. Aria, Gianna's voice brought me back, her face twisted with worry. Please. I took a deep breath. I'm pregnant. Gianna sat back, gaping. Fuck, she glanced down at my stomach. How far along are you? 12th week. Relief settled on her features. So that's why you are sick? I nodded. I guess it's my bad luck that the sickness didn't stop yet, I said with a small laugh. Bad luck my ass. You have the worst luck getting yourself pregnant with Luca's child. She frowned. I thought you were taking the pill. I did. But when all the drama with Lily and Romero went down, I forgot occasionally. I didn't want it to happen. Luca doesn't want children at the moment. Or ever. Gianna leveled her gaze to my stomach and stretched out her arm, but stopped a couple of inches away. Can I touch it? I glanced around. We were alone. Sure. She put her palm against my bump, and I relaxed under her touch. It's still so small. Hard to believe that there's a tiny human inside. I know, I said, looking down at Gianna's hand against my bump and wishing it was Luca's hand. Tears gathered in my eyes. Oh, Aria, Gianna murmured and pulled me into a hug. I hate to see you like this. I'm so lonely, Gianna. I miss him. You see his angry face almost every fucking day, Aria. I miss how he used to be with me. I miss his kisses and his touch. I miss his body beside me at night. I miss his love. I swallowed. I miss being held. Gianna patted her lap, and I lowered my head in it. Then she began running her fingers through my hair like she'd done when we were younger. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to relax under her touch. I still had my sisters and the baby in me. Their love would have to carry me from now on. Would it be enough? I wasn't sure, but it would have to be. Gianna began to hum a soothing melody, and tears squeezed past my lashes. I fell in, humming a lullaby our mother had occasionally sung to us. She fell silent and tensed under me when steps rang out, familiar steps. I braced myself before I opened my eyes. Luca and Matteo stood in the foyer watching us. Luca's face was an emotionless mask. He kept me out, as he had in the last few weeks. I lifted my head from Gianna's legs, suppressing the urge to touch my belly as I straightened. "Excuse me," I said to Gianna, and rose to my feet, then walked upstairs. Luca didn't follow. He never did anymore.
Luca. A low humming sound greeted us as Matteo and I entered the mansion. We followed the sound into the open living area, and my chest tightened at the sight before us. Aria lay curled up on the sofa, head in her sister's lap, as Gianna stroked her blonde hair. Aria was crying, eyes closed, tears trailing down perfect but too pale cheeks. So fucking pale. Gianna froze, her gaze hardening as it settled on me. She didn't bother hiding her contempt. I didn't give a fuck. But seeing Aria like this, that got to me. Slowly she opened those stunning blue eyes, and as they met my gaze, hurt and despair filled them. Fuck. It was like a knife to the stomach. It was worse than that. She sat up, but her movements were off, as if she wasn't sure of her body anymore, as if something was holding her back. I couldn't say what it was, had no way of reading her because she lowered her head as she hurried past me and upstairs. She avoided me, and most of the time I was relieved because it made things easier. Made it easier to ignore her. Made it easier to forget the feelings only she could evoke. When she'd broken down in the kitchen a few days back, I thought I'd lose it. And then when she'd gone down to her knees, looking small and hopeless, I'd wanted to crush her to my chest. She didn't belong on her knees. She wasn't supposed to look broken. She was a fucking queen among rats. Whenever she was around, when I was forced to look into her face, I had a hard time holding back the apology that threatened to burst out of me. She had been the one who'd betrayed me in the first place. Not in the way I'd accused her of, but a betrayal nevertheless. 3 times she'd gone behind my back for her siblings. Gianna jumped up from the couch and stormed toward me. "What now?" Matteo asked her with raised hands, but she ignored him and shoved me hard. I narrowed my eyes as I looked down at her, not budging despite her vehemence. Her hands curled into fists, and I could tell she had half a mind of hitting me. Matteo must have seen it too, because he gripped her wrist and muttered, "Gianna, get a grip."
Get a grip? He's the one who needs to get a grip.
She shook him off and scowled back up at me.
Can't you pull your head out of your ass for 1 fucking second and apologize to Aria, you stupid asshole? You are destroying everything.
I had grown used to her insults. She had enough self-preservation to reserve them for when we were among family, and she knew I tolerated her disrespect because of Matteo and Aria. "Apologize?" I asked in a low voice, sending her a scowl in return. But she didn't back down.
Yes, apologize. You know she didn't cheat on you, and you treated her like dirt. You still do.
I don't treat her like dirt. I knew Aria hadn't cheated, but the fact remained that she had gone against me. She had taken money from the Familia bank account. She had gone to Chicago in a time of war and let herself get captured by Dante. If he hadn't used her to make me lose my mind, she'd still be in his hands. And woman or not, we were at war. Gianna shook her head, disgusted. It was a look I was used to from her.
She's fading every day, don't you see? Is your pride worth losing the one person who doesn't think you're a psychotic serial killer?
I'd seen that Aria had lost weight, but it wasn't anywhere close to being dangerous yet. I'd asked the doc. He had assured me that she looked healthy enough, even if he hadn't examined her in a while because she didn't want him to. I am a killer, I said simply. He is, Matteo said with a shrug. Then he added, in an attempt to lighten the mood, whether psychotic or sociopathic, that's definitely up for debate. Gianna shook her head, then she whirled around and stomped off. Matteo sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Your problems with Aria are making my life hell too. I'm barely getting sex anymore. Not even angry sex. And Gianna is the best at angry sex, let me tell you. I didn't doubt it. That woman harbored the fury of 50 hungry wildcats. She was completely intolerable, so unlike her sister. Aria hated arguments, tried to keep people together with her beautiful smile and kind words. Fuck. The slow smile that began with a soft curl at the corners of that perfect mouth, then spread until it broke across her entire face, wide and stunning. A fucking hole gaped in my stomach whenever I remembered her smile. She hadn't smiled in a while. Matteo watched me silently with a too knowing expression. Perhaps Aria started the mess, but you will be the one to end it, Luca. I won't apologize. Fine, but I'm so fucking tired of the tense mood that's been dragging us down. Not just you and Aria, but Gianna and Liliana and me and Romero. It's annoying as fuck, and it's going to bring us all down. If you are certain that you won't apologize to Aria for accusing her of cheating and for giving her the cold shoulder, then at least end it for good. You've changed so much already in the Familia. Make a difference and file for a divorce. Then you can return to fucking your way through New York's it girls and Aria can find a nice guy to marry. No, I growled. Aria is mine. I'll kill every fucker who dares to touch her. There won't be a fucking divorce. Ever. And I don't want to fuck anyone. But her, Matteo finished. He shrugged. Then your balls are going to turn blue and fall off, because I don't think Aria will make the first move again.
Chapter 22. Aria. It was already late in the morning. I hadn't slept most of the night because I'd felt sick, but also too exhausted to get out of bed. Turning around, my eyes found the empty space beside me in bed. My fingers traced the soft fabric. I still fell asleep on my side of the bed and always woke half on Luca's empty one, as if my body tried to seek him out at night. 8 weeks of lonely nights. I put on the loose silk bathrobe that hid my bump and made my way out of the bedroom with bare feet. The house was quiet, but distantly I heard the rumble of deep voices. I was surprised to find Luca and Matteo still at the breakfast table. Their plates were covered in crumbs, but they were done eating and caught in an argument from the look of it. Another plate was also covered in crumbs, but Gianna had already made her exit. She and Luca in a room. That didn't last long. She was probably in the gym. Lily and Romero had left for New York yesterday morning. Both men looked up at me. I didn't say anything, didn't meet either of their gazes. I was too tired to deal with my feelings. Swallowing my nausea, I reached for the thermos with fruit tea that Mariana always prepared for me and put it in a cup. I drank a sip of the hot fruit tea, not sitting down. I couldn't stomach anything else in the morning right now, and I didn't want to risk sitting down lest I had to run to the bathroom. Luca was watching me, his eyes lingering on my cheekbones, then my collarbones. I knew he could see my bones protruding sharply, The bathrobe couldn't hide every part of me. I'd lost even more weight in the last 2 weeks. I was starting to get worried about the baby, but I just couldn't keep food inside. I took another sip of the tea, one hand clutching the edge of the table to steady myself. Mornings were always the worst.
You should sit down,
Matteo suggested, and his voice made me look up because it held worry. Luca rose from his chair, took the basket with danishes, and held it out toward me. He wasn't close, never close anymore.
Mariana got your favorite almond biscotti. You need to eat.
His gray eyes were softer than I'd seen them in a long time, but I had given up hoping. I stared down at the baked goods and felt my stomach turning over. I looked back up. His eyes were desperate.
Aria, please,
he added. He almost never said please, especially not in front of others, not even Matteo. A violent wave of sickness gripped me. I shook my head, fighting the nausea. I can't, I got out, then turned around and walked slowly back upstairs. Running would have made me throw up. I was glad that Luca didn't follow me anymore. It made this easier. I threw up what little I still had in my stomach, then I brushed my teeth in a daze and washed myself with a cloth. Dizzy like this, I couldn't risk going into the shower. I walked back into the bedroom and undressed, then turned around to face the floor-length mirror. "What are you doing to me?" I whispered affectionately. 14 weeks. I cupped my bump. Naked like this, there was no mistaking that I was pregnant. I turned, facing the mirror sideways. A baby. I stroked my bump lightly, wishing it was Luca's hands, needing his touch and love so much it hurt. The door to the bedroom opened.
Aria.
It was Luca. I whirled around, away from the mirror, and rushed toward the clothes stand where I'd left my bathrobe. I ripped it off and made the whole thing topple over. I flinched as it hit the ground before my feet, then quickly clutched the bathrobe to my naked front. Luca stood frozen in the room, his eyes moving from the clothes rack to me clutching the bathrobe like it was my salvation. Regret flickered on his face, but I didn't dare hope.
Aria, are you scared of me?
He asked quietly. Was I? I regarded Luca. I had been occasionally in the days after he'd thought I'd cheated, but not anymore. He hadn't hurt me when he'd thought I'd betrayed him in the worst way possible. He would never hurt me. "No," I said with conviction. He moved toward me, movements slow and careful as not to startle me, as he picked up the rack and straightened it. He looked into my eyes, and the emotion in his tugged at my heartstrings.
I don't care about pain. I can deal with torture. But when I saw you with Dante and thought that you...
He trailed off, face twisting with agony.
I wanted to kill you, and I wanted to kill myself because I knew I was too weak to do it.
What a logic. I'm sorry I made you think you couldn't trust me. But Luca, I love you. I would never let another man touch me. Never betray you like that. Never.
I know,
he said quietly. He still didn't bridge the remaining distance between us, perhaps because I was still shielding myself with the bathrobe, as if I was scared of what he'd do with my nakedness.
You still love me?
He asked, his expression unguarded. He wasn't Capo in that moment. He was my husband, the man I loved, and who loved me in turn. Of course, I said. I didn't think I could stop loving him. And you? Do you love me? He laughed, a dark, raw sound, and he took a step closer, but then stopped himself.
I love you too much. It's fucking painful. It's killing me every second I'm not with you, every second of having to pretend that I don't love you. I hate to see you being sick because of me.
I'm not sick, I protested. He gestured at my collarbones.
You have lost so much weight, Aria. I'm not blind.
I shrugged. It's nothing I can't handle.
Forgive me.
He got out. My eyes widened. He had never said those words before. A capo doesn't ask for forgiveness nor grant it. That was one of his father's lessons he had taken to heart. His eyes weren't cold or hard or wary. He let me in. He was back. My Luca was back. I started crying, and he bridged the remaining distance.
Aria,
I peered up at him, at the pained look. Of course I forgive you, if you forgive me too.
how could I not forgive you?
He cupped my cheeks.
I love you.
He bent down and kissed me softly. I had been drowning, and he was my air. He was my life, my love, my everything. His kiss was sweet, no possessiveness, only love. I parted my lips, and his tongue tasted me. I'd missed this. I'd missed him. I dropped the bathrobe and pressed my hands against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. His hands trailed down from my cheeks to my shoulders, then down my back and to my ribs, so close to my bump. He pulled away.
Your ribs,
He said quietly.
Aria, you need to eat. I won't let you starve yourself. Let me help you.
I smiled up at him. There's nothing you can do, Luca. He got it wrong, his face twisted with raw fear.
Are you really sick?
God, no, I said quickly. I took a step back, but he only looked into my face, uncomprehending, and not at the small bump. I grabbed his hand and put his palm on my belly. The look on his face was priceless, utter shock, disbelief. His eyes shot down to his hand on my bump. It wasn't big yet, and looked even smaller compared to his strong hand, but it was unmistakable.
What?
He asked, his voice breaking. I'm pregnant with our baby, Luca. Slowly, his eyes rose back to mine. He didn't say anything. Uncertainty filled me. I'm sorry. I forgot to take the pill when everything was a mess because of Lily's wedding to Broschi. I know you didn't want to bring a baby into this world. That's why I hadn't told you yet. And that was the reason why Dante let me leave Chicago unscathed. I was pregnant then, and I told him, I'm sorry, Luca. With a low sound in his throat, he knelt down, startling me, his hand still on my belly. He leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss against my stomach, then rested his forehead against my naked skin, breathing harshly. I exhaled in a shudder, and of course began crying again. He raised his gaze to mine.
Oh, Aria, I will burn down the world for you and our child. I wish I'd apologized sooner. I wish I hadn't let you go through this alone.
He got up and kissed me lightly. I deepened the kiss and slid my hands under his shirt and over his six-pack. I needed him, needed his closeness more than I'd ever needed anything. He returned the kiss, then pulled away.
What about the baby?
It's okay. We can have sex. I talked to the gynecologist. Then I hesitated. Or don't you find me attractive with a bump? Luca laughed.
You are the sexiest and most beautiful woman in the world, Aria, bump or not.
He lifted me into his arms and carried me over to the bed. Luca put me down on the mattress and let his eyes take in the sight of me.
Oh, fuck. You are so gorgeous, Aria.
His fingers brushed across my trimmed curls, but then he paused, expression uncertain, as if he was asking for permission. I parted my legs for him. He didn't take his eyes off me as he slipped his fingers between my folds and stroked me expertly, knowing every touch and flick I enjoyed. My breathing turned ragged as I watched that strong, powerful man, my man, kneeling between my legs, his hands giving me pleasure. He heaved a breath, expression darkening with desire as he lowered his head between my legs, and my center tightened in anticipation. I gasped when I felt his tongue slide along my flesh. I was already so ready for him. It had been too long since I'd been with him. Luca, I want you inside me. But he didn't let himself be deterred and settled completely between my legs, his eyes on my face as his lips closed over my clit and he suckled. I cried out as my orgasm hit me, unexpected and forcefully. It had been too long without his touch. Luca groaned against my center, and the vibration made my eyes roll back, but he didn't stop his gentle assault. I relaxed under his tongue and mouth, let him guide me toward sweet oblivion as a new wave of pleasure raced through me. After my second release, I could take no more. "Luca, please, I need you." Luca trailed kisses up my body, over my hip, my stomach, ribs, before he lingered on my breasts, which had grown. He smirked, and I let out a small laugh, which brought his attention back to my face and smile. "I missed this." "Sex?" I asked, feeling hot and wet and desperate for more. "Your smile," he murmured, before he lowered his head to my breasts and began lavishing them with kisses. His mouth closed around my nipple, and I moaned, feeling another release approaching. He nibbled and sucked for a while, his gray eyes on my face as I squirmed and moaned. "Luca, please." He straightened and tugged his shirt over his head, revealing the muscled torso I always wanted to run my hands over, but he didn't take his eyes off me. His hands moved to his pants, which did nothing to hide the bulge beneath them, and pulled them and his briefs down. He needed this as much as I did. I shivered in anticipation as he climbed back on the bed and up my body as I opened my legs wider for him. He supported his weight on his elbows as he lowered his mouth for another kiss. Reaching between us, he lined himself up, his tip pressed up against me. I bucked my hips, so he slipped in a couple of inches, and we both moaned at the sensation. He slowly eased into me until he was almost all the way in, but I could tell he was holding back. I peered into his eyes and gripped his firm backside. "I want all of you inside me." The tendons in his throat flexed, his expression reflecting his turmoil.
"I don't want to hurt you or the baby."
"Luca," I said, tightening my hold on his ass. "You can't. Trust me, as long as you don't turn all out-of-control rough with me again." As if he remembered that day, his lips twisted with self-hatred, but I didn't let him. I reached for the back of his head and pulled him down for a kiss, and finally he slid the rest of the way into me, and we groaned as one. "Fuck," he rasped, pressing his forehead against mine, chest heaving.
"I forgot how tight you are, how fucking perfect you feel."
He retreated a few inches, only to slide into me again. I moaned at the sensation of fullness, his strong body over me, his length inside of me, his eyes burning into me with love and need and hunger. I felt like bursting. He thrust slowly, as if he was savoring every moment, and I could feel myself spiraling out of control, but I didn't want to let go. I wanted this moment to last forever. He slammed into me a bit harder, his skin covered in perspiration, his mouth set tight as he fought for control.
"Aria, it's been too long. I'm not sure how long I can last,"
he said through gritted teeth. I touched his cheek, holding his gaze. That he had stayed faithful to me, despite who he was, despite what he'd thought I'd done at first, it meant the world to me. Perhaps it was nothing I should have been thankful for, nothing normal women were grateful for, but I knew what many made men did behind their wives' backs, and they weren't even Capo. Luca could have a new girl every day if he felt so inclined. He could have more than that. "I'm close," I gasped as he angled his thrusts upwards to reach my G-spot, and I clutched his shoulders. My toes curled, my fingers twitched against his skin. So close. Luca tensed, and then he came with a violent shudder and took me with him over the edge. I cried out my release, clinging to his shoulders as he slammed into me a few more times before his forehead collapsed on the pillow, his breathing harsh against my throat. He still kept his weight off me, probably worried he'd crush the baby. I wanted to relish in this moment forever, in the feel of his warmth and power, listening to his rapid breathing, but my body had a mind of its own and obviously intended to eject whatever small amount of fruit tea had remained in my stomach. "Luca," I pressed out, already fighting off the rising sickness. His head snapped up, brows crinkling with worry. He pushed off me at once and slid off the bed. The moment I was free to move, I scrambled off the bed and rushed toward the bathroom. I barely managed to reach the toilet before I threw up my tea. Shivering and feeling faint, I sank down to my knees.
Luca. For a moment I wasn't sure what to do when Aria fled into the bathroom, but then I moved to follow. I heard her throw up. Yet when I entered the room, she knelt on the ground, trembling, her fingers lying limply in her lap and her blonde hair curtaining her face. She looked small and vulnerable, and fierce protectiveness flooded me. My eyes lingered on the small bump as I moved toward her and flushed the toilet. Aria carried our baby. How could she ever consider that I didn't find her attractive with her bump? She was the most beautiful woman on this planet, the love of my life, and I had almost lost her, given her up. I was a fucking fool. I took a washcloth out of the cupboard and held it under warm water for a couple of minutes before I returned to Aria, crouched beside her and held it out to her. She took the cloth with an embarrassed, "Thanks," then wiped her pale face. She didn't have to be embarrassed. I had seen so much worse in my life than a pregnant woman throwing up. I rubbed her back gently, worry filling me as I felt her spine protruding too sharply. "Principessa, we should let the doc take a look at you." She tilted her head up, perspiration glistening on her forehead.
But he isn't even a gynecologist, Luca. I doubt he could help.
Perhaps she was right. The doc could patch up knife and bullet wounds faster than anyone I knew, but he usually didn't deliver babies. "Who's your gynecologist?"
Dr. Max Brightly,
she said, and possessiveness reared its ugly head. She had a male gynecologist. The idea that any man saw Aria like that drove me up the walls with jealousy. Soft laughter bubbled out of Aria, her pale cheeks flushing.
"Oh, Luca, don't tell me you're jealous of my doctor."
"You know I'm a possessive bastard. Why does that still surprise you?" She shook her head.
"Can you help me stand?"
I straightened and lifted her to her feet, supporting her weight. She swayed lightly. "We're going to that Dr. Max now. I want to have a word with him."
"Luca,"
Aria chided.
"I won't go if it's only so you can intimidate my doctor."
"Not only to intimidate. I also want to know why he isn't capable of stopping you from losing weight."
"Some things can't be changed, Luca. Pregnancy isn't something you can influence. You have to trust in my body."
I trusted Aria. And I loved her body. But it was obvious that she needed help. I was used to finding a solution to problems. And if I wasn't able to find a solution myself, I forced people to find one for me. And I was going to make Dr. Brightly see what kind of man he was messing with.
"I need a shower, but I'm worried I'll faint,"
Aria said. I led her toward the shower, then turned on the water and waited until it turned warm before I gently led Aria inside and took the shampoo. I squirted a small amount on my palm, but Aria shook her head.
"That's not enough."
"That's double of what I'm using," I said. Her eyes darted up to my short hair.
"If I had short hair like yours, I'd need less shampoo as well."
"No," I said with more force than intended. She rolled her eyes, but I could tell that she still didn't feel well. I doubled the shampoo amount and began massaging it into Aria's hair. I loved her blonde strands, but cleaning them was a hell of a bother. At the time it took to get every trace of shampoo out, I would have been dressed and on my way to the doctor. But I enjoyed touching her like that. Aria closed her eyes as the warm water streamed down her face, and again my eyes slid lower to the proof of her pregnancy. "How far along are you?"
14 weeks,
Aria murmured as she glanced up at me. I turned off the water and grabbed a towel. A pregnancy took 9 months. That was pretty much all I knew. I wrapped her in it, then lifted her out of the shower, careful not to hit her head on the glass.
"I can still walk,"
she said with a smile. But I carried her back into the bedroom and set her down on the bench in front of our bed. I took my time drying her, enjoying the feel of her soft skin as my fingertips brushed over it. To think that I had denied myself this for so long. "Do you know what it is?" I asked, trying to keep my voice relaxed even if the thought that Aria had found out without me at her side felt like a stab to the heart. "No," she said softly, raking her fingers through my wet hair.
"It's probably still too soon, and I didn't want to know. I'd hoped we could find out together."
Her voice broke, and I pressed my forehead against her bare thigh. She smelled faintly of vanilla and Aria's very own clean sweetness. "We will. I will be there for you every step of the way from now on. I swear." I felt Aria nod, and when I looked up, she was crying again. "Aria," I said in a pained voice, "why are you crying again?" I hated to see her tears. They made me feel like a monster because I knew I was the reason.
"I'm being emotional because of the hormones, Luca, that's all."
She tried to smile, but it came off shaky.
"The due date is in July."
5.5 months to go. Suddenly, images of my own father popped up, uninvited and unpleasant. I had few good memories of the man. Matteo and I had definitely never loved him. He hadn't been what anyone would consider a good father, not even in our world. How was I supposed to be a father to our child? Aria, she was a natural caretaker, but I was a destroyer, a killer. Those thoughts tormented me as I helped Aria get dressed. She chanced the occasional glance at me, obviously picking up on my mood. Insecurity filled her eyes.
"Are you okay?"
"Don't worry about me, Principessa," I told her, linking our fingers. She gave a hesitant nod.
"You don't look happy."
"I'm happy that you are pregnant, Aria. Trust me," I said firmly. I raised our linked hands and kissed her palm. How could I not be happy about a small version of you? Her expression relaxed.
"It could be a boy. Then it would be a small version of you."
My stomach tightened. I knew made men, especially a Capo, were supposed to produce an heir, but I didn't want a son. With a son, the chances that I'd act like my father to make the boy strong were too great. I didn't want to become like him. Again, Aria picked up on my hesitation and frowned at me. Fuck, she knew me too well.
"You want a girl?"
she asked in surprise. "Yes," I said without hesitation. There was no sense in pretending I didn't care about the gender. She searched my face, as if the answers to her questions were hidden there.
"Are you worried you won't be able to love a son like a daughter?"
"I'll love our child no matter the gender because it's your flesh and blood, Aria. But with a boy, I'd need to think of his future." I didn't say more, didn't want to elaborate. There was no use in discussing this when we didn't even know if it was a boy. "We should head out now," I said, tugging her along. My grip on her tightened when she swayed again, and I pulled her against me as I led her out of our bedroom and downstairs. The first floor was deserted. Matteo had probably gone in search of Gianna. "Does Gianna know about your pregnancy?" I asked as I led Aria toward my new black Mercedes G-Class parked in the driveway. I'd bought it to distract myself. Of course, it hadn't worked.
"She and Lily,"
she trailed off, biting her lip. "And Romero," I finished. Worry filled her face.
"I needed to involve him so he could guard me when I went to the gynecologist. I knew you would have hated it if I'd gone there without protection, and I couldn't ask Sandro. He would have told you right away."
I nodded as I held the door open for her. I'd have to have a talk with Romero anyway. She slipped in, but not without another worried look.
"Don't be mad at him. He helped me a lot. I don't know what I would have done without him."
I stifled my anger. It wasn't directed at Aria, not even at Romero. She shouldn't have been forced to rely on Romero in the first place. I closed the door, walked around the hood, and climbed behind the steering wheel. Aria fell asleep during the drive back to New York, and I let her. She looked exhausted. With her shirt dress, her bump wasn't noticeable, and yet my eyes kept returning to the spot. After I'd parked the car in a loading zone, I woke Aria. She sat up, startled. Her eyes took in our surroundings.
"Are we already in Manhattan?"
"You slept through the ride," I told her.
"Sorry."
She peered out of the window.
"Are you sure we won't get towed?"
"Yes," I said. I got out, catching the eye of the restaurant owner whose loading zone I was barring. He recognized me. They paid us for protection. I helped Aria out of the car and took her hand. She stiffened her spine, holding her head high. This was the public. Aria knew what was expected of both of us. We could always be followed by paparazzi. Usually my contacts checked in with me before photos got published, but I preferred not to have compromising photos in the first place. The Dante-Aria fiasco had been bad enough, and still made my blood boil.
I hope Dr. Brightly has time for us,
Aria said as I followed her toward a building with several doctors for all kinds of medical problems. That way at least people wouldn't suspect Aria was pregnant. I didn't want word to get out so soon, and if possible, never. We were at war, and children were too vulnerable. It was bad enough that Dante knew about the pregnancy, but I needed to keep it a secret from our other enemies, and that meant we would have to make sure there was never a press photo of Aria pregnant or with our child. I'd move heaven and earth to guarantee their safety. When we stepped into the reception area of the practice, the eyes of the receptionist snapped toward us, widening when she took me in. Of course she knew me. I darted a look toward the closed door of the waiting room to our right. I wasn't keen on other patients seeing us here and spreading rumors. We stepped toward the reception.
Mrs. Vitiello, we didn't expect you today,
the receptionist piped up. I reckon that won't be a problem, I said with a closed-lipped smile that always had the same effect on people. Aria's cheeks turned red. The receptionist blinked up at me, then quickly looked away, paling.
Of course. I'll just have to check with Dr. Brightly first. We have quite a few patients in the waiting room. Perhaps you can sit down until I call you.
No, I said. You certainly understand that I don't want to draw attention to my wife and me. I trust you'll honor our wish for secrecy. The smile got wider, but my eyes narrowed. She nodded and waved at another woman who was dressed in a bluish nurse's uniform.
Can you please take Mr. and Mrs. Vitiello to a treatment room?
After one glance at me, the nurse scurried off and opened a door for us. We stepped through, and she closed the door behind us, giving us privacy. Aria turned to me with an exasperated expression.
Luca, did you have to be so...
She waved a hand in my direction, as if that said it all. So, I echoed.
So dominant,
she finished before she sank down on one of the two chairs in front of a white desk. The other furniture in the room was the chair that no man ever wanted to see close up, with its strange metallic leg holders and a pallet with an ultrasound machine beside it. I cocked an eyebrow. Aria shook her head.
Never mind.
I moved to her side but didn't sit down. My surroundings made me prefer to stand.
Luca, she began, Dr. Brightly is very upfront. I don't want you to take it the wrong way and act all Capo.
I didn't get a chance to reply because the door opened and a tall figure stepped in, a woman with short brown hair and glasses. Dr. Brightly, her name tag read. I sent Aria a look, and she smiled innocently. The doctor approached me without hesitation or initial shock. A receptionist must have warned her. I accepted her outstretched hand, surprised by her firm grip. If she'd been a man, I would have answered with my own version of a strong grip.
I'm Dr. Brightly, and you must be the elusive father, Mr. Vitiello.
Her words were clipped, her smile disapproving. I gave her a tight smile. You must be the doctor incapable of helping my wife, I said in a deadly voice. Aria rose from her chair and stepped up to us to shake Dr. Brightly's hand.
What he means is that I still can't keep any food in me.
Dr. Brightly frowned, her eyes checking Aria from head to toe.
Have you lost weight since the last time we saw each other?
Aria nodded.
Not much. You are underweight, Mrs. Vitiello,
she said with a sigh before she leveled her gaze on me.
Sadly, my options are limited. I could give your wife an infusion to improve her nutrient supply, but apart from that, there's little I can do.
She turned back to Aria.
Your sickness could be related to emotional stress. Have you considered that?
Aria blanched, and I tensed. Had Aria talked to the doctor about our personal problems? Her eyes met mine, and she gave a small shake of her head to tell me she hadn't. The doctor must have based her assumption on me missing the previous appointments. Regret left a bitter taste in my mouth. I met the doctor's gaze, my face a mask of calm. It wasn't her business what went on behind closed doors.
I don't think it's that,
Aria said quietly but firmly. She took my hand and I squeezed lightly in return.
We wanted to find out the sex of our baby today, if possible.
Dr. Brightly nodded.
Please, unbutton your dress and lie down on the bench. I can't promise you anything since it's still early.
When the doctor began the ultrasound, I felt fucking nervous. I held Aria's hand, but my eyes were focused on the ultrasound screen. I didn't see much at first, only unidentifiable shapes in gray and black which shifted constantly. But then suddenly a face became distinguishable. A perfect little face. Nose, ears, lips. Next, the doctor showed us the hands. 10 tiny fingers and feet. I couldn't believe a fully formed human. Our child was inside Aria. The doctor zoomed in on the area between the child's legs and smiled.
I can't be entirely sure until later in the pregnancy, but it looks like a girl.
I almost sagged with relief. A girl. A little version of Aria. Not a boy who would harbor my darkness. A darkness I would have to encourage to help him survive in the familia. Aria squeezed my hand and I turned to her. She smiled. I gave her a small nod, feeling the eyes of the doctor on me.
It would be good if your wife got as much relaxation as possible. The baby is still growing, but if she keeps losing weight, we might have to admit her to the hospital to be safe.
I gave a terse nod. She'll gain weight. Don't worry. We headed to our penthouse after the appointment. Aria was too tired for the hour-long drive back to the Hamptons, and I had a feeling she wanted to return to our apartment. She had spent almost all of her time in the Hamptons over the last few weeks. I could tell how happy she was to be back as she strode out onto the rooftop and let her gaze glide over the skyline. I came up behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist, still stunned by her bump. How about we order sushi and lounge on the couch? She gave me a look.
Sushi? Aren't you forgetting something?
She rested her hand over mine. I didn't get it. She laughed.
Men are so clueless. I'm not allowed to eat raw fish or raw meat, and it's best not to order anything uncooked in case the restaurant doesn't wash their products enough.
If I told them to wash them, they would. Trust me, I said. If something happened to Aria or our daughter because anyone messed up, I'd show them that monsters walked the earth.
I know.
She turned around in my embrace, touching my cheek.
My big bad mobster.
I choked on a laugh. Aria was the only one who would joke about it. I leaned down, making my voice the deadly whisper I used when people displeased me. I am bad, and worse. I am Capo. Aria shivered, but definitely not from fear. She wrapped her arms around my middle and pressed her face against my chest. God, I miss this. I stroked her silky hair, then followed her spine down to the soft swell of her ass. She shivered again and moved even closer. You need to eat, I said, even if my cock had other plans. She nodded, but didn't move. How about pasta? That can't be bad for the baby, right?
Gnocchi alla Genovese for me, she said without hesitation. And perhaps one of those delicious almond cakes. You are ordering at Danielle's?
I smiled. Of course. 40 minutes later, we settled on the couch in the living area with our ordered food. Aria in one of my white shirts, and I in only gray sweatpants and a shirt. I opened the boxes and spooned a small heap of gnocchi on Aria's plate. Do you want a bite of my ossobuco? She eyed the meat, then quickly shook her head.
I don't think I can eat it.
I held her plate out to her and she took it and settled back against the couch. Her bare legs tugged under her body. She smelled her food hesitantly. Watching her, I dug into my own dish. Aria picked up the fork and took a bite of her gnocchi, then smiled.
It seems okay.
I was finished with my main course, the focaccia and the tapenade, before Aria had even eaten half of her plate, and the box was still half full of gnocchi. Feeling my gaze on her, she glanced up.
You don't have to watch me. I can eat.
She smiled to soften her words. Not enough, I said. I stroked her knee. Come on, Principessa. Don't make me force-feed you. She sighed.
I'm worried I'll get sick if I eat too fast.
Perhaps you need to stop worrying about it. I paused. Was the doctor right? Did you feel sick because of our fight? Aria swallowed another bite before she put down the plate on her lap.
I don't know. Perhaps. You are the most important person in my life. You are the father of our baby girl, and I couldn't confide in you for so long. It hurt. Hurt worse than anything ever had.
Fuck, I muttered. Remorse still was a strange sensation, unfamiliar in my body.
It was my fault too, Luca. I should have realized how you'd take my going to Chicago without your permission. As you said, I know what kind of man you are.
A possessive, controlling asshole. And that wasn't even the worst of my character traits. But Aria knew. She knew and loved me despite it all.
Yes,
she said with a small smile.
And the man I love with all my heart.
She touched the spot over my heart.
Mine.
Only yours. Always. She brought another bite of gnocchi to her lips and ate it. Her voice became very soft when she spoke again.
Did you ever waver?
Waver?
Grace? Or other women?
Her shoulders were tense. No, I said firmly. All I could think of was your smile. And it was the fucking truth. I was completely whipped when it came to Aria. And you? I couldn't keep the growl out of my voice. Aria actually threw her head back and laughed, her bell-like laugh. She took another bite, then filled her plate with the rest of her dish.
I wouldn't even know how to flirt with a man, Luca. You're the only man I can imagine being close to. It's like your possessiveness flipped a switch in my brain and made me incapable of tolerating any other man's closeness.
I smirked, and Aria huffed. She took another bite. I had to stifle a smile. She didn't even notice how much she was eating. I reached for the remote control and turned on the stereo. Soft music began playing from the speakers, and then a deep male voice started singing. Aria's eyes flashed with recognition. It was her favorite album by Rag & Bone Man. She beamed, that fucking perfect, slow smile taking over her gorgeous face. How had I gone 8 weeks without it? Without her? She put down her plate, regarding me, seriousness banishing her smile.
Promise me we won't ever fight again for so long. I don't think I can survive it again.
I opened my arms and she climbed on my lap, wrapping my neck in a tight embrace. I promise. And you promise me to never go behind my back again, no matter what it is. You going to Chicago alone. It was suicidal.
I know,
she said quietly.
It was because of Fabi. He called me the night you left for New York.
It was betrayal. If Dante found out, he would have to put Fabi down. Aria's voice shook as she continued.
My father is cruel to him. He is beating Fabi, and I'm so worried he will do worse. I wanted to help him, that's all.
I got it. Aria couldn't help herself. But Fabi was an initiate. He would experience and do worse than a beating. Did you see him? She shook her head.
I failed him.
He wouldn't have come to New York with you. He is loyal to the outfit. Aria swallowed hard. I stroked her back, wanting to set her at ease. She had been upset for too long. Fabi is strong. He won't have any trouble surviving in the outfit. And if he wasn't strong enough, I hoped Aria would never find out.
Can't there be peace again?
Aria begged me with her eyes, but this was something I couldn't give her. As long as I am Capo, there won't be peace with Dante Cavallaro. Not after the fucking photo incident.
Dante didn't hurt me. He wouldn't.
I grew tense, old anger rekindling, but I shoved it down. He is Capo, and we are at war. Next time he gets his hands on you, he won't let you go, trust me. You are the leverage he and the outfit need against me. He's under as much fire as me. I didn't mention that he'd been the one who was responsible for the photos. It wouldn't serve any other purpose than to upset Aria further. And in her state, she didn't need any more stress than she'd already suffered. Worry flickered in her eyes.
Is your family still going against you? Gianna told me you killed one of your uncles on the night you saw the photos of me and Dante.
I did. Crushed his throat in front of the gathered underbosses and captains. I didn't mention that I killed Hermano and Angelo as well, and the fucking bikers, and the outfit fuckers who had come too close to our borders and gotten caught. I'd sent them back to Dante in several packets. I'd killed so many in the past few weeks. Aria released a slow breath.
And then you saw me with Dante.
I lost it, Aria. I fucking lost it. She kissed me.
How could you ever think I'd cheat on you with Dante?
I ran my hand over her smooth calf, and Aria's lashes fluttered. There were shadows under her eyes. I began massaging her calves, feeling her relax under my touch. Then her eyes opened slowly.
Promise me you will never hit our daughter. I know many men in our world think it's the only way to discipline children.
Aria, I said fiercely, many men in our world think a husband should discipline his wife the same way. And I never raised a hand against you, and I won't. And I fucking swear on everything that matters to me in this world that I won't ever hurt our daughter. The bing of her mobile made her jump, and she slanted a glance toward the screen, which rested on the table. Gianna, of course. Aria sighed, then reached for her phone and typed a quick reply before she turned off the sound and returned it to the table. What did you tell her?
That I'm in New York with you.
That's all. You know she won't stop bugging us until you tell her every little detail, I murmured, leaning forward and running my lips over her delicate throat.
I turned off the sound.
As if that's going to stop her, I said. And as if on cue, my phone began ringing. Matteo. I didn't even have to look at the screen. Gianna had probably ordered him to check on her sister. Aria shook her head with a soft smile.
She's worried about me. I gave her a lot of reason to be worried.
And I was the fucking reason. My phone didn't stop ringing. Aria leaned back to give me a look.
They won't give up.
With a groan, I reached for my own phone and took Matteo's call. I'm busy, I muttered. Busy in a good way or a bad way? Matteo asked. I could hear Gianna's high-pitched bickering in the background. I'm not sure what you consider a good way, I said as I motioned for Aria to lie back. She did without hesitation, and I began rubbing her calves and feet. Her face softened even more, and my black-as-tar heart softened in turn at the sight. Luca, Matteo said with a hint of strain in his voice. Gianna must have been grating on his nerves the last few weeks. He was even more volatile than usual, but who was I to talk? Is Aria with you? Yes, I said as I applied pressure on the sole of Aria's foot with my thumb, eliciting a soft moan from her. For fuck's sake, Luca, just tell me if she's okay. She is okay, Matteo. She and I, we figured things out. Thank the fucking Lord. Gianna spoke in the background again. Let me talk to him, Matteo said to her, then to me. When will you come back? Tomorrow, but only to pick up a few things. Aria will stay in New York with me from now on. Aria looked at me then, and I could tell she was pleased. Okay, Matteo said slowly. I hung up, fed up with Gianna's voice in the background, wishing I could turn off the sound of my mobile as well. But as Capo, that was a fucking no-go.
Will you tell Matteo about the pregnancy?
Aria asked, biting her lip. Yes, tomorrow. I need his help upping your protection.
Up my protection?
Aria asked. I lifted one foot and pressed a kiss to her ankle. Oh, yes, I murmured. Aria didn't protest. She let out a yawn and smiled embarrassedly.
I'm sorry. I haven't slept well without you.
Me neither, I admitted. I'd lost count of the times I'd woken at night, reached for her and freaked because she hadn't been there until I remembered why. I pushed off the sofa and lifted Aria against my chest. Her arms came around my neck as she pressed her cheek against my shoulder, releasing a small sigh. We're going to bed. You need to rest. I carried her up the stairs, through our bedroom and into the bathroom, setting her down in front of the wash table. She shook her head.
I'm pregnant, not immobile.
My eyes moved down to the bump hidden beneath my shirt. I'd stop at nothing to protect Aria and our daughter. She watched me, then nodded.
You won't budge on the matter.
I won't. I helped her out of my shirt, and she pulled a nightgown over her head, which showed the hint of her belly. The sight made me fucking happy, which surprised me. I'd never really considered having kids. It had been an abstract concept. As we got ready for bed, I couldn't stop admiring her. She washed her face and tensed a moment before her fingers clutched the edge. I grabbed her waist at once. "Aria?"
"Dizzy,"
she said apologetically. I lifted her up into my arms and carried her over to our bed, where I laid her down and stretched out beside her, pulling her close. She snuggled against my body, fingers clinging tightly to my biceps as if she was afraid I'd leave if she let me go. She kissed my chest before her eyes rose to mine. I cupped her cheek, and she gave me that smile that warmed my cold heart every time. She fell asleep within a couple of minutes of being in my arms, but I lay awake and listened to her rhythmic breathing for a long time. Not because I couldn't fall asleep, but because I didn't want to. The feeling of Aria in my arms was the best. I carefully moved my hand down until it rested over Aria's stomach. If I were still capable of that kind of thing, maybe this would have been the moment I cried. But the last time that had happened was when I saw my mother in her own blood after she'd slit her wrists. And it wouldn't happen again. Yet my chest felt tight with emotion. Chapter 23. Luca. The next day we returned to the Hamptons to pick up a few clothes Aria needed. She'd stay in New York with me from now on. I wanted her close, and I was needed in New York. When we stepped into the mansion, Gianna and Matteo sat at the dining table, having breakfast. It was close to lunchtime, so they'd probably slept in late, or rather, fucked in late as usual. Gianna jumped up from her chair and hurried over to us. I released Aria. Before Gianna hugged her sister, she sent me a scathing look.
"Are you okay? Did the brute treat you all right?"
I tensed. Did she fucking suggest I'd mistreated Aria? Even when I'd thought she'd fucked Dante, I hadn't laid a hand on her. I'd killed and tortured people for far less. Aria gave me an apologetic look before I headed toward Matteo while she and her sister moved to the seating area and sat down. Matteo clapped my shoulder. "Did you finally pull your head out of your ass?" My eyes remained on Aria. I had trouble letting her out of my sight now that I had her back, now that I knew how vulnerable she was. "What's the matter with you? I thought you settled your fight." "We did." I turned to Matteo, who was watching me cautiously. "Aria is pregnant with my child." Matteo's eyes widened, his gaze swiveling to Aria, then back to me. "You're going to be a father." Could he have sounded any more shocked? I glared, then focused on Aria, who was placating Gianna from the looks of it. "Maybe that was one of the reasons Dante let her go and chose the photo tactic to weaken you." I nodded. "Maybe. If I ever get my hands on him, I'll ask him if he wanted me to kill my own wife." "He knew you wouldn't kill her. He probably thought you'd risk a headless attack on his territory, on him, so he could kill you." I didn't know Dante's motives, but I'd give him an excruciating death if I ever caught him. "How do you feel about becoming a father?" I shrugged. "Our father wasn't a role model." "No, that's for sure," Matteo muttered. We exchanged a long look. Our childhood had been a fucking ordeal. If we hadn't had each other, we would have gone dipshit crazy. "It's a girl. It'll make things easier," I added. Matteo smirked. "If she's as beautiful as Aria, then we'll have our hands full keeping men away." My lips curled into a hard smile. "Let them come." Matteo laughed, excitement flaring in his eyes at the prospect of blood. Then he quieted and searched my eyes. In the first weeks after I'd received the photos of Dante and Aria, after I'd gone down the deep end and slaughtered the bikers, and more after that, he'd been worried. "I'm glad you didn't go completely batshit crazy." I touched his shoulder. "That would have been your chance to become Capo." Matteo was alpha like me. He hated being told what to do, hated having to bow down to anyone. It had led to more than one torture session from our father. Yet he'd never used my moments of weakness to better his position. that you had my back rather than shoved a fucking knife into it, even though I gave you plenty of opportunity, Matteo. That I will never forget." Matteo gave a nod, then his mouth twisted in his annoying grin. "I can see the pregnancy hormones have already rubbed off on you. Don't hold your breath for sappy emotional outbursts, asshole." Matteo punched my stomach, but I tightened my muscles before the impact and didn't make a sound. "I know you reserve those only for Aria." My eyes went over to Aria. She looked up, and as always, warmth settled in my body. Matteo and Gianna had returned to New York with us 2 days ago. I knew it was because Matteo wanted to keep an eye on me and because Gianna wanted to keep an eye on her sister. But I honestly couldn't care less why they had made their decision. Romero and Lily had been in New York already, because as a new captain, his presence was required. And Lily had to help Romero's mother, who had broken her leg. Aria was happy having her family around again. She and her sisters sat on the couch, browsing through baby magazines that Lily had brought. As long as I didn't have a second bodyguard for her, I wouldn't let her leave the apartment unless I was with her. "Maybe I can take over a few shifts," Romero suggested. I shook my head. I'd settled things with him, and I would have preferred him to guard Aria again, but that was no longer an option. "You are captain now, and you're a husband. That changes things." Romero's eyes darted toward Lily, and I knew I couldn't let him watch Aria. His priorities had shifted, and knowing the impact of love, I knew no threats would make him choose Aria's life over Lily's if it ever came down to it. "What do you think of Demetrio?" I asked. "He's a good fighter, loyal, and unattached. There's only the familia for him," Romero said, and his mouth set tight with guilt. "He got Angela for us. Didn't blink when you killed Gottardo." Demetrio had hated his father and his half-brothers. As a bastard son, he'd suffered living with them. He was grateful I had killed them. "I'm considering making him underboss of Washington if he proves himself." "The added incentive will definitely help," Matteo said. Romero nodded but didn't look convinced. "He's still young. 20. You weren't much older when you started guarding Aria. Do you trust him with Aria?" Matteo asked. My eyes moved to my wife, who was smiling at her sisters, her palm pressed against her belly. "No, but I don't have many options. I can't guard her all the time, and I know Demetrio's weakness. I will use it to keep him in line if I have to." Demetrio stepped into our gym, eyes cautious as they settled on Matteo and me. He usually worked with Orfeo, the son of one of my captains, and it was obvious that he was wary of my reasons for calling him here. He was one of the few family members I could stand, though being a bastard he wasn't even officially considered family. He had always been a loyal asset. "Luca? Matteo?" he said carefully, stopping a few steps from us. His eyes took in my clothes with a frown. I had already changed into sweatpants. Nothing else. No sense in getting blood on a shirt. His gaze moved to the boxing ring behind me, and tension filled his body. He was tall, Matteo's height, but a couple of inches shorter than I, and not as muscled, but that was a given. I could see caution and a hint of worry in his eyes, but he didn't reach for his gun or try to run. "You called for me?" His voice was firm, and he met my gaze straight on. I nodded and took a step closer to him. He didn't back off. "You've proven your loyalty in the last few years, and I'm considering making you underboss of Washington." His eyes registered surprise. Washington was one of the most important cities in my territory, and he was only the bastard son of my uncle Gottardo, not someone who was meant to inherit his father's title. But he was someone who had never given me reason for distrust. Usually he would have become captain, no more. "It's an honor," he said. "What do I need to do to prove my worth?" Still caution and wariness. "You will guard my wife over the next year." Demetrio's eyes widened. "What about Sandro?" "He will be second guard, but I want someone as deadly as you when I'm not around. Let's see if I'm right that you are the best choice." I nodded at Matteo. He pulled his knife and gave his shark grin. "You should get your knife out as well. I will try not to kill you." Demetrio removed his jacket and unsheathed a long, curved knife, then held it out at chest level as he faced off with Matteo. Matteo lunged. Knives clanged. Demetrio held his own, but Matteo wasn't out for the kill, of course. Yet, I was happy with what I saw. "Enough," I said. "Now you will fight me." Demetrio wiped blood from a cut in his cheek, then eyed me warily. "Without weapons," I said. He dropped the knife, and I attacked. I landed a few hard hits against his sides, stomach and face, but he got me a few times too. Not enough to bring me to my knees, but it was better than nothing. Eventually, I grabbed his throat and wrenched him to the ground, then dug my knee into his chest. I eased my hold on his throat enough for him to breathe, then brought my face close. "Aria is my wife. She is mine." He swallowed, a hint of anger in his dark eyes. "I would never do anything, I swear." "I don't have to tell you what I'll do if you touch her." "Everyone knows she's off limits, Luca," he ground out. "I'm not insane. And no offense, but she isn't my type." Matteo laughed. "Demetrio, you've got a dick. She is your type. I'm Luca's brother, and even I can admit that I like what I see." I sent Matteo a look. He shrugged. Demetrio shook his head. "She is beautiful," he admitted, and my fingers twitched. "But I prefer outsiders. They aren't as restrained as our women." I tilted my head. I'd thought the same way before Aria, but I was happy with his reaction. I couldn't detect a lie. "You will guard her with your life." "She will be safe with me," he said firmly. I believed it too, but I'd have still preferred Romero. Would always prefer him. Still, he was now captain, and I couldn't ask him to step down from that position, and his feelings for Lily made him too volatile. If he had to choose between Aria and Lily, the choice was clear. I released Demetrio and straightened, then held out my hand for him. He took it, and I pulled him to his feet and clapped his shoulder, then lowered my voice threateningly. "Orfeo is like your brother, yet his family has always been closer than your own." I left the rest unsaid, that if he messed up, Orfeo would be the one to pay the price. Demetrio stiffened. "You can trust me with your wife, Luca. I swear it by my honor." He touched his tattoo. "I don't trust anyone, but you will prove yourself." "I will." "Is there a reason why Sandro isn't enough anymore?" he asked carefully. "She is pregnant," I said, even though my body bristled at admitting it. Demetrio nodded, but I could see the hint of apprehension in his expression. Good. He knew what kind of responsibility I gave him. "She will be safe." "If you are suspicious of someone, disable first, then ask questions. I'd rather deal with the fallout of killing one too soon than one too late. Understood?" Demetrio gave another nod. "Will you make it public?" "No," I said. "I don't want people to know until there's no way around it. And even then, only familia. I don't want photos of Aria's pregnancy or our child in the press. If you notice a photographer, get them, or at least their name, and I will deal with them. Dante knows already. We have to prevent the Bratva or the Camorra from finding out." "Understood." I'd caught the hint of surprise on his face when I mentioned Dante knew, but I didn't bother explaining. "Understood," he said. I gave him another hard look before I said, "I will introduce you to my wife tomorrow." Demetrio inclined his head.
Aria. Luca had always been protective. I was used to it by now, but since he'd found out about my pregnancy, his protectiveness had reached a new level. He barely let me out of his sight, and he definitely didn't leave me alone with Sandro. I knew he'd found a new bodyguard for me, and it was obvious that the idea didn't sit well with Sandro, but he and I had never really gotten along well. Romero had been like a friend and even brother, but Sandro was always only my guard. Luca went over to the elevator when it began its ascent, but I stayed back against the kitchen counter. The doors slid open, and a tall young man stepped forward. He shook Luca's hand, then followed him toward me, eyes appraising me carefully. I remembered the sharp onyx eyes and black hair.
"This is my cousin, Demetrio,"
Luca said. He was a bastard son. I'd heard people whisper about it, and I had hated it. I'd seen him several times over the years, the first time at my wedding. He had been a teenager then, a couple of years younger than me. He must have been 20, 21 now. He inclined his head respectfully, and I smiled and walked toward him, extending my hand. Demetrio glanced at Luca, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes. But really, I was used to this kind of behavior from Luca's soldiers by now. Luca noticed my reaction and smirked. I didn't wait for his okay and took Demetrio's hand and shook it. I tried to remember when I'd last seen him, probably at some family function, or perhaps even the funeral of Luca's father. "Nice to see you again, Demetrio. Last time was at Salvatore's funeral?" He shook his head, hand stiff in mine.
No, last time was 3 years ago, when Luca beat me up in the gym for suggesting I fight you.
My eyes widened, and I laughed as I released him. "Oh, well, I suppose that's a day you don't like to remember." He had changed a lot since then. He definitely didn't look like a boy anymore, and there was nothing insecure about him. He had hardened, like all made men did eventually.
"No," he said. "It was a lesson I needed to learn."
Luca watched his cousin with sharp eyes. I could tell he didn't trust him like he trusted Romero, but if Luca had chosen Demetrio, I knew I was safe with him. "I'm looking forward to getting to know you," I told him. Surprise flashed across his face before he masked it. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" His dark eyes moved to Luca, who nodded.
"Aria prefers to know her bodyguards."
I stifled my annoyance about Demetrio's need to get Luca's approval. Matteo and Gianna joined us as well. Demetrio was tense throughout dinner, but he was polite and not too intimidating, so I felt comfortable enough in his presence. That night, as Luca and I lay in bed, I asked, "Why him?"
"He's proven his worth over and over again in the last few years. My uncle Gottardo, his father, was a worthless piece of shit, but Demetrio is a loyal soldier. I want to test him."
"Test him?"
"I need an underboss for Washington, and I want to give the job to him."
He stroked my hair.
"And he's deadly. He's got no real attachments. His mother is dead, and he isn't married or anything."
"So you think he won't have trouble putting his life down for me?" I said. Luca smiled darkly.
"He won't hesitate to die for you, trust me, because if something happens to you while you're under his watch, I'll set a new record."
I shivered at the undercurrent in his tone. "Record," I echoed, though I had a feeling I knew. Luca shook his head and kissed me sweetly, eyes softening.
"Nothing will happen to you or our baby, trust me."
"You can't lock me in, Luca. I still want to work the books. I need to do something. These last few weeks without anything to do were hell." He sighed.
"When you start showing, we need to keep you out of the public eye as much as possible, or at least make sure you won't be recognizable."
"I can get another wig," I teased. Luca chuckled.
"That might be an option, yes."
His fingers on my waist became more and more distracting. "What do you think about turning the small guest room into the nursery?"
"Not the big one."
"It's downstairs." He gave a tense nod.
"Our daughter needs to be close to us, you are right."
He closed his eyes briefly.
"How am I going to protect you and her both?"
I ran my fingers over his familia tattoo. "Nothing will happen to us." He relaxed slightly, but a hint of tension remained. I sat up, and Luca's eyes narrowed in confusion. I trailed my hands down over his firm stomach to the waistband of his briefs. I hadn't gone down on him since we'd made up, worried my nausea would flare up if he accidentally hit the back of my throat, and that wasn't something I wanted to happen. He hardened immediately, and desire flashed in his eyes. Yet he said,
"Aria, you don't have to do this."
I dragged down his briefs, and his cock sprang free. "You don't want my mouth on you?" He made a strange sound deep in his throat, half laugh, half groan.
"I'm close to coming just having your face near my cock.
I laughed, and he grinned, then tensed as I leaned down and took his tip into my mouth and twirled my tongue around him. His taste tightened my center with arousal. No sign of nausea. Encouraged by my body's reaction, I slid more of his length into my mouth and hollowed my cheeks, establishing a slow rhythm. Luca moaned, a low sound that made wetness pool between my legs. He watched me through half-closed eyes, shoulders flexing as he fisted the blankets. I took special care of his tip the way he liked it and cupped his balls. "Aria," he rasped. "Fuck, this feels so good." He tightened, and I sucked him harder, enjoying the way his body tensed and his breathing turned ragged. I tasted the first hints of his cum, but before he could release into my mouth, Luca pushed me back gently and came all over his stomach as his cock twitched. I kept massaging his balls, then moved on to stroke his muscled thighs. "Why did you do that?" I asked curiously. Luca gave me a sated smile.
"I didn't want to risk you getting sick."
I snorted. "I wouldn't have thrown up on you." Then I added, "I think I feel pretty decent." And it was true. My nausea was almost completely gone since Luca had returned into my life.
"I didn't want to risk it,"
he said in a low voice, then cleaned himself with a tissue before he reached for my arm and pulled me closer.
"Sit on my stomach."
I straddled him as he'd asked, and he brought his legs up so I could lean against them before he drew my legs out from under me and parted them, laying me bare to his hungry gaze. I shivered as his eyes took their time appraising me.
"So wet because I had my cock in your mouth,"
he growled, and I trembled with arousal, parting my legs a bit wider. I enjoyed giving Luca pleasure. It made me feel powerful, but it wasn't just that. I loved how he let loose when I pleasured him with my mouth. It was a beautiful sight. He trailed his palms up my legs, and his fingertips stroked the sensitive skin of my inner thigh, but he didn't touch me where I needed it, only watched me intently as I squirmed on top of him. "Please," I gasped. His finger graced the outer edge of my folds.
"Are you begging me? Begging for release?"
"Yes," I said harshly.
"Don't you know that begging doesn't work with me?"
he asked darkly, and I almost came hearing his voice. "Luca, please."
"Please what?"
I narrowed my eyes, but his gaze was dominant and possessive, and my core tightened. "Please touch me, I beg you." He slid 2 fingers into me excruciatingly slowly, and his mouth parted as he watched me. I came hard before he was even halfway in, bending backwards against his knees, whimpering and half delirious with relief. Luca moved his fingers in a gentle rhythm as I rode out my orgasm, his eyes moving from my center up to my face. I rocked my pelvis lightly as he slid in and out slowly, curling his fingers deep inside of me. He pressed his thumb against my clit and thrust harder into me, and I cried out again, unable to hold back my release, but Luca still didn't ease up. His fingers kept up their sweet torture, and I came again. Slumping forwards, palms pressed against his chest, panting and perspiring. Luca's gray eyes held mine. "I don't think I can come again," I rasped, feeling almost faint.
"Relax, Principessa. Give it a moment. We need to make up for lost time."
I leaned back against his legs again, and he kept fucking me with his fingers, slowly, without a rush. His stomach was slick from my arousal, and his movements made embarrassingly wet sounds. I whimpered, and his gaze became impossibly more possessive. It took a long time, but eventually my walls tightened almost painfully, and another release rocked through me. Luca sat up, claiming my mouth, and I held on to him. "Amazing," he whispered as his lips grazed my tender throat, and all I could do was nod. Chapter 24. Aria. I rolled over onto Luca's side of the bed. It still smelled of him, and my heart swelled. Luca had left before sunrise to drive to Washington, D.C. to see if the current underboss was in control of the situation after Gottardo's death, but he'd be back tonight. I forced myself to get out of bed because I was actually hungry. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd been hungry in the morning. When I came down into the kitchen, Demetrio was already sitting at the bar counter, reading something on his mobile, but he rose the moment he saw me. "I'm not the queen," I said with a laugh. "You don't have to get up." He eyed me a moment, then sat back down. He was different from Romero. He wasn't as approachable. I took a tea and a banana and leaned against the counter across from him. I could see that he wasn't sure how to handle me. I could only imagine what Luca had told him. "How long have you been a made man?" I asked him, cradling my cup and blowing on it to cool it down.
6 years now. Got inducted on my 14th birthday.
"And now you are stuck being my bodyguard," I said curiously. "I bet you wouldn't have chosen the job." He shrugged, but I could tell that I'd hit a nerve. Of course, he'd never say it.
I do what Luca asks me to do, and that he allows me to guard his wife is an honor. It shows me that he puts great trust in me.
"That's true," I said, especially since Demetrio wasn't only protecting me, but also our baby. "And you won't be my bodyguard forever. I hear you're going to become underboss." Demetrio shook his head.
"That's not determined yet. Only if I prove myself, and even then—"
He grimaced. I tilted my head. "Luca doesn't care that your father wasn't married to your mother."
"Others do. She was his affair,"
he said with a bitter twist of his mouth. I'd heard she'd killed herself because of the affair, but I couldn't ask him for details. I had no right to pry. I nodded. "Many won't like to see you rising in ranks. They are the ones you shouldn't care about." Demetrio's eyes flickered with acknowledgement, as if he was starting to see me as a human being, not only a thing he had to protect.
Luca. Aria was stretched out on the lounge chair on the roof terrace, enjoying the first warm days of spring. Her belly protruded unmistakably now, and she was confined to the penthouse most days because of it. So far, hardly anyone knew about her pregnancy, except for the closest family and a few loyal soldiers. I had absolutely no intention of changing that. Dante and his family had disappeared completely from the public eye since Valentina had given birth to their son 6 months ago. Except for a few minor attacks on Pittsburgh and the photo fiasco, Dante had lain low, perhaps because of his children or because he was planning something big. "What's wrong?" Aria asked quietly, watching me standing at the doorway to the roof terrace. I shook my head and moved toward her. Nothing. She frowned, but didn't push the matter. I sank down beside her, and she shifted a bit to give me space. "You don't have to carry your worries alone, Luca. Being pregnant doesn't make me breakable." I smiled darkly. She was breakable, vulnerable. She was where my enemies would aim if I gave them a chance. And I had so many enemies. Not in the Familia anymore. Not since my last few cleanings. But there were still enough enemies left. Matteo and I, along with my men, had gone on so many killing sprees in the last few months, I could hardly get rid of the pink tinge on my skin anymore. But for every enemy I killed, a new one seemed to surface. Aria tensed, and I did the same in turn. Her hand shot out, grabbing mine and pressing my palm against her belly. And that's when I felt it. A kick. I closed my eyes because it still seemed impossible that I would become a father, that Aria was carrying our baby. "Have you thought about names?" Aria whispered, and I opened my eyes, still dry. Always dry. It took me a moment to realize what she was talking about. My grandmother was called Marcella. Aria's blonde eyebrows rose. "The female version of Mars, the god of war." I leaned down and kissed Aria's stomach, then our lips. "Our daughter will be strong. She won't bow down to a husband. She won't ever have to fear a man. That I swear." "Marcella," Aria said thickly, and that look in her eyes got me every time. Still, after almost 5 years, it would always get me. My cell ruined the moment, and I groaned. Couldn't my soldiers deal with one fucking thing without me? But when I glanced down at the screen and saw Orazio's name, I picked up at once and stood. What's the matter? It wasn't time for his monthly report, and if he felt the need to call, that was a fucking bad sign. Dante was contacted by Benedetto Falcone. What? I growled. Aria sat up, eyes wide, and I turned my back to her. When? A couple of days ago. Falcone seems to be looking for support. He's growing weaker. Many of his men are starting to resent his sadistic and unpredictable ways. He wants to forge a truce with the outfit. If that happened, this war would reach New York and not just the outer borders. What did Cavallaro say? He doesn't trust Falcone and refused a meeting. Will he change his mind? He might, but I doubt it. I also heard a rumor from one of my contacts in England. A rumor about Falcone's son. Son? I remembered dimly that the head of the Camorra had several sons, but that was all I knew. I hadn't bothered with the Camorra. His oldest son, Remo. He's 17 and has disappeared with his brothers from the boarding school they attended. I don't think it's public knowledge in Las Vegas yet. Falcone might be eager to keep it hush-hush. Why? Because Remo Falcone supposedly wants to kill his father and take over the West. Do I need to worry about him? I don't know. But from what I hear, he spent the holidays killing for his father and the rest of the time for fun. His brothers may have attended that school, but Remo, he's a born-and-bred killer. As if I needed another worry added to my list. If he's busy killing his father, he won't cause troubles elsewhere, I presume. Maybe. But if a new Capo arises in Las Vegas, they might return to old strength. If he manages to unite the underbosses of the West, I will consider doing something about the Camorra. But for now, I don't want to give them more reason to work with the outfit. Understood. Keep your ears and eyes open, Orazio. Will do. He hung up, and when I turned, Aria was close behind, her palm against her stomach and worry on her face. I forced a smile. Nothing for you to worry about. She tilted her head with a knowing look. Matteo and I were on our way out of the sphere and back home to our wives when a young man at the bar with dark hair caught my attention. He held himself with a certain air of self-assurance and barely restrained violence. His dark eyes locked on mine, and he didn't look away. He was a teenager, but his eyes revealed that he had seen and done more than most grown men. I stopped, and so did Matteo. Do you know him? I asked in a low voice, reaching for my Beretta. Matteo shook his head, also reaching beneath his jacket. The guy smiled, a fucking twisted smile, and rose. Scars littered his arms, and one crossed his eyebrow. With a last challenging glance, he left my club. Matteo and I followed, and the moment we stepped out, I pulled my gun, my eyes searching the dark street for a sign of him. Luca Vitiello, came a voice out of the dark. I aimed my gun in that direction. Step forward, I ordered. And he did, holding up his hands with that same twisted smile on his face. He didn't show fear. I nodded at Matteo, who lunged and grabbed the guy's arm and pressed his knife against his throat. The guy didn't try to defend himself, didn't even flinch, only stared into my eyes, and I took my own knife out. We'd see how long he'd hold up that twisted smile. Matteo dragged him deeper into the dark, and I moved very close to the crazy fucker. Tape? I asked Matteo. He shook his head. I won't scream, the crazy fucker said. We will see, I said quietly. Who are you? His smile widened, and I lost my shit. I grabbed his arm and brought my knife down. Matteo clamped his hand over the guy's mouth, but he didn't need to. The guy shuddered but made no sound, and I wasn't entirely sure if he didn't enjoy the pain. A challenge. Matteo gave me a look as he dropped his hand from the guy's mouth. Who are you? I growled. Remo Falcone. Fuck. And what, pray tell, are you doing in my territory? Looking for alliance. I'm going to kill my father and all his men and take over Vegas. And you can either be my ally or my enemy. It's up to you." Matteo snorted. "To think there's someone who's more crazy than you and I." I gave Remo my coldest smile. "How about I kill you now? Then my brother will have to hurt your wife." I gripped his throat. "What did you just say?" "Your penthouse is well guarded," he pressed out. "There isn't a good shooting position even for the best shooter from any of the surrounding buildings, except for one. There's one window in a nearby skyscraper that allows a clear shot if someone's leaning on the banister of your rooftop. It's a difficult shot. Few men could hit a target from that distance. Few men could have figured out that one spot. Luckily, one of those men is my brother Nino, a true genius. And your beautiful wife is leaning against that banister right as we speak." I dropped my hand from his throat, my stomach clenching tightly. Matteo met my gaze, lowering his knife. "What do you want?" I said, with barely controlled rage. I focused on it because the other emotions would weaken me, and I had a feeling Remo knew how to use weaknesses. "Only your attention," he said. "I have no intention of hurting your wife." He brought the cut on his arm to his lips and sucked the blood away. "I want you to stay out of my fight, and I don't want you to help my father no matter what he offers you. I will be Capo soon, and then I want you to remember this day," he said, lips and teeth covered with his own blood. "Crazy and dangerous." He took a step back. "I thought you wanted to know if I was ally or enemy." He tilted his head. "I think you might need more time to think it through. Perhaps one day we can do what should have been done a long time ago. Destroy the outfit and split their territory between us. When my father contacts you, remember that I could have killed your beautiful wife and didn't, Luca. I don't care for your territory, but I want what's mine, and I will do anything to get it." He walked backwards slowly and disappeared in the shadows, and then the engine of a bike roared up. I ripped my mobile out of my back pocket and called Aria. The moment she picked up, I hissed, "Get inside now." She sucked in a breath, but I heard movement.
"Luca, what's going on?"
"Where are you?" I asked, already running toward my car. Matteo was close behind, talking to Demetrio and ordering him to send out every available soldier to look for Nino and Remo Falcone.
"In the living room. Demetrio is letting down the shutters. What's going on?"
"Stay inside." I hung up, my pulse racing with fury and fear alike. "What the fuck was that?" Matteo muttered. "A warning," I growled. The Camorra had never been in my focus. That would change now. The moment I stepped into the penthouse, Aria came running, and I clutched her to my body. Orfeo had joined Demetrio. She looked confused and scared.
"What's going on? Nobody's telling me anything."
"False alarm," I assured her, and she frowned. I kissed her forehead, then moved to Orfeo. "Find someone who's been a sniper. I want to find that spot." Orfeo nodded and rushed off. We didn't find the spot until a letter was taped to the door of the Sphere 2 days later with directions. I wasn't sure what kind of game Remo Falcone was playing, but I couldn't risk a fight with him as well. Dante and the outfit needed to stay in my focus. I couldn't deal with the Camorra on top of that.
Chapter 25. Aria. I was starting to count down the days to my due date. I felt like a rhino, and finding a comfortable position at night was near impossible. I propped my hip up against the kitchen counter. Even standing was a bother now. Luca came into the kitchen and kissed my lips. "How are you?" He'd been almost constantly at my side ever since the incident that prompted Demetrio to let down our shutters and shove me away from the windows. Luca hadn't shared details with me, but it must have worried him to the very core because Matteo had handled the majority of business in the weeks after. Only in the last 2 weeks had Luca started to relax a little. Hungry? I always was. Where in the beginning food had been a struggle, now eating was all I could do. Luckily, I hadn't gained much weight. I thanked my good genes. Luca touched my belly.
And how is she?
I put my hand over his. She's very active, doesn't allow me much sleep at night.
I know. Soon the pregnancy is over.
I doubt we'll sleep better then. Luca stroked my belly with his thumb. Steps rang out, and he straightened and pulled his hand away a moment before Demetrio rounded the corner, then froze. Will you be staying home today? Luca couldn't show this type of gentleness in front of his men. At least he didn't hide his feelings as much when Matteo was around.
No,
Luca said.
I have to meet with the captains.
I touched my fingertips briefly to his chest over his heart and tattoo. Be careful, my eyes told him, and he knew. He gave me a brief, possessive kiss before he left. Grabbing a book, I headed outside into the garden of the mansion, Demetrio trailing after me. Gianna and Lily were already sunbathing in the late June sun, but I couldn't stand heat in my state for long. I missed New York, but after the incident, Luca had insisted I stay in our mansion. However, now that my due date was approaching, I'd have to return to New York in the next couple of days, since that's where the hospital Luca had chosen was. I managed to maneuver my body out of my dress and sank down into one of the sun chairs with a groan. My bikini bottoms were hidden by my belly, and for a moment I wondered if I'd put them on the right way. Gianna lifted her sunglasses and exchanged an amused look with Lily. Wait till you're pregnant and can't move anymore, I muttered as I stretched out, groaning again. I have absolutely no intention of getting pregnant, trust me. Neither Matteo nor I want kids. Lily bit her lip. I'd love to have children with Romero, but we'll wait a few years until I'm a bit older. I'd never thought I'd become a mother at 23 either, but now I was happy. Gianna looked over at Demetrio, who sat at the garden table in the shade. Aren't you warm in that outfit? He was wearing a long-sleeved black shirt and black jeans and looked up in confusion.
I'm not here to enjoy myself.
Gianna snorted. Heaven forbid anyone have fun around here. I laughed. Leave him alone. Demetrio gave me a grateful smile, then returned to letting his gaze wander over the premises. I fell asleep with the sun on my face, but eventually woke because Marcella kicked up a storm. I blinked against the sunlight. What time is it? No clue, Gianna said, lowering a book she'd been reading. I glanced out toward the ocean, wondering if we'd manage to go back to Italy next year. These last few weeks of being confined to the mansion made me long for the vast expanse of the sea. When was the last time you were outside? Gianna asked, regarding me with worry. I'm outside right now. You know what I mean. Romero said it's for the best that Aria's pregnancy stays a secret, even if people speculate that Aria's had a mental breakdown being married to Luca. I slanted her a look. What? Lily grimaced. Because you've disappeared from the public in the last 4 months, there's a rumor that you are in rehab or a psychiatric facility, and another that Luca's locking you in because you are simply too beautiful and he can't stand others looking at you. What kind of crap, Gianna muttered. That sounds like a rumor Matteo might spread just to be funny. I closed my eyes, laughing softly. I think I prefer the too beautiful rumor to the nutcase one. Then I looked down at my protruding belly. Even if I don't feel very beautiful right now. Once you've pushed that kid out of you, you'll have your old body back in no time, Gianna said. At least Luca isn't getting a pouch out of solidarity, Lily said with a grin. I read that many men gain more weight during pregnancy than their wives. It's called solidarity pregnancy or something like that.
That's taking solidarity a bit too far,
Luca said from behind me, and I let out a startled cry, looking over my shoulder. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest and was only in his swim trunks. Solidarity pregnancy? No, that definitely hadn't happened to Luca. He was as ripped as always, all muscle, no fat. Matteo came up behind his brother, grinning, and patted Luca's six-pack.
I think I can feel a tiny bulge. The only bulge I'll ever have is in my pants, and you will keep your hands off it.
Stop talking about bulges, will you? Gianna muttered. Matteo leaned over her. He, too, was dressed only in swim trunks.
Why? You love my bulge.
Okay, I said, my nose wrinkling, and tried to get into a sitting position. A beetle on its back had more range of motion than me. Luca held out his hand, a smirk playing around his mouth, but in his eyes was something fierce and protective as usual when I displayed my current vulnerability. Sighing, I let him pull me to my feet. I touched his muscled stomach. I almost wish you'd gained weight, then I wouldn't feel quite so ginormous. Luca leaned down, hand on my belly.
Aria, don't be ridiculous. You are beautiful and still small.
I was about to protest, but his gaze silenced me. I couldn't find a comfortable position. The pain in my lower back had been getting worse in the last week, and tonight it was particularly bad. I repositioned the nursing pillow under my belly, then closed my eyes, trying to find sleep. It was only 10, but I was tired all the time now. I still had 5 days to go before my official due date, but time seemed to drag now that the birth drew nearer. I must have dozed off when a sharp pain in my lower abdomen jerked me awake. My eyes flew open, and I gasped. I propped my arm up to push myself into a sitting position, but with the pain, it proved twice as difficult. When I'd finally managed to perch on the edge of the mattress, I had to catch my breath. I wasn't sure if this was it. From the force of the pain, I could only assume I was having contractions. I caressed my stomach, waiting for the pain to subside before I reached for my mobile on the nightstand. I considered calling Luca, but I knew he had a meeting with his soldiers tonight regarding a strategy to burn down the Bratva's labs, and probably more he wasn't telling me about. I didn't want to disturb him if this proved to be a false alarm. I hesitated, then decided to send him a message. "When will you be home?" I managed to send it off before another contraction rendered me a wheezing mess. Clutching the mattress, I tried to breathe through the pain. It wasn't working as well as I'd hoped. "Demetrio!" I called when I found my voice. I pushed myself off the bed and crept toward the door, my phone clutched in one hand. It vibrated. I slanted a look at the screen.
2 hours. You okay?
I reached the door and held on to the handle for a couple of heartbeats before I managed to open it. "Demetrio!" He appeared on the staircase, hair mussed up and face sleepy. He must have fallen asleep.
"Is everything okay?"
"Of course not, or I wouldn't have called you," I muttered, then felt bad for taking my pain out on him, but another contraction stopped me from apologizing. Demetrio's eyes widened.
"Are you—"
"Get Gianna," I ordered when it became clear that Demetrio didn't have a clue what to do. Demetrio ran toward the elevator and jabbed the button, but without the code, he wouldn't be able to send the elevator to Matteo's apartment. Did I have to do everything alone? I held on to the banister, intent on going down the staircase to assist him in his futile endeavor, but halfway down I had to stop to breathe again. My cell vibrated again.
"Aria, are you okay?"
I was clutching the phone so tightly I was surprised it hadn't turned to dust yet. "Call Matteo," I told Demetrio through gritted teeth. I didn't check to see if he followed my order, but a few minutes later the elevator binged and Gianna rushed out, dressed in a bathrobe, and followed by Matteo in boxers and a t-shirt. Gianna practically flew up the steps and stopped beside me. She froze with her hands almost touching me. "Aria, what's wrong? Is the baby on its way?" I swallowed a retort and nodded. "Come on, we need to get you to a hospital," she said, resting her hand lightly on my arm. Matteo hovered on the first step, and behind him stood Demetrio, all of them watching me as if they needed my guidance. "I don't think I can walk right now," I got out. Gianna paled.
"Do something. You must know what to do," Matteo told her, taking another step closer.
"Why would I know what to do? Because I'm a woman?" Gianna hissed. "I've never pushed a baby out of my vagina, as you very well know." Oh God, I really didn't need their bickering now. "Matteo, can you please help me?" I whispered. Gianna wasn't strong enough to carry me, and I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to walk much longer. This was going way faster than I'd thought. He came up immediately.
"What do you need me to do?"
Another contraction, and I rocked forward, clutching Matteo's arms. He steadied me. "Call Luca."
"You need to let go of me,"
he said in a tense voice. No way. I needed something to hold on to, and Matteo could take my grip better than Gianna. I clutched his arms harder, and he seemed to realize that I wasn't going to release him. Gianna pulled her own cell out. "Yes, it's Aria," was the first thing she said. Of course Luca knew it was because of me when Gianna called him. My text had probably sent him into a panic attack. "We'll take her to the hospital," she nodded, then ended the call and looked at me. "He's already on his way."
"Can you walk?"
Matteo asked. I gave a small nod, feeling a tiny bit stronger. I took a step down, Matteo's grip tight on my arm. It took what felt like forever to descend the remaining steps with Gianna, Demetrio, and Matteo watching me like I was a bomb about to detonate. Gianna's phone rang. "No, we're still at home. Aria is too slow." I scowled at her. Slow? I was surprised I could walk at all the way my insides seemed to be torn to pieces. I paused to catch my breath. Matteo surprised me by wrapping his arm around my shoulder and slipping his other under my legs before lifting me in his arms. I knew it couldn't have been easy for him. I'd gained almost 30 pounds during the pregnancy. I was still not big, but definitely not a lightweight anymore. "Thanks," I murmured. His dark eyes softened. Matteo and I had had our conflicts, but I knew he'd get me safely to the hospital. "Everything will be all right," Gianna assured me. It would have been more convincing if she didn't look like she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
"I'll get the car,"
Demetrio said, then disappeared in the elevator. He looked as if the devil was after him. "Hey," Matteo called, but the doors had already closed, and it was heading down, leaving us stranded in the penthouse until the elevator returned.
"What the fuck is he doing?"
Gianna jabbed the button of the elevator repeatedly, but it was still on its way down to the underground garage. "What the fuck is he getting the car for? It's parked right beside the elevator doors anyway, idiot." "He's nervous," I said quietly, enjoying a moment of almost no pain, but then another contraction stiffened my spine, and I cried out, arching in Matteo's hold. He staggered and tensed. "Fuck," he snarled, and Gianna hit the button again, as if violence ever made a technical device work faster.
"Will you be able to keep the baby in until we're in the hospital?"
Matteo asked worriedly. I rolled my eyes. He made it sound as if I could shut the door down there. "I don't know." "Finally," Gianna exclaimed as the elevator arrived on our floor and the doors slid open, and my heart skipped a beat in relief. Luca towered inside, and his worried gray eyes zoomed in on me. Without a word, he strode toward Matteo and took me from his brother. Luca held me against his chest as if I weighed nothing. He lowered his face and kissed me gently before he headed for the elevator. I could feel his heartbeat racing, but his face was calm and it soothed my own worries. With him at my side, everything would be okay.
"Where's Demetrio?"
Matteo asked.
"Send him to the hospital to make sure it's safe,"
Luca said, his eyes never leaving my face, and I held his gaze because the pain seemed more bearable like that. Matteo opened the door of his Porsche Cayenne for us, but when Luca was about to set me down on the back seat, the strongest contraction rocked through my body. I convulsed, my eyes closing, and I released a small cry.
"You are strong, Aria,"
Luca murmured against my forehead.
"And I'm here for you. I wish I could take the pain from you."
I peered up at him through half-lowered lids. I breathed in and out, seeking solace in his gentle eyes. Upon feeling me relax, Luca put me down on the back seat, then climbed in behind me so I was resting against his chest. Matteo and Gianna sat in the front, and Matteo drove his car like a madman. We arrived at the hospital with the baby still inside, but I was rushed into the delivery room at once.
"Give her something for the pain,"
Luca barked the moment the first doctor crossed our path. I only heard something like "too late" before another wave of pain blacked out everything else. Luca brushed my hand with his lips as I clung to him through every contraction. I didn't find time to catch my breath between them anymore, and I was at the maximum of what I could endure. Luca's brows were drawn together, his expression almost desperate. He scowled at the nurses.
"Do something,"
he snarled. "One last push," the midwife encouraged. I didn't think I had the energy for another push, but then, through the fog of agony, a cry sounded. "My baby! My daughter!" Luca's eyes shot down to my face, then lower. I sagged with relief as the midwife held up a small human being covered in blood. For a moment, Luca didn't move, then he kissed my cheek and temple, wonder on his face, and I let out a disbelieving laugh. The midwife did a quick checkup before she put our daughter in my arms. Luca released my hand so I could hold her. I stroked her sticky black hair. She had a lot of it, as coal-black as her father's. I smiled up at Luca, who watched our child with a frozen look on his face. "She's got your hair," I whispered as I breathed in her scent, trying to memorize it. Her eyes were still bluish-gray. It was hard to say which color, really.
"She's so small,"
Luca said quietly. He made no move to touch her. He seemed almost afraid to do so. Perhaps the doctor and midwife who were still in a room with us held him back from showing his affection, but it hadn't stopped him from being affectionate to me.
"Marcella,"
he murmured, and tears stung in my eyes at the tenderness in his voice as he called our baby girl by her name for the first time. "Do you want to hold her?" Luca's eyes darted from Marcella to me, then he swallowed.
"No."
I frowned, heart clenching at his refusal. "Why not?" He held up his strong hands with their scars, as if that would answer my question.
"She's pure and breakable.
You won't break her if that's what you're worried about," I said softly, but he shook his head and cupped my cheek.
"You hold her. It's beautiful."
I gave a small nod, stifling my disappointment. Leaning forward, I brushed my lips over his. "I love you." Luca glanced at the doctor, who was writing something down in the corner of the room. I touched his hand to show him I understood that he couldn't say it back with someone else in the room. I knew he loved me, loved Marcella and me both. No words needed. Luca didn't leave our side as we were taken to a private room after I'd been stitched up. Shortly after we'd settled in, Gianna and Matteo came in. I was tired and wanted to rest after the exhausting birth, but they'd waited a long time, and I wanted to give them the chance to see Marcella. Gianna came toward the bed to hug me gently, while Matteo wrapped his brother in a hug.
"I can't believe you're a father now,"
Matteo said with a grin. Luca nodded as if he couldn't believe it either, his eyes returning to Marcella, who was sleeping in the crib beside my bed. He looked almost lost. I wasn't sure what to do to help him. I gestured toward the crib. "Why don't you hold her, Gianna?" Gianna straightened, but she didn't reach for Marcella. "You know I'm not good with kids," she said hesitantly. I couldn't believe them. Luca didn't want to hold our daughter, and now Gianna didn't want to hold her niece either. Matteo let out a sigh and stepped up to the crib. Luca rocked forward as if he was about to stop his brother, but then he froze. Matteo must have seen it too, but he ignored it. He slipped his hand under Marcella as I sat up in the bed. "Make sure to support her neck. She can't hold her head up yet." Matteo raised his eyes. Perhaps he thought I'd stop him, but Matteo and I had been getting along very well in the last few months. I didn't trust him like I trusted Luca, not even close, but I knew he'd protect Marcella. And then he lifted her out of her crib, and her eyes peeled open, some spittle dripping down her lips and on his shirt sleeve. He didn't seem to mind.
"It's a miracle humankind survived with how fragile and useless our newborns are,"
Matteo mused as he looked down at my daughter. "That's because we make sure nobody gets the chance to hurt them. I think Marcella will be well protected," I said, meeting Luca's gaze, fierce protectiveness reflected in his eyes. Luca and Matteo exchanged a look that caused Gianna to roll her eyes, but I smiled. If anyone ever so much as considered hurting Marcella, I wanted them to be met with Luca's and Matteo's full wrath.
Luca. Marcella had my hair. Whenever I'd imagined our daughter, she looked like Aria. Blonde hair, blue eyes. I hadn't considered that part of me would be so obviously reflected in her. I hadn't considered that she'd have anything of me. Aria was pure and kind and beautiful. There weren't many good qualities I could offer. But Marcella was gorgeous with her black hair. Pure perfection like her mother. The moment I'd seen her, I'd been in love. And seeing Aria with Marcella, I loved my beautiful wife even more. Both of them were my life. The light in my darkness, and I knew I'd ruin it if I touched Marcella. She was fragile. I'd never seen fingers and toes that small. I'd break her. I'd pollute her with my darkness. Matteo held her without those reservations. He had as much blood on his hands as I, was as twisted and cruel, but he held her, held my daughter. I'd wanted to stop him, didn't want his killer hands on my innocent daughter, but Aria's expression had prevented me, and now I had to stand by as my brother rocked my daughter in his arms. I knew I'd never have to worry about Marcella when Matteo was around. He would defend her. He'd kill and maim and burn to defend her, like I would. We both had our demons, but protecting our loved one, that was one of the very few positive character traits we had. Aria's gaze burnt a hole in my chest. She wanted me to be the one to hold Marcella. She gave me a reassuring smile, then yawned. She was pale, had lost a lot of blood. "It's time for you to go. Aria needs rest," I said. Matteo lowered Marcella into her crib before he went over to Aria and hugged her, followed by Gianna. Then they slipped out, leaving us alone. "You don't have to stay," Aria whispered. I stalked toward her, slipped out of my shoes, and climbed into bed with her. It was a tight fit, even with Aria's body snuggled up against me. She winced when she moved, and I was careful not to hurt her as I wrapped my arms around her. "I'll stay," I said firmly. She rested her palm over my heart as she often did. Sometimes I wondered if it was to reassure herself that I had a beating heart. I covered her hand with mine, and she released a breath. "Whenever you're at my side, I know everything will be okay." "Sleep, Principessa. I will protect you." "And Marcella," she added, half asleep. "You and Marcella, both, till my death." Her breathing evened out, and I allowed my own eyes to close. I wouldn't sleep, of course. This wasn't our penthouse or our mansion. Romero and Matteo would make sure there were men guarding the corridors, but I needed to be vigilant as well. Whoever wanted to hurt my wife and daughter would have to go through me. The next day, Aria was released. The doctors probably wanted us gone so they wouldn't have to deal with armed guards anymore. I had seen how terrified they were of us. Everyone knew what we were. I didn't give a fuck. I was glad to have Aria back in our penthouse where she and Marcella were safer than out in a public hospital, especially since I'd bought the offices in the building across from our roof terrace and stationed a sniper on the top. Aria wasn't allowed to carry anything heavy yet, since she was still in pain, so Matteo had to carry Marcella in her carrier. Aria didn't comment, but Matteo was fucking mocking me with his eyes. I knew he'd chew my ear off later. And I was right. The moment Aria and Gianna had settled on the sofa, and Marcella was asleep in her crib beside them, Matteo cornered me in the kitchen as I was about to prepare coffee for us. "What the fuck is wrong with you, Luca?" he muttered, getting right in my face. I glanced toward our wives, but they were deep in conversation. "Stay out of my business." I pressed the button of the coffee maker. Matteo shook his head. "She's your daughter. Why won't you touch her? Even I can tell that it's killing Aria to see you acting like a total jackass." I narrowed my eyes at him. Our father was a sadistic asshole, not a role model of what it means to be a good father. I'm like him in so many regards. Who's to say I won't be a shitty father as well? Matteo laughed. Fucking laughed in my face. "Fuck, listen to you talking bullshit. You're nothing like our father where it matters. He raped and beat our mother. You cut your own arm because you didn't want to force Aria on your wedding night. You treat her like a queen, and you will treat your daughter like a princess. Now stop the bullshit, Luca. For fuck's sake, Matteo. You make it sound like I'm a saint. You know me. Saint, sinner, as if I give a fuck, Matteo sneered. I know you. I know you like to kill. You like to spill blood as much as I do. I know you enjoy slicing up our enemies and traitors. I know you like to be feared. You like their screams and their begging. You are a sick fucker like me. But you are a sick fucker who loves his wife and his daughter, and who would rather spill his own blood and slice his own limbs off than harm them. I shoved the full coffee cup toward Matteo without a word and took a gulp from my own black coffee. I didn't think I'd live to see the day that Matteo was the voice of reason from us both. I didn't like it one bit. We'll see how you'll handle becoming a father. Matteo shook his head. Gianna and I don't want kids right now. Perhaps never. I raised my eyebrows in surprise, but didn't get the chance to ask him about it because Romero and Lily arrived for lunch. After greeting Aria and taking a look at Marcella, Romero came over to Matteo and me, gripping my hand with a smile. Congrats. Your daughter is beautiful. She was. Beautiful like Aria. Aria glanced up and met my gaze, her lips turning up at the corners.
Chapter 26. Aria. When everyone left and Luca and I were alone with Marcella again, he walked over to us and peered down at Marcella in her crib. He looked at her like he wanted to touch her, to hold her, but he didn't allow himself to do so. I stood. I'm going to the bathroom. Will you watch Marcella? Luca nodded slowly, but his eyes flickered with worry. Moving was still difficult, so it took a while for me to walk upstairs into our bathroom. Everything took longer, and I was washing my hands when I heard Marcella's cries. I hurried out, but stopped in the doorway of our bedroom, peering through the gap down at Luca, who was hovering next to the crib. I wasn't sure how to make him see that he wouldn't hurt her.
Aria,
He called, and I hid behind the door waiting. My gut wrenched at Marcella's cries. It took all my willpower not to run for her and cradle her in my arms.
it's okay.
Luca said softly. I risked another glance downstairs. Luca still stood over the crib, staring down at it like it was going to kill him. I was on the verge of walking down, of interfering and calming Marcella, when finally he reached down. He had watched me lift her. He hesitated. Then he lifted her from the crib, supporting her small head with his strong fingers the way I always did it. She looked tiny against his strong hands. He cradled her in the crook of his arm, then stroked her cheek with his index finger. My heart burst with so much love it was almost painful.
Shh, princess. Shh. Everything is okay.
She quieted, big eyes trying to focus on him.
God, you are so small,
he whispered, his finger brushing over her small hand and tiny fingers. See, I said, walking onto the landing. You didn't break her. He looked up, then frowned.
You set this up.
I didn't set it up. Marcella cries whenever she wants. But I chose not to go to her like I usually would. I walked down the stairs, slowly, and Luca moved toward me, holding out his free hand to support me. My heart swelled as I put my palm over Luca's arm, holding our baby. She enjoys being in your arm. His gaze moved back down to our daughter.
Luca. Marcella's cries pitched higher as she flailed in the crib. Aria was still upstairs, but she needed to calm down our daughter. Aria! She didn't reply, and Marcella kept wailing, her face scrunched up, arms and legs twitching. Fuck. My heart tore from her cries. Holding my breath, I reached into the crib, carefully slid my hand under Marcella, making sure my fingers supported her head, and I lifted her out. She was so small in my palms. I cradled her in the crook of my arm and ran my thumb along her soft cheek. Shh, princess. Everything is okay. She quieted, blinking up.
See? You didn't break her.
Aria said as she appeared at the top of the stairs. I hadn't, and I wouldn't. Aria joined us downstairs. I'd never seen her happier than in this moment as she watched me with Marcella. I wrapped my free arm around her, pulling her against my side, and she gave me that gorgeous, slow smile.
See? Your darkness didn't rub off on me, and it hasn't rubbed off on her, Luca. Marcella will see you as I see you, as someone who holds her when she needs him to, someone who loves her and protects her.
You make me human, Aria, I said quietly. Her brows drew together.
Don't say that. You are human.
I smiled darkly. If anyone ever dares to hurt you or Marcella, they won't see my human side. Aria nodded.
Nobody will ever get the chance to hurt us, Luca.
She was right. I'd move heaven and earth to guarantee her safety. Being at war with the outfit would make this harder. I had the outfit and the Bratva to watch, not to mention local MCs who kept giving my underbosses trouble in the southeast. But my biggest concern was becoming the Camorra in Las Vegas. I had to make sure the outfit didn't start working with the Camorra, or things would get messy. Yet, as long as Benedetto Falcone kept killing his underbosses, Dante would regard him as too volatile. And without continuity in his ranks, Benedetto lacked the necessary focus to set his sights beyond his borders. But who could say how long that would last? Remo Falcone had disappeared, but I knew he was out there. And one day he'd make himself known in the West. He wouldn't give me trouble again, not until he'd killed his father and become Capo. But then all bets would be off. He'd sized me up. He was still young and had nothing to lose, but he forgot I had something worth fighting for. Perhaps his father would take him off my hands and dispose of his son before that.
Chapter 27. Aria. Luca was tense when he returned late one night 6 months after Marcella's birth. I watched as he undressed, his movements jerky, eyes worried. "Luca?" I asked quietly, but he shook his head and lay down beside me completely naked, his need reflected clearly in his eyes. I climbed on top of him, my lips finding his as his hands roamed my back, then dipped between my legs. I quivered on top of him, but I wanted to feel him in me. I scooted down and lowered myself on his erection. My hands against his chest, I began moving my hips as I looked into his eyes. I knew Luca had a lot to deal with at the moment, but he tried to keep the problems away from Marcella and me. This often felt like the only way I could give him comfort. Later, when I lay in his arms, he returned to being tense. "Luca, please tell me what's bothering you."
My Aunt Flavia contacted me.
I frowned. I didn't remember that name. Flavia?
She was my father's youngest sister, but she ran off with a camorrista when I was a small boy.
My eyebrows rose. He'd never mentioned her, but given her betrayal, I wasn't surprised.
She lives in Las Vegas, and recently her husband was executed by Falcone because he betrayed the Camorra.
And now she wants to come back to New York? Luca shook his head.
No. Benedetto Falcone is using her to contact me and convince me to work with him.
I raised my head. Work with the Camorra? Didn't you say Falcone was completely unpredictable and sadistic?
He's probably the only one who makes my father look like a halfway decent human being,
Luca muttered.
And I won't work with the Camorra. Not as long as it's under Benedetto Falcone's rule. But I don't want him to work with the outfit.
Do you think that's a possibility?
I doubt Dante will see Falcone as a trustworthy ally.
So you will refuse him? What will happen to your aunt? Luca grimaced, and I could tell he hadn't told me everything.
She and her daughters will probably be punished.
I searched his face. The Camorra doesn't spare women in any way.
They don't,
Luca said.
Falcone will probably have the girls raped. It's an effective punishment against women.
I stiffened, couldn't help it. Luca stroked my cheek.
I'm stating facts, love. There is a reason why it's been a strategy in warfare in the past.
How old are the girls, your cousins?
19.
Pause.
And 15.
I jerked out of his grip and slipped out from under the covers and sat on the edge of the bed, my heart pounding in my chest. 15. That's how old I had been when my father had agreed to my engagement with Luca. I had been a girl, and Luca's cousin was a child, too. I swallowed. Someone's child. The idea that something like that could happen to Marcella, it turned my stomach to ice. Luca sat up and kissed my shoulder before turning my face around to him. His gray eyes searched mine.
Aria, I can't work with Falcone. I don't want anything to do with him. He isn't sane, not even by our standards.
Can you promise me that Marcella won't ever have to fear something like that? I couldn't even say the word. Tears burned my eyes. Luca gripped my arms and pulled me into his lap, his eyes fierce and dark with emotion.
Neither you nor Marcella will ever be hurt, Aria. Never. I will do anything to make sure our territory is a safe place. As long as I am Capo, you are protected, and I don't care if I have to go there and kill him myself. But right now they are weak.
I nodded. If there's a chance of helping your aunt and cousins without working with Falcone, will you do it? Luca considered that.
Maybe. They are women, but that also poses a problem. I don't like to torture women, so I have no way to question them for their motives.
Luca. This was a meeting I wasn't looking forward to, but Aria wanted me to help my aunt and her daughters, so I had agreed to meet them. At least, that was part of the reason. The other was that the enforcer of the Camorra had contacted me and offered to kill Falcone and many high-ranking Camorrista in return for taking in the women. Apparently, he'd been given my older cousin Cora as a reward by Falcone, and now he wanted her safe. I didn't trust the guy, but he had held his promise and killed Benedetto Falcone and was currently killing more men. Maybe soon the Camorra wouldn't be one of my worries anymore. Remo Falcone was still in hiding with his brothers. I'd chosen the parking lot in front of the Yonkers power plant for the meeting again. Matteo glanced my way. I still have a bad feeling about this. I nodded grimly when finally a car headed our way. Matteo, Romero, and I were in this car, and Orfeo, as well as 2 of my cousins, were in the car behind us. The car parked about 3 car lengths from us. I could see a man behind the steering wheel, as well as 3 women in the car with him. What the fuck are they waiting for? Matteo muttered. One of the car doors opened, and a young woman with long dark hair got out. She raised her arms and moved away from the car. A moment later, an older woman and a girl got out and held up their hands as well. That must be our dear aunt and cousins, Matteo said quietly. But the fucker behind the wheel seems intent on pissing us off. I'm not sure if he thought that through. Oh, he will get out of that car. Don't worry, I said, then shoved open the car door and got out, drawing my gun. The older girl, Cora, looked at me as if I'd risen from hell, and her younger sister was cowering beside her mother. Matteo and Romero stepped up to my side. Let's go to them, I ordered. You think they are trustworthy? Matteo asked doubtfully. No, I muttered, but they aren't a danger to us. Turning to Romero, I added, You stay back and have our backs. He gave a nod, his eyes directed at the car. Then I gave a sign to my other men in the other car. Matteo and I moved closer to the 3 women, but we stopped a good distance away. Your driver needs to get out, I ordered, nodding toward the cowardly fucker still hiding in the car. What kind of a man let women and girls get out into the firing line while he stayed back? My cousin Cora turned around to the coward and waved at him. He didn't move. If he doesn't get out soon, I'll get him out myself, and he won't like that, Matteo muttered. Finally, the man got out with his hands raised above his head, and Orfeo was on him at once, twisting his arms behind his back. The pussy actually cried out from pain. If Orfeo's handling already got that reaction from him, he wouldn't like the conversation I and Matteo would have with him later. Orfeo silenced him with a hard hit against the back of the head and dragged the coward away. The younger girl started crying and Cora took her hand, but that only made the girl cry harder. Cora straightened her shoulders and looked at me.
I'm Cora. I'm your cousin.
We know exactly who you are, Matteo said sharply. I motioned for them to come closer. After a moment of hesitation, Cora went first, then her mother and sister followed. Wait, I told them as we stopped in front of the car. We will check you for weapons. Matteo went over to our aunt, and I turned to the younger girl and reached for her, but she flinched away, her eyes wide and terror-filled.
Talia, her sister crooned. He won't hurt you.
I will feel your legs and back for weapons. If you prefer not to have my hands on your front, you could lift your shirt. But I need to make sure you aren't bringing weapons, I told her firmly. I touched her shoulders and could feel her shaking under my touch. Matteo sent me a look. I quickly felt her back, then moved on to her calves and thighs. I decided against feeling her upper thighs. Do you prefer to lift your shirt? I was a heartless bastard, but even I didn't like forcing a girl who had obviously been through a lot of shit to lift her shirt. Still, I had to make sure this wasn't a trap, and even innocent girls could be manipulated into becoming weapons. With shaking fingers, she lifted her t-shirt, revealing bare skin and a plain black bra, but no weapons. I nodded and she quickly moved it back down. You can get into the car. You, Cora, will sit in the front with me, and Matteo will sit with your mother and your sister in the back. We would be taking them into the sphere for now, while Orfeo pressed information out of the man. Of course, Aria insisted that we take them in for a few days until we found a safe place for them to live. I didn't mention that the main reason for helping them was because I needed Growl, the former enforcer of the Camorra, at my side, in case it came to war with the Camorra one day. I thought I'd run into protest from my Ansagiria and Criminella, but they were surprisingly glad to have their sister back. Since I'd disposed of my scheming uncle, things had definitely gone smoother. While Talia and Cora lived in the mansion, Marcella stayed in New York, and the few times Aria visited my cousins while they stayed in the Hamptons, she left our daughter with Romero and Lily. Hiding Marcella's existence was crucial. I had seen how Dante had used Aria against me. I didn't want to consider what my enemies would do if they knew about Marcella. When I saw Growl for the first time, my instincts told me to kill him despite our deal. He had been the enforcer of the Camorra for many years. He was Benedetto Falcone's son, Remo's half-brother, all things that spoke against him. He was bound to be as twisted as them, but I was a man of honor and had given him my word. He had upheld his part, had weakened the Camorra. He would have to prove himself over the next few months. In April, 3 months after Growl's arrival, Matteo and I sat in the living area of the penthouse discussing the newest developments in Las Vegas. They will spend years fighting over power. The Camorra is in shambles. If and when Remo Falcone ever reaches for power, if he ever becomes Capo, he'll be ruling over ruins, he said. I hoped he was right. I had done everything in my power to weaken the Camorra, but I still remembered our encounter with Remo Falcone and the look in his eyes. He would seize power eventually. My phone vibrated in my pants and I pulled it out and picked up. Orazio. His reports had become less frequent. Dante kept a short leash on all of his soldiers. Has Fabiano Scuderi shown up in New York? I sat up. Fabiano? Why? What happened? Matteo raised his eyebrows. Rocco Scuderi said his son defected, ran off, and there's no trace of him. Dante is looking for him. Dante would kill him for defecting. He hasn't showed up. He's been gone for 2 weeks now. Are you sure he ran and Scuderi didn't dispose of him? After all, he got a new heir with his child bride. Orazio was silent. I don't know. Scuderi is an asshole. Dante should have removed him a long time ago. But as long as Fiore Cavallaro lives, Dante won't do it. He respects his father too much and wouldn't dispose of a consigliere he chose. Disapproval was clear in his voice. Orazio didn't like how things were handled in the outfit, but that wasn't why he worked with us. That was something personal, something to do with his father. Dante suspects there's a mole in the outfit. When we interfered in his gun delivery to the fucking MC in Pittsburgh, he probably got suspicious. Dante was using guerrilla tactics to weaken me, supporting MCs in my territory so they messed with my business. Maybe. I'm not sure how much longer I will be safe. I'd feared his spy work would eventually come to an end. Come to New York. I will induct you officially, and when my soldiers have worked with you for a bit, you'll become underboss in Boston. Stunned silence. You will make me underboss? Yes, I said. The underboss of Boston was about to retire and had only daughters, and it would piss off Dante to no end if I made his brother-in-law my underboss. We discussed a few more details of his induction to the Familia before I hung up and sighed. Fabiano disappeared. Matteo grimaced. That boy was loyal. I doubt he defected from the outfit. Agreed. That left only one conclusion. Scuderi had gotten rid of him. Fuck. We can't tell our wives. They will lose their minds. They won't find out. They have no way of contacting their brother and no way to find out what happens in Chicago. Aria and I had agreed not to keep secrets from each other anymore, but it was a promise I couldn't keep. Aria would blame herself if she found out her brother was dead. She'd be broken and never forgive herself. It was a secret I had to keep to protect her. Matteo and I fell silent when Aria came down the stairs with Marcella in her arms. Gianna a few steps behind her. Marcella was wiggling wildly, thick black hair all over the place. Aria laughed and put Marcella down on the ground. Eager blue eyes zeroed in on me, and Marcella crawled toward me, her diaper-clad bum bobbing up and down. I bent forward and held out my palms. She crawled faster, making high-pitched giggling noises. The second she reached me, I grabbed her and rose to my feet, propelling her up over my head like a rocket. She screeched happily, and I swung her around toward Matteo's outstretched arms, threw her into the air and caught her again. Aria laughed, a happy, relaxed sound. I couldn't tell her about Fabiano. We had our own family now. Matteo blew a raspberry against Marcella's belly, and her giggling became even wilder. I'd have never thought that I could love anyone's laughter as much as Aria's, but Marcella's brought me the same sense of fulfillment. I took Marcella again and held her up against my chest. Her small hand pressed against my mouth, and she grinned a huge, toothless smile as I kissed her palm. Most of my life I'd thought there was no better sound than the screams of agony from my enemies. What a fucking fool I'd been.
Chapter 28. 6 years later, Aria. No! Amo screamed, stamping his foot. He picked up his shoes and threw them across the room. He was already tall for 3 and could throw remarkably far for a young child. We won't go outside if you don't put on shoes, I said, stifling a sigh. He was boisterous, strong-willed, and hot-headed. He was a small version of Luca, black hair, gray eyes, with hints of Matteo's temper. Pick up your shoes and put them on. Amo shook his head at me, crossing his arms over his small chest. No!
Amo?
Luca's voice was firm. Amo's gaze flitted toward Luca, who stood in the doorway, and his eyes widened, but then he jutted his chin out. He was in his defiant phase. So far, he'd never been defiant toward Luca, though. No, he said. Luca walked in.
What did you say?
Amo glared at the floor. No. Hesitation swung in his voice. My eyes darted between Luca and Amo. I knew Amo would follow in Luca's footsteps. He would become Capo one day. He would become a made man long before he was of age. He would have to be strong for the tasks ahead, hardened, and he would have to learn respect. Luca stopped in front of our son. He'd not once raised his hand against Amo or Marcella, never hurt them in any other way, and he would never do so, and usually they obeyed anyway. Luca crouched down, expression unrelenting.
Look at me,
he ordered, and Amo raised his eyes to his father's. Luca pointed at the shoes.
You will pick them up, and you will put them on. Understood, Amo?
His voice held authority, and Amo nodded slowly, but his expression was still defiant as he trudged toward the shoes. Yet he got down on his butt and slipped the shoes on. Luca shook his head. I touched his arm. "The phase will pass," I assured him. He smiled wryly.
"He is too much like Matteo. I will need the patience of a saint."
Amo grew frustrated when he didn't manage to bind his shoes, and angry tears gathered in his gray eyes. I could tell he wanted to throw his shoes again. Luca walked over and got down on his haunches, then showed Amo how to do it. Amo smiled when he managed to do it himself.
"Remember, Amo, no crying when someone could see you, not even in anger or frustration,"
Luca said quietly but firmly.
"It's okay to cry when you are alone with your mother or me."
Amo nodded and blinked a few times. Luca stood and held out his hand.
"Let's check out your uncle's new bike. It's even faster than his last."
Amo took Luca's hand and beamed up at his father. They looked so much alike, it filled my heart with ridiculous happiness. Luca had been worried he'd be too hard on his son, especially if he looked like him, but he needn't have worried. He was strict toward Amo, but never cruel. He wasn't anything like his father.
Luca. After we'd inspected Matteo's new bike, Amo dashed off again, probably to bug his sister. "I'm starving," Matteo said. "Why don't we go in and check if your little monsters left us any leftovers?" We walked back up the driveway and entered the mansion. With her 6 years, Marcella looked remarkably like her mother, except for the black hair. She raced toward me the moment I entered, Amo hot on her heels. She hugged my middle, peering up at me with a pout.
"Amo hit me."
My eyes flew toward my son. Amo glared at his sister.
"She hit me first. Because you took my doll and ripped its head off."
I narrowed my eyes at my son. "You don't ever raise your hand against your sister. Understood?" He gave a reluctant nod. I caught Marcella poking her tongue out at him and nudged her chin up with my finger. I was often too lenient with her, but it was hard to be strict when she looked at me with her mother's eyes and face. "And you won't hit your brother again." She flushed.
"Okay."
I turned back to Amo, who looked triumphantly at his sister. "Why did you rip the doll's head off?" His face scrunched up in disgust.
"Marcy made kissy noises and told me to kiss it."
Matteo leaned in the doorway, chuckling. "Why don't you torture your uncle?" I suggested. Amo didn't need to be told twice, of course. With a battle cry, he stormed toward Matteo and latched onto his leg like a spider monkey. Marcella was close behind and started tugging at Matteo's arm, trying to bring him to his knees. "Mercy!" he moaned and went down. I rolled my eyes at his theatrical performance, but my kids loved it. Matteo began tickling them, and Amo dashed away out of reach and hid behind me. I chuckled and tousled his hair. He pressed up to my leg. It seemed ridiculous that I'd ever thought I would be cruel to a son. I was stricter with him, and I had to harden him, but I would never hurt him like our father had hurt Matteo and me. Matteo got Marcella and began tickling her.
"Help!"
she called between laughs. Amo released me and flung himself back at Matteo to help his sister. My smile fell the second Amo reached for Matteo's gun in the holster at his waist. "No," I growled sharply, and he snatched his hand back at once. Both Marcella and him watched me wide-eyed. Matteo cleared his throat and pointed at his holster. "You won't ever touch a gun without your father's or my permission." They both nodded, but still threw glances my way. Sighing, I walked over to them and tousled their hair, glad when they relaxed, my sharp tone forgotten. "Why don't you find your mother?" With a nod and a smile, they rushed off. "I wouldn't have let him touch my gun," Matteo assured me as I straightened. "I know," I said. Eventually, Amo would learn to handle guns and knives, but under our supervision, and not at 3 years old. My cell rang. I didn't recognize the number. I raised the phone to my ear. "Yes, Luca?" said a male voice. "It's been a while. It's Fabiano." I almost dropped the fucking phone. "Fabiano Scuderi." I motioned for Matteo to follow me outside and turned the speakerphone on. "I am calling you in my Capo's name." Matteo's eyebrows shot up. "Your Capo," I repeated. still trying to process the news that this was Fabiano. Remo Falcone, I'm sure you've heard of him. A hint of amusement rang in his voice. I heard about him all right. Ever since he took over Las Vegas and most of the West, it was a nagging headache. You contacted us for negotiations regarding delivery routes for your drugs. I am his enforcer, and I would like to come to New York for negotiations in Remo's stead. Mateo shot me a look and mouthed, "Enforcer." It had been weeks since I'd sent Remo a message through a middleman. The outfit was intercepting our drug deliveries, and Remo's territory was our best option to find new delivery routes. I didn't trust Remo one bit, but drugs were our main business, and I needed to make decisions that helped the familia despite my personal feelings toward Remo. Since working with Dante was out of the question, that left only the fucking Camorra, even if I hated the thought. I did, I said carefully. We have a common enemy, Luca, and that's the outfit. I think we have a lot to talk about. I didn't like his tone, but agreed to a meeting in 3 days, then hung up. He's not dead, Mateo muttered. Our wives will be ecstatic to see him again. He is enforcer of the Camorra, Mateo. So, you won't tell Aria? I considered my options. If I didn't tell Aria that her brother came to New York, she'd be heartbroken. But him being Remo's man, she would be heartbroken seeing him too. How could we miss this? I muttered. We have enough to do with the fucking outfit, the Bratva and those fucking MCs. It's not like we had spare time to worry about the fucking Camorra. They never breached our territory or gave us trouble. I nodded, but still. If Remo had managed to keep Fabiano's existence a secret for so long, that meant his men were loyal to the bone, and that he had iron control of his city. I knew Nino Falcone was his second in command, and they had been the ones I'd heard about, but they worked quietly. What do you think is his true motivation for the visit? Mateo asked eventually. I wasn't sure. Remo was unpredictable. His appearance in New York 6 years ago had proven that. We will find out. Aria was practically bouncing with nerves beside me. Growl shook his head, grimacing. His eyes sought mine. Aria still thought she'd be united with the brother she remembered, but he wouldn't be that boy. Growl, Mateo, and I knew it. Growl had been the Camorra's enforcer for years, and from what he'd told us, Fabiano must have changed into someone without mercy to become Remo's enforcer. I tensed when the door opened, and a tall, muscled man with short blonde hair and blue eyes stepped in. The last time I'd seen him, he'd had trouble hiding his emotions. He'd gotten past that. His cold scrutiny tightened my muscles. Growl touched his gun, hatred written all across his face when Fabiano's eyes settled on him. Aria rushed forward, and I wasn't quick enough to stop her. Fabiano narrowed his eyes and tensed when she threw her arms around him. I drew my gun, aiming it straight at his head, and so did Growl and Mateo. His hand curled around Aria's neck as she clung to him, and he smirked. I should have killed him 7 years ago when he was still a boy. He held her neck in a way that would allow him to break it easily. Aria peered up, and finally realization set in. This wasn't her brother anymore. No need for drawn weapons, Fabiano drawled in a self-assured tone. I haven't traveled all the way here to hurt my sister. He lowered his hand, and I stepped forward and pulled Aria away from him. My God, she whispered. What happened to you? You, Gianna, and Liliana happened. Aria was close to tears beside me. I don't understand. After Liliana ran off as well, Father decided that something must be wrong with all of us. That perhaps Mother's blood running through our veins was the problem. He thought I was another mistake in the making. He tried to beat it out of me. Maybe he thought if I bled often enough, I'd be rid of any trace of that weakness. The moment his whore of a second wife gave birth to a boy, he decided I was no longer of use. He ordered one of his men to kill me. The man took pity on me and drove me to some shithole in Kansas City so the Bratva could kill me instead. I had $20 and a knife, and I put that knife to good use. I tightened my hold on Aria because she made a move as if to go closer to him. We didn't want to hurt you. We just wanted to save Liliana from a horrible marriage. We didn't think you'd need saving. You were a boy.
You were on your way to becoming a soldier for the outfit. We would have saved you if you'd asked.
I saved myself.
You could still leave Las Vegas,
Aria said carefully. I shot her a look. Was she blind to the truth? Fabiano was a loyal man, but his loyalties lay with Remo Falcone. I wondered how he'd done it. How had Remo, that twisted teenager from many years ago, gained so many loyal followers? How had he managed to unite all the underbosses of the West? The Camorra was as strong as they had been in the past, and it was a fucking problem. Fabiano laughed. Are you suggesting I'll leave the Camorra and join the Familia?
It's an option.
No, it wasn't. And I wouldn't have taken him in, not anymore. Fabiano challenged me with his eyes. Is she Capo, or you? I came here to talk to the man leading the show, but now I think it might be a woman after all. Provocation was his tactic, like it had been that of Remo in the past. She is your sister. She does the talking because I allowed her to do so. Don't worry, Fabi. If I had anything to say to you, I'd say it.
We are not your enemy, Fabi,
Aria said. We were. If it wasn't for Aria, I would have ended Fabiano in this moment. I'm a member of the Camorra. You are my enemies. I have a message from Remo for you. He met my gaze, and his twisted grin made my blood boil. You have nothing to offer Remo or the Camorra, unless perhaps you send him your wife for a joyride. I lunged at him, wanting to crush his fucking throat, but Aria stepped in the way and I had to jerk to a stop or I would have barreled into her.
Calm down, Luca,
Aria begged, her eyes full of despair. I shook with suppressed rage as I glared at Fabiano. I would kill him one day. Fabiano bowed mockingly. I assume that's all.
Don't you want to know how Lily and Gianna are doing?
Aria asked hopefully. That she didn't mention Marcella and Amo told me that despite her hope, she knew her brother was a threat and not family. They mean nothing to me. The day you left for your pampered life in New York, you ceased existing for me. Fabiano turned around and left, and I let him. Let him because of Aria, and because I couldn't fucking risk war with the Camorra at the moment. Matteo twisted his knife, looking like he wanted to go after Fabiano and slice his throat. Aria turned to face me with shock-widened eyes.
What happened to him?
The Camorra, Growl rasped. And Remo fucking Falcone. I met him only a few times, but even as a boy, my half-brother was... He shook his head. Can't find the right word. Yeah, Matteo said. Aria walked past me and sank down on the sofa, her back to us. I motioned for my brother and Growl to leave us alone. When they were out, I touched Aria's shoulder. She peered up at me, unshed tears in her eyes. She leaned her cheek against my hand on her shoulder. Then she held up a piece of paper. I frowned.
Fabiano put it in my pocket asking for a meeting tonight.
She swallowed.
Alone.
You won't go. She stood and lifted her chin.
I will go. I need to give him one last chance.
Aria, he won't take it. You know why he wants you alone. She looked away.
You don't know that. He is my brother. Maybe he needs to talk to me alone.
I could see the doubt in her expression. Let's go home, I said. Tonight, we'll meet him together. She nodded. When we stepped into our penthouse, Lily, heavily pregnant, sat on a couch with Amo and Marcella. Aria walked over to our children and hugged them tightly and kissed the top of their heads. Lily frowned, gaze questioning. I wouldn't be the one to tell a woman do any day now that her brother was a member of the Camorra. And Aria didn't seem too eager sharing that piece of information either.
Mom, I can do a handstand,
Marcella said proudly. Amo nodded enthusiastically. Then let's see, I encouraged her. Marcella got up.
You have to catch my feet, Dad.
I will. She stepped close and then she fell forward. With her momentum, she would have fallen over, but I caught her feet. Aria clapped. I lifted Marcella off the ground by her legs and she began giggling when I swung her back and forth. Amo stormed toward me.
Me too.
I put Marcella down and gripped Amo, letting him hang head down as well. Aria laughed, shaking her head.
Your head is turning red, Amo.
I raised Amo higher so I could see his face, and he grinned widely.
Higher!
I complied, but when his head turned too red, I set him down.
Now go wash your hands,
Aria said, and Marcella and Amo dashed off toward the bathroom. Can you watch them tonight as well? I asked. Liliana glanced between Aria and me.
Did something happen?
Aria shook her head.
No. Luca and I only need some time to ourselves. Okay,
Liliana said slowly.
Romero picks me up in 30 minutes. We can take Marcella and Amo home with us and bring them back tomorrow around lunch?
Thank you, Aria said, hugging her sister. It was almost 2 a.m. when we got into our car and headed toward the meeting point Fabiano had mentioned in his letter. Aria was quiet beside me. I reached for her hand and she gave me a grateful smile. She looked resolved, not broken-hearted as I'd feared. She fumbled with a bracelet on her left wrist. It was the first time I'd seen it on her. Usually she only wore the bracelet I had given her. I parked in a side street and turned to Aria. She noticed my gaze on her wrist.
It was my mother's. I want to give it to Fabiano.
Aria, I know you think you can still appeal to his heart, but trust me when I say that as enforcer of the Camorra, he can't allow himself a soft heart. She gave me a strange smile.
I am surrounded by men like him. They are my family. I am married to one.
My fingers tightened around the steering wheel.
Or are you saying that Fabiano has done worse than you?
I wasn't sure what Fabiano had or hadn't done, but I had committed pretty much any crime imaginable. There was only one difference between the Familia and the Camorra, and it was the one crime I wasn't guilty of. They don't spare women, Aria. She swallowed audibly.
I know, but I have to believe that there is good in him.
She touched my chest where my Familia tattoo was.
I got through to you. Perhaps I can get through to him.
If anyone could do it, then it was Aria. She had won my heart, after all. It had begun snowing when we got out of the car. I drew my Beretta, listening for suspicious noises, but it was quiet, except for the sound of traffic in the distance. Aria shivered.
Don't kill him, please.
I didn't say anything. It wasn't something I could promise. If he made a wrong move, I'd end him before he could harm Aria. Don't mention Marcella or Amo, I warned. She scowled.
Luca, I love my brother, but I would walk through fire for my children and you. I would never risk their safety. We fought so hard to keep them a secret from our enemies. I won't put that on the line for Fabiano or anyone.
I wasn't sure how much longer we could keep them a secret. They were growing older. We'd pulled back from the public for them, and I had threatened a few journalists who thought they could write something about us. Nothing had gone public. Dante had done the same, and without Orazio as a spy, I didn't know anything about his children. I gave Aria a nod and signaled her to walk ahead. I raised my gun but stayed back. I spotted Fabiano as we turned the corner. He was leaning against the wall, looking fucking relaxed. His eyes zeroed in on Aria, but he didn't notice me. I aimed at his head.
Hello, Fabi.
Aria greeted him and showed him his letter.
You said you wanted to talk to me alone because you needed my help?
He stepped closer with a look on his face that I didn't like one fucking bit. Aria let him come much closer than we'd agreed on. The hand with his gun still hung limply at his side, though. His eyes turned to me and he smirked as he spotted me. Finally being sensible, Aria, he said. There was a flicker of something on his face I couldn't place.
I know a thing or two about mob life.
She tilted her head up at him.
Aren't you worried for your life?
Why would I be? He looked like a man who had faced death on many occasions and who didn't fear it. He had nothing to lose, and it made him a dangerous enemy. Aria unfastened the bracelet and held it out to him.
It was Mother's. She gave it to me shortly before her death. I want you to have it.
Why? He muttered, glaring down at the bracelet, then up at Aria.
Because I want you to remember.
The family that abandoned me.
No. The boy you used to be, and the man you can still become.
Aria was too good for this world, even after years as my wife. Who says I want to remember? He leaned down to Aria, his face too close to hers, and I released the safety on my Beretta. Fabiano straightened. You want me to be a better man? Why don't you start with a man who's pointing a gun at my head? Aria pushed the bracelet against his chest and he took it.
Perhaps one day you'll find someone who will love you despite what you've become, and she will make you want to be better.
She finally stepped away.
Goodbye, Fabiano. Luca wants you to know that next time you come to New York, you will pay with your life.
I didn't lower my gun as Aria headed toward me, but Fabiano made no move to follow. He was staring down at the bracelet. It reminded me of myself when I was younger, before Aria. Without her, I'd be a different man today. Perhaps I'd have become like my father. Aria arrived at my side, and I wrapped an arm around her before I led her away. I considered sending someone out to kill Fabiano, but decided against it. War with the Camorra was the last thing I needed at the moment. Aria was silent during the drive home, and she still hadn't said anything when we stepped into our penthouse in the early morning. I gave her the time she needed to face reality. When we finally settled in bed, Aria stretched out on her back and me on my side facing her. I broke the silence. Will you be okay? Don't blame yourself. Fabiano made his choices, not you. I was worried Aria would do something crazy for her brother again. Her blue eyes were solemn.
I'm okay,
she said.
I am, honestly. Fabiano is a grown man. He is enforcer of the Camorra. He isn't the boy I knew. I can't protect him anymore, and it's not my job. You and Marcella and Amo are my priority. You are the ones I need to take care of.
I could tell she meant it, but deep down she'd always hoped Fabiano would eventually become human again. Maybe she'd be proven right. She had softened my cruel heart. Who was to say the same wouldn't happen with Fabiano? I stroked her cheek and her eyelids fluttered. She looked tense and tired, and yet fucking gorgeous. Turn around, Principessa, I ordered, and she rolled onto her stomach without protest. I knelt beside her on the bed and ran my hands over her soft skin, massaging away her tension. She let out a soft sigh, her body turning slack. My eyes trailed down her spine to her perfect ass. I squeezed the round globes, then bit down on the soft flesh slightly before I soothed the spot with my tongue. Aria trembled and moaned softly. I kneaded her ass cheeks as I trailed open-mouthed kisses up her spine. I brushed her hair away and nibbled on the crook of her neck lightly as my fingers dipped between her folds, finding her dripping wet. She turned her head to the side, biting her lower lip, and I entered her slowly. She moaned, eyes closing in pleasure. I watched her face as I fingered her. She arched her ass in rhythm with my thrusts, driving my fingers deeper. When my cock was painfully hard, I moved my body over hers and slid my tip in, savoring her heat for a moment before I filled her completely. Her back arched against my chest. I propped my elbows up, caging her in, and began to thrust into her slowly at first, then faster and harder. I kissed her throat, then bit down, marking her, and her walls clamped down on me as she cried out her release. I slowed my thrusts, waiting for her to catch her breath before I picked up my pace again. We had the penthouse to ourselves tonight, so I wanted to make her scream as often as possible. I wedged my hand below her body, rubbing her clit as I slammed harder into her. Aria came again, shuddering and gasping, and when my own release gripped me, she was swept up again and came a third time. I stayed on top of her, careful to keep off most of my weight as I kissed her neck and throat, then claimed her mouth for a kiss.
You still mark me,
she said with a hint of amusement, rolling onto her back.
Do you really think there's anyone out there who doesn't know that I'm yours?
I stroked the faint bruise on her throat. You are mine, I said in a low voice. And it's not them I'm reminding, it's myself. Because even after 11 years, sometimes it still seems impossible that I have you, that I love you, and that you love me. Aria's fingers trailed down to my shoulder blade with the tattoo, her eyes warm and fierce.
I'll go wherever you go, no matter how dark the path.
I grasped her wrist with the bracelet I'd given her many years ago and brought it to my lips, kissing it. Even in the darkest hour, you are my light. The end. This has been Bound by Love, written by Cora Reilly, narrated by Savannah Peachwood, Troy Duran, and Wen Ross. Produced by One Night Stand Studios. Post by Simplify Productions. Text copyright 2018 by Cora Reilly. Production copyright 2020 by Cora Reilly. All rights reserved.